After a thrilling start, the world's best are back and the tension is rising. Will day two bring more Armageddon chaos? It's Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women, and it starts right now.
Norway, land of fjords, majestic mountains, cliffs, and waterfalls. In addition to stunning geography, Norway is home to the greatest chess player who has ever lived, Magnus Carlsen. Since 2013, Norway has also hosted one of the strongest chess super tournaments in the world. It's one Carlsen wins more often than not, and 2024 was no exception, his fifth title in the last 6 years.
Congratulations on winning 2024 Norway Chess.
This year, 5 of his fellow top 10 players are trying to take it down. The reigning world champion, Gukesh Domoraju, 2023 Norway Chess champion and Carlsen's fiercest rival to date, Hikaru Nakamura, Carlsen's toughest world championship opponent ever, Fabiano Caruana, India's second ever 2800 rated star, Arjun Erigaisi, China's #1 rated player, Wei Yi. Another world champion, Zhu Wenjun, took home last year's women's tournament. Trying to stop her this time, our former world championship challenger, Lei Ting-jae. 2 of India's best, Kaneru Humpy and Vaishali Ramesh Babu. 2024 candidate, Anna Muzichuk. And Spain's top woman, Sarah Khatam. Will Carlsen and Zhu Wenjun run the table yet again, or will someone else usurp the throne? This is Norway Chess.
And we are live here in Stavanger, and as we fly over the amazing scenery, the fjords, there we see Preikestolen. Well, we are enjoying what is a unique atmosphere here in Norway Chess, and with such a backdrop, that is the inspiration for our players. Just take a look at the majestic mountains, but it's here in the Finansparken in the center of Stavanger where the players are going to be bringing the heat. The players, they're not quite there in the playing hall, but they are ready and they are focused and determined to bring their best to the game. And while the players are arriving to the playing hall, we in the studio, we are ready to take you through all of those brilliant moments. And I'm your host, International Master Ivanka Hauska, and I'm here with the perfect people to guide you through the moves and bring you the good vibes. It is, of course, International Master Tanya Sajdev and Grandmaster David Howell. Now, yesterday, we kicked off with a bang. It brought all the emotion, Tanya. How did you feel?
It was awesome. Ivanka, day one really delivered. You know, we had the brilliancies, we had the blunders, the hits and misses, thrilling Armageddons. But I think for me, the biggest takeaway was that, you know, the king may not wear the crown, but Magnus Carlsen reminded everyone he still runs the board.
Yeah, and David, you said yesterday was the game of the year. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm still recovering. I was back in my room last night playing through the games again in a bit more detail, and yeah, it was just incredible to watch, to witness it live. And the format here in Norway Chess, it was fantastic. Not only the classical games delivering as in the Carlsen Gukesh game, but also the Armageddons. A lot of fun. 3 decisive games in the classical, 3 Armageddons, and I'm hoping for more of the same today.
Yeah, and the format is precisely what makes Norway Chess special. So let's remind ourselves of the rules.
Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women will both feature a 6-player double round robin for a total of 10 rounds. The time control will be 120 minutes with a 10-second increment starting from move 41. No draw offers will be allowed until after Black's 30th move. All drawn games in the classical time control will be immediately followed by an Armageddon game with the same colors. White will receive 10 minutes on the clock, while Black will begin with 7 minutes. A 1-second increment will begin from move 41 for both players. In the event of a draw, Black wins. Players receive 3 points for a win in the classical game and 0 points for a loss. In the event of an Armageddon game, the winner will receive 1.5 points, while the loser will receive 1 point. The prize fund for the open and women's sections will be identical. If 2 players tie for first place at the end of the 10 rounds, a 2-game blitz playoff will decide the winner. If 3 or more players are tied for first, those players will play a double round robin instead, with additional tiebreaks if needed. The winners will be crowned this year's Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women's champions.
Yeah, Norway Chess delivers on the drama, and it's to do with this. It's a double round event, and the time control, well, there is very little extra time. It's 120 minutes plus that 10-second bonus once the players have completed move 40. And of course, if you walk away with a classical win, you get 3 points. If you don't, and it's a tie, it's a draw, well then Armageddon will decide the scoring system. It's so much fun and so much action. There's no draw without a fight. And we're talking about fight. We alluded to it yesterday. You know, it was a start full of drama, full of emotion, had absolutely everything. Let's kind of remind ourselves what happened. And here you can see that there were 3 classical victories.
Yeah, these classical wins, they're at a premium. They're worth so much. 3 points. And a classical loss, of course, 0. It can be heartbreaking, but yeah, in the Norway Chess tournament, it was Hikaru Nakamura. It was Magnus Carlsen. Those two, of course, it was getting the wins in classical. And Tanya, in the women's, it was only Humpy getting
Incredible stuff, right, David? Because I think the format that you earlier spoke about, we had such a huge role to play in these results, the classical results. Gukesh finally fumbling in those last moments, not having enough time. You know, Hikaru with his grind and Fabi eventually collapsing because he had no time on the clock. And the one move missed by Vachier-Lagrave, same storyline. 2 hours, no increment. Clock was really the 17th piece yesterday.
It certainly was, as we saw twists, turns and surprises. But of course, it's day 2 and the action is still to come, because take a look at this. We already have an early clash of leaders. Hikaru Nakamura, Magnus Carlsen, number 1, number 2. This is a dream pairing.
It's a dream pairing until you see the head-to-head, and then you realize it might not be such a dream for Hikaru Nakamura, but he does start with the white pieces, and that could be important, Tanya.
I'm just amazed to once again see that center row. You know, it's the top board as well, where Arjun Agassi plays against the world champion. Now, this is, of course, the clash of the young stars, the 2 rivals, the 2 good friends. And I will remind everyone that Arjun's last win against Gukesh in Classical was earlier this year at the Tata Steel. Arjun was the first player to hand over a defeat to Gukesh as world champion. So a bit of a grudge match in this one, coming to that 1-14 score that you're talking about. You know, world number 1 versus world number 2. We speak of this epic rivalry, but it just feels like the psychological edge that Magnus has over Hikaru is sort of like a built-in cheat code for Magnus, right? And for Hikaru, the big storyline will be, can he overcome that block today, David?
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for Hikaru. The last 7 games between these two, when Hikaru's had the white pieces in classical chess, have all been draws. It feels like he just wants to play safety first chess against Magnus, but Armageddon, of course, a big factor in this mix. And we shouldn't forget that it's not just in classical games he struggled, Hikaru, recently. He also lost to Magnus in the Champions Chess Tour just last week, and in Paris in the freestyle tournament in the final there.
And here we see 2 young rivals, Erigaisi and Gukesh, world champion. But these 2 are also vie for that top spot in rating in India. And this is really a very difficult feat, because you have Anand, you have Pragnananda, so many big talents.
There's a running joke in India, you know, Gukesh might be world champion, but if you had a state championship from where he comes from, not sure who's going to take that one. So completely agree with you on that. And I think there's so much national pride as well on the line, you know, world number 3 versus world number 4. These 2 know each other really well. This is going to be a fun battle. But 5-0, that's a shocker for me.
Yeah, it's crazy. It feels like Arjun is maybe in Gukesh's head. Like you said in the Tata Steel Masters in the last round, it was essentially Arjun who stopped Gukesh ultimately winning that tournament. And, okay, the arrival of the big local favourite, the big fan favourite, Magnus Carlsen.
Yep, and this is one of, again, another extraordinary feature in Norway Chess, where the players are welcomed by the fans and supporters. And there we see on our screens, well, this is a battle between old rivals. Anna Muzichuk with the white pieces against Humpy Kanaru. These 2 know each other inside out. They've been rivals since they both appeared on the chess scene.
And they've been in the world elite for more than a decade now, these 2 players have. And what a start they had, right? Humpy getting that 3 points in the classical win against Vachier-Lagrave, a complete turnaround. She was struggling in that game for the most part. For Anna Muzichuk, it was a completely different story against Arkadem. Should have got that 3-point, but had to be happy with the Armageddon win. But today, I think it's going to be all eyes on this matchup. Hikaru's first to the board. No surprises there. Magnus hasn't yet arrived.
I've noticed Magnus likes to arrive late. And there we do see Magnus on our screens as he makes his way into the playing hall. Cameras following him. It's not easy to get into the zone when you have so much attention, but someone who is definitely getting into the zone is Hikaru. This is a big match for him.
It's big for Hikaru. He joined us in the studio yesterday and he was talking a lot about rating, a lot about what would define a good performance here in Norway Chess. Against Magnus, it's always going to be hard. Tanya, what are your predictions?
I think this one goes to the Armageddon. Last year at Norway Chess, both their matches went into Armageddon. They traded points. Hikaru won one game. Magnus won one game. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens when we go into that sudden death format. And maybe Hikaru feels that with less time on the clock, his odds, against a player he just finds so difficult to overcome might just increase a little bit more.
Yeah, and there we see Magnus just going through some security checks. And he makes his way in. I've noticed Magnus does like to be late, and he also likes to give the handshake standing up.
It's called the Magnus Gambit. He comes in late, and it's mind games from the start.
Well, actually, he didn't do it this time.
He didn't?
He didn't give the hand, did he?
He did. I think he was standing up when the handshake was made.
Okay. Well, I missed it.
Yeah, and it does feel like an Armageddon would kind of suit both players. Magnus with black, how much risk do you want to take there? And Hikaru, of course, it wouldn't hurt his rating, a draw in the Classical. We saw handshakes, and it's going to be the first move. Hikaru hesitating. And it is e4. Pawn to e4 to start the game.
Yep. And this is one of the things about elite level chess, is that the players really can open with any move. And you have to be prepared for absolutely every single opening. Hikaru looking up at the ceiling, perhaps taking inspirational from that fictional character, Beth Harmon. But e4 on the board.
E4, and yeah, that's a consequence of being late. Often you need a bit of time to adjust the pieces, write down your names on the score sheet, or the traditional chess player routine.
He's chilling though, right? I mean, he's been late for by 2.5 minutes in a 3-minute game as well. So this is eternity for Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to define this game. The 45, 50 seconds that he lost there. And eventually e5 symmetry from Magnus. Hikaru brings the knight out. Magnus likely to do the same. And no surprises so far. This is the big opening for both players. It's the Spanish.
Are we going to see a Berlin now? Will he develop the knight? Will Magnus Carlsen take out the other knight, or will he push the pawn, attacking the bishop, looking more for a fight? Because the Berlin, to me, would feel that, you're fine taking this into the Armageddon. You want to shut the game down as quickly as possible. With black, no shame in that. What do you think?
Magnus looking away lately, mainly because he's playing lower-rated opponents. He pushes a pawn. He doesn't go for the Berlin, but now he's playing kind of his closest rival. I wouldn't be surprised if the Black Knight comes out to f6. I think Magnus might take a minute or two here just to decide what mood he's in.
But isn't this something you pre-decide? I mean, the Roy Lopez cannot be the surprise for Magnus here. He had this in mind that Hikaru will play. He had to have made up his mind what would be his opening approach, right?
Yeah, you think that, but they have so many ideas up their sleeve. That is just a case of which one should I employ? And sometimes it's just a question when your opponent plays everything, you just take some time to choose.
I think David has some insights in this. Has Magnus Carlsen been on the golf course this morning as well as he was yesterday?
I do not know. All I'll say is that the weather here in Stavanger was a bit rainy this morning. It was on and off. Now it's suddenly pretty sunny. Magnus deciding on his mood. His hair's definitely grown another 5 inches overnight. Looking fluffier than ever. But yeah,
it's all the big brain stimulation, good for the hair follicles there.
Exactly, some chemicals being released while he's thinking about his moves. One thing I will say is sometimes you prepare the night before, like a super sharp line, or before the tournament. 1 week ago, he might have prepared something a bit sharper. But sometimes you get to the board, you feel a bit lethargic, you feel a bit tired, and you're like, let's play safe. But no, Magnus sticks with his favorite move of recent times. He goes for maybe a more classical main line. And we might see the Marshall something we saw yesterday, another big favourite of Magnus in World Championship matches.
Yeah. Well, we're going to see Hikaru just steps back with the bishop. I did wonder whether Hikaru would try to surprise and take the knight, but nope, knight to f6, quickly making appearance from Magnus.
And here we see the bird's eye view, all 6 boards, all of the different colours. Let us know at home what your favourite colour is, which game you want to go to. Tanya, what catches your eye at this early stage?
Well, what catches my eye is all 6 games, either the King's Pawn opening or the Queen's Pawn opening. So it's going to be interesting to see how the mainline theory goes. What is your favourite colour out of the 6 that we've got, is what I'm wondering right now.
Well, I'm drawn to the bottom right board, Vachier-Lagrave against Lettinger, primarily because I like purple, but the position itself doesn't look that exciting as of yet. The action is going to be happening in the middle game. So I'm not going to be advocating for that one, but David, I'm going to turn the spotlight onto you.
David.
The problem is my favourite colours are white and black, and there's white pieces, there's black pieces on all the boards, so that doesn't help me get much closer. Other than that, I would normally say red, but maybe we start where Jovanka, where your instincts, where your eyes were drawn. I also noticed you're wearing a purple dress, Tanya, so
yes.
Purple. Let's go to the purple board.
Let's do it.
And yeah, this is early days, of course, but it is that opening that yesterday we mentioned as a Chinese speciality, the Petrov defense. And quick action replay of this game. We're at move 10 already. So we started with e4, e5, knight f3 and knight f6. The Petrov, black reacting to a hit on her central pawn by counterattacking white central pawn. We see a quick exchange of pawns. The white knight kicked back. And normally this is very symmetrical stuff. And one of the main lines these days is to just bring your bishop out 1 square, just to actually leave the d6 square vacant for the black knight to retreat to. We saw that in Lettinger's game yesterday, both of her games actually, the Classical and the Armageddon against Zhu Wenjun. And she was on the white side that time. This time she takes black, puts her bishop on a different square. And this is a very old line. This is super mainline theory. And after a trade of pawns, I must admit, I'm not so familiar with this rook move. Back in the old days when I occasionally dabbled with this opening, everyone, literally everyone was taking this white knight and relieving the tension in the center and then bringing their bishop out. And there was so much theory related to that. So small surprise by Lettinger.
Very nice. And I just want to point out in this position, it looks like that central pawn is hanging, but it would be playing with fire if you did get greedy. Knight takes pawn would run into tactics. Bishop takes pawn, king takes bishop, the queen captures the knight, material balance is restored, but this works in black's favor, you know, less defendable. King side for white, a weakness at the center of the board. So this is a trade you definitely don't want.
Yeah, absolutely. And I wanted to ask the question for Vachier-Lagrave. Yesterday, she had a heartbreaking loss against Humpy. She was really almost outplaying the Indian legend, but then she makes this terrible blunder. It's the kind of blunder that keeps you awake at night. How do you recover from that?
It's so hard, right, David? I think we've all been there. I definitely more than you have, where just the one move, you know, you play this flawless game. And make no mistake, Vachier-Lagrave played a really great game against Humpy with the black pieces, had full control, but all it took was that one move blunder, basically walking into checkmate. Like you said, how do you even sleep at night after that? And I think most times you just don't. But you have to understand this happens. You need to get back on the board again. And let's remind everyone, Vachier-Lagrave at the 2024 candidates had such a difficult start. But she came back to win 5 games in a row at the end of it. So she definitely has it in her to bounce back. And she needs to find that that mental fortitude to be able to do it today. And it's against none other than Lettinger, right? Who defeated the reigning world champion in an Armageddon where it was clear that she had the better nerves. So it's going to be a tough one for Vachier-Lagrave today.
Yeah, it's going to be very tough. She gets white. She reacts to that. Maybe small surprise quite quickly. She pushes a pawn. Yeah, I would love to see a full fight here. The one thing, whenever I see the Petrov, I just get worried that it's going to fizzle out towards a draw, a bit like the Berlin defense that you mentioned earlier, Jovanka. So the fact that this is still quite tense, the fact that Lettinger is thinking now, makes me optimistic that we'll get a real battle.
But both players do have a very sharp style. They favour dynamic chess. I mean, we've all seen these incredible games from both Lettinger and Vachier-Lagrave where they're very comfortable with sacrificing and attacks. So I think we can expect something to happen in the middle game. So maybe we go back to the bird's eye view and have a look at our beautiful array of boards. And let's, I'm going to give the pick to you guys.
Well, we've done purple. Should we just move accordingly? Let's go over to the green board now. The next one that we see, and that's Anna Muzychuk and Koneru Humpy, the two winners from round one. Humpy getting that win against Vachier-Lagrave, Muzychuk winning against Sarah Kadem in the playoff in the Armageddon. And the position that we have is a Spanish.
Yeah, it's a Spanish, and it's quite a fruity, spicy Spanish. It's quite a fun one, it looks like. And again, we'll just backtrack very quickly before trying to get our heads around this exact position. We started just like the Nakamura-Carlsen game with the bishop coming out to b5, the Spanish, the Roy Lopez putting pressure on this black knight. The bishop was nudged back, and here after the white king castles, bishop out to c5. This can transpose to a variety of systems. It's often called the Archangel, the Muller, sometimes the Morphy defense, I think. And okay, white now pushing a pawn forward. The bishop retreats preemptively. We should mention any time white tries to grab this knight and grab this pawn in the center, I think here you can safely capture it in the middle, but there are some complications here. This is a whole new position for me, but I'm just going to trust the players now. Pawn to d4, and that is met by a strike on the white bishop. And I'm wondering whether she's going to retreat to one of these two squares, or whether she's tempted now, Anna Muzychuk, to grab a pawn in the center. I'm not sure opening up the position yet is too beneficial, but either way, it feels like Humpy with the first surprise.
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't necessarily expect a variation like the Muller and the Archangel, which is literally the sharpest variation you can have in the Lopez. And Humpy's known for her very solid style. So I would have expected her to kind of pick something a little bit quieter.
And I think that's been amazing to watch, right, about how Humpy's also evolved as a player at this stage in her career. She took a little break after becoming a mother, was at the top of the game before that, and then comes back and bounces right back. The last few tournaments have gone to perfection for her. She's fresh out of her Grand Prix win in Pune earlier, the reigning world women rapid champion. So incredible chess by her, and I think she just wants to play different kind of positions. As you said, this is a dynamic one, and the one approach that you mentioned, pawn takes pawn, would just mean the position explodes right here, right now.
Yeah, and part of me wants to see that. Part of me thinks it's not going to happen. And yeah, I mean, for example, for those wondering at home, just to show him a few moves, if you do take this pawn, most likely black actually captures this bishop on the edge of the board, and this could get crazy. Black has the bishop pair, but white could be a pawn up for the short term, and black's compensation will lie in the bishops on these two diagonals. So I'm more expecting the bishop to actually retreat back to b3, and we could see transposition into more theoretical waters. Black will just shore up the center, most likely, and the game goes on.
All right, we'll probably come back to this.
Yeah.
Let's zoom out, let's bring up our bird's eye view and continue our little opening tour that we're doing. We've got one more board left in the Norway Chess Women. Should we just keep our path going?
Yes, but before that, you know, I just wanted to go back to something that you said earlier on, where you said, you know, there's no shame in playing the Berlin.
Is there?
You can lock
what
the
do you
game
think?
down, and well, I just wanted to let you know that chat fully supports you, Tanya.
What's it?
But it
Tell
was
me.
a bit close. 57% said no, the Berlin is fine, and 43% was like, no,
Playing the
don't
Berlin
kill
is
the game of
shameful.
chess like that.
Probably just all the German fans. They're like, yeah, it's the capital of our country for a reason, guys.
Great opening, great city. But wait, question, what about our studio? How do we feel about Berlin?
Oh, okay.
Production, giving a big sign off on that one. A big boo there.
Some hecklers outside. I can hear them as well. Like they're booing too.
Where's security these days?
I've played the Berlin most of my life as black, so I'm not one to judge. I'm not one to talk. I love it as a player, I hate it as a commentator.
Actually, that's the best way to put it. I think as a player, you know, it's a solid approach, Ivanka. You're sort of in this opening territory where you know that if you've studied the line well, you understand those end games well, you can hold this. As black, you try for more with white. But as a commentator, it's an absolute nightmare to go through.
Totally. I mean, I think the worst case thing for a commentator is when the players just reel out a whole load of theory and then the position completely fizzles out. But okay, we have 6 games on our viewer. I think we should be consistent, right? And then I'd like to take you to the top left.
Yes, and some memories that we can all share on that position in the top left. But we'll stick with this one first. It is Sarah Kadem, who now represents Spain, against Zhu Wenjun, who actually both players, I'm going to say, a bit disappointed yesterday. with results. Xu Wenjun losing in the Armageddon, and actually both players losing in the Armageddon. Sarah Cardam as well. She had a tough time, managed to hold the Classical with great difficulty. This one is a Queen's Gambit. And let's go back to the beginning again in this one, just a quick action replay of how we got here. This is one of the ultimate main lines, and it always has been in this opening. Very historical variation. And the Queen's Gambit, it's actually a transposition, so black not yet putting a pawn on d5, only once white's committed a knight to this square, then going to control the center, and bishop to e7. This is the old main line. Everyone was playing this ever since this system kind of came to fruition. And okay, now black challenges in the center. A quick exchange of pawns. The black bishop having moved twice now. That's white's kind of strategy here to have forced black to waste a tempo. White now plays the modest-looking move, pawn to a3, maybe hinting at an expansion, also taking away this square from the bishop to do any pinning. And now the modern main move, I should mention, is to plant your queen here, and often either to castle queenside or to bring your rook to the center to stare down at the black queen. Instead, Sarah plays her rook across to c1, putting some pressure on the bishop indirectly, which then retreats. And this is the live position. Do either of you have experience in this system?
I do have experience with the Queen C2, Rook D1 idea. That was the main line, but not in this one, actually. And okay, the question is for white is, are you just going to start initiating some trades on d5 and try to some complete development and play against a potentially isolated pawn? Or do you develop the light squared bishop and allow black to capture on c4, which would be not something I'm especially enthusiastic. So I believe that at least, the position might not be familiar, but we can kind of come up with patterns that we're familiar with.
I think that's one of the very thematic points, right? White really wants to delay the development of the light squared bishop until there's a decision in the center, because you don't want to play it twice in the opening, taking it out on e2 and then recapturing on c4. So Jovanka makes a great point there, that it's really about these two approaches. You could either play against an isolated queen's pawn, or just try to make another improving move, maybe get the queen out of the way, maybe an improving move like h3 on the other side of the board, but then you have to be ready for a potential endgame if black was to trade on c4 and get the queens off the board.
Yeah, I know many players here who would play a move like h3. One of my early coaches, he would always play moves like that, just waiting, and he would love an endgame, for example, if black were to break the tension. I think Sarah, it depends on her mood. If she wants the queens off the board, if she wants kind of total symmetry in the pawn structure, then she might just wait. But yeah, the more ambitious move and the most popular move is the one she's just played, to capture in the center. And black, actually, more often than not, according to the chess.com database here, takes with the knight to clear the f6 square for her bishop.
Yep. And, well, Sarah revealing her intentions, what she wants to do. She wants to grind it out in a middle game, play against the weak pawn, but it's all about intentions. And in Norway Chess, one of the great aspects is that we have a confessional booth where people can actually talk about what they're thinking in real time. And guess who's been in the confessional box? It is, of course, none other than Hikaru Nakamura. So have a watch.
Well, welcome back, everyone. First time of the day. Thought I would come before the game gets really interesting. Magnus decided to play the same setup in the Spanish that I think we've played a million times recently, and I decided to play this move d3. I play this closed Spanish, not allowing black to go for knight takes e4. Not that Magnus would have done this anyway and gone for the open, but basically I had the choice of trying to play something where the game is slow, but you get to at least play a game forever, or something which very likely could be very solid, or just end in a draw very quickly. Wasn't really in the mood for any of that today, so just thought I'd try to play creatively, or at least keep the game going. So it's going to be interesting, and I think we'll see which setup Magnus goes for here, with either like a bishop c5 setup or a d6 setup. But there's going to be life to the game, and it won't be a quick draw for anyone out there who was maybe afraid of some sort of quick draw and then like an Armageddon 10 minutes later. That's not going to be the case. So it'll be interesting for the fans.
Pleased to hear it, Hikaru, that you're not going to go on the speedway to the draw and then Armageddon. Instead, it's going to be a very tense game, a very long, tense, suspenseful game. It's all about that maneuvering. But it's still very much a well-known position, right?
And I like that approach because when you're playing with the white pieces, and I think we've seen this happen before, this idea that, you know, you're playing white, you shut the game down, you take it to Armageddon. But against Magnus, that rarely, if ever, works. And I think Hikaru's learned that the hard way as well. So coming into this game, wanting that big fight from the start in the Classical, I think when you have to play against the world number one, against a player like Magnus, you have to maximize every single chance of yours, take those opportunities, even in the Classical, and not just rely on the Armageddon.
Yeah, that's the only way you beat him, right, Magnus Carlsen. You have to keep tension. You can't be afraid ever. You can't back down. You can't retreat. You can't just start playing for a draw because he will punish you eventually. So I love it as well. I'm actually pleasantly surprised. I was definitely predicting a quick draw in an Armageddon. I just thought it was in Hikaru's interests as well, if he's protecting his rating, if he's thinking, you know, rating spot in the candidates for next year, a draw, you gain like half a rating point or something in this game, and Armageddon, you fight it out there and see what comes. But yeah, this position, very tense, not so exciting now, but these types of positions, they always explode sooner or later.
It's all about getting that central break, right, Jovanka?
Yeah.
Once that happens, either white getting d4 or black striking with d5, that's when the fireworks begin.
Yeah, definitely. It's all about those pawn pushes, right? You know, white might try to extend on the left side of the board, might try to maneuver the pieces, try to break in the center when black isn't quite ready. And it's like a game of cat and mouse, right? You're just biding your time until the moment to strike. But yeah, I mean, not that much happening here. So maybe we go back to our bird's eye view and have a look at a game that we were very excited about. Top left in normal colors, I want to say. And it's between Arjun and Gukesh. Gukesh starting with a double black. Not an easy start, shall we say, to Norway Chess.
No, and okay, wow, okay, new move to my eyes, at least from Arjun there, who's very, very well prepared. Let's jump into that board because Arjun Aragaisi has clearly come well prepared and he's already 17 minutes up on the clock. But we'll do a bit of a dive into the story behind this opening and maybe some of the mind games at play in a moment. But let's just recap the moves first of all. This came from a Nimzo Indian defense, white starting with the queen's pawn. And a few moves later, the bishop coming out to b4 to pin the white knight. This is the Nimzo Indian. And the g3 variation is quite a rare guest. I'm going to say there's many more popular moves, like bringing the queen out to c2. These days, pawn to f3, knight f3, e3. There's so many moves white can play. But fianchettoing the bishop, kind of mixing the Catalan with the Nimzo Indian is quite rare. And there was a very famous game in this variation just a few years ago. After black castled, white brought the bishop out, d5, and this move, a3. Magnus Carlsen played it in 2022.
Don't give it away against who. Let's see if chat gets this one.
Yes.
Chat, tell us, 22, exactly this opening. Magnus with the white pieces versus who?
How long do they have before the plot spoiler comes?
You know, we can talk about the position until then.
Yeah.
I don't think it'll take too long. I have trust in our chat.
Yeah, small hint. It was maybe Magnus's most famous game of 2022.
That's a big hint.
Sorry. Okay, and actually in this position, again, no spoilers as to who was playing the black pieces in this position, but I'm going to try and recall, I think Magnus in this position brought his knight out, very natural. This is a full kind of gambit now, full queen's gambit, although the white knight is going hunting for this pawn. Black played the move c5, white castled. There was a trade in the center. Magnus actually took with the queen. The black knight came out to hit the white queen. This might be a hint for some players who are great with pattern, some viewers, sorry, who are great at pattern recognition. And yeah, this was the continuation of a very, very famous game. The rook came out, and now the black queen hit. This was ignored by a very classy move. The black bishop coming out to hit the white queen, and Magnus wasn't enjoying this position with the white pieces, let's just say. Okay, let's go back to this game. And of course, that was in Gukesh's mind as he captured this pawn. He actually spent 13 and a half minutes thinking about it. So maybe he was trying to recall that game from 2022, which hasn't really been repeated at the top level since. Or he was just thinking, okay, Arjun's not going to play this unless he's got a really specific reason. And Arjun's reason is pawn to a4, very calm.
And our chat's catching up, David. I'm happy to report. No, it wasn't the World Championship match against Nepo. That was in 2021. It wasn't a Hikaru game, but as Tigran Petrosian is writing in on chat, it was his very famous game against Hans Niemann. No, it wasn't the game against Capablanca either, but Magnus versus Hans. David, you said it. Of course, not only one of Magnus's most famous games, but perhaps in chess history.
Yeah, one of the most controversial games in chess history.
One of the games that had the biggest consequences. But yeah, okay. It's a game of chess. And yeah, well, we are seeing a new move, a4. So let's dive in and try to understand what white wants and what black is going to be doing, especially when it comes to unraveling that bishop there on c8.
Yeah, you're right, Ivanka. I think you were the one who taught me to call it a problem piece, problem child of the position. And then the Queen's Gambit is always the problem piece, right? The Queen's Gambit declined as black, or in this case, kind of semi-accepted, especially against the Catalan as well, where there's a bishop on g2. I'm not sure how to get this bishop out. I think there's two reasons behind White's last move. One is to stop b5 ever being played to back up the stolen pawn you've grabbed on c4. And the other reason is if Gukesh wants to copy what Hans Niemann played in that game and plays the move c5, maybe White has this extra option of developing the bishop now to the a3 square. So you've cleared that square for the bishop. It does make a weird impression, though. I don't know about the two of you. Like, you played a3 2 moves ago. Now to play a4, it just feels odd, but that's modern chess.
It's modern chess, and it's a fascinating idea, right? Because it's a practical approach. With this time control, you want to get your opponent thinking early on in the game, sort of take them out of familiar territory. And I think Arjun's been successful in doing that in a very dynamic, promising position here. It's also a clash of styles, let's point that out, when it's Arjun versus Gukesh. Gukesh likes to keep things more under control, you know, he has a universal style, but Arjun, he loves the chaos. So kind of playing this offbeat, sort of modern chess, as you call it, you know, non-traditional ideas, move that pawn 2 steps ahead to find a great square for the bishop. I think it's practically a good choice. He's confusing Gukesh, forcing him into a think. Gukesh wants to get that e5 break that you're talking about, bring the knight out, get that going. But he's taking his time, and that's already a small success for White.
Yeah, it's already a 20-minute advantage? That's pretty sizable. Yesterday, Gukesh, the clock came back to haunt him, and he looked like he was reaching out there, but no, just changing position. I've actually found this is psychology at the top level, and maybe all levels, but I was once told by a very strong grandmaster that you shouldn't actually play an opening where your opponent has lost before, because that's where they'll have studied, they'll have tried to improve, they'll have new ideas. You should play a variation where they have good memories. And although it wasn't Gukesh's memory, it was Hans Niemann's memory, this opening has a dodgy reputation for White ever since that game. So nobody with the black pieces is really studying it. They're like, you just play c5, you take on d4, you copy Hans, and then you get an advantage with black very quickly. So it's kind of good psychology, I'm going to say, to play something that doesn't have a great reputation necessarily, and to put your own spin on it and just be fresher in your memory than the opponent's.
These opening mind games, it reminds me of the interview with Hikaru yesterday, right? Where he mentioned that Fabi in his podcast was actually critical about a certain opening that Hikaru played, and Hikaru decided to use exactly that to perfection against Fabi yesterday in the game.
Yeah, it was a nice twist there, but yeah, this is like modern day chess, right? Everyone I've noticed is looking for those comfortable positions. They're not interested in that small advantage or big advantage. No one is going out to win, but it's just, you know, how easy is it to play? And for White, for the time being, it looks pretty easy, right? You do have great development. You don't want to be shutting in your beautiful bishop on g2, but you've got good pawn structure. If you win back the c4 pawn, well, you know, you are laughing with the bishop pair. So the stakes and the pressure now is on Gukesh. He has to find a way to unsettle this. He has to come up with something concrete.
I think in modern chess, just to finish, just to continue this conversation, that the element of surprise just holds so much importance, right? Because it's one of the hardest things to do with just how well-studied openings are. But if you're able to get that in, and, you know, especially in faster time formats, but even in formats like this where you have no increment, it's something to save for. It doesn't have to be the engine stop move. It doesn't have to be the objective best move. But just to get a position which you can play on, which perhaps you have looked at home and not your opponent. And right now in front of us, it seems like Arjun's the one who is definitely more familiar with this surprise. Gukesh, I wonder if it's in his files, if he's trying to remember it, if it's something that he's seen. Is he trying to calculate whether he can immediately go for the gambit with that pawn push, or does he need to prepare it first?
Yeah, it's most likely whether he goes for something really direct. The thing is, as well, when you have been surprised, I think human nature is to play kind of a non-committal move. If you go for the most direct, you know your opponent's preparation continues and continues and continues. And I mean, you're talking about surprise, Tanya. I think 100 years ago, I would have loved to live 100 years ago, by the way, and play chess then. But
What, you're not 100 years old?
150. But I think the fact was that they didn't have so much knowledge, so everything was a surprise, which maybe means that nothing was a surprise, I don't know. But you were just used to the surprise. And then there was the time a bit later when computers and deeper preparation, like Kasparov, he would play the same thing every time. He would play the King's Indian, he would play the Najdorf, and he was just like, I'm not even going to try and surprise you. Just come at me. I'm going to play the same thing. And it worked. And now the modern, started by Magnus maybe, but the modern trend is just pure surprise. Gukesh was doing it as early as move 5 in the World Championship match. It was just early surprise is always better. And it's all about the clock. It's all about the psychology. And yeah, I think he's looking at those moves like E5, C5, bring the knight out. But so much choice, and that's the issue here.
Yes, and we do see on the cameras that Arjun is not on his seats. And there's a special reason for that, because he's been visiting the confessional booth. And we're going to take a break and step away. When we come back, we're going to have lots of action. But you've heard our thoughts. If you are subscribed to chess, worldchess.com, well, then you can hear Arjun's thoughts. So hit subscribe and enjoy.
I'm a bit surprised to see Gukesh doing this early on. This is the same opening as the famous Magnus Niemann game from 2022. But maybe he's thinking to deviate somewhere early so that probably he could avoid some potential preparation. And yeah, Wei played this interesting move C3 quite early on in the Rosalemo. I think it's not known at the highest level, or at least not popular. That will surely be an exciting game to watch. And of course, Magnus Hikaru Magnus is also going to be exciting. Let's see how this will turn out.
We are back. It's Norway Chess 2025, and we are going to dive straight into the action between Wei Yi and Fabiano Caruana. Well, Arjun there in his confessional, he mentioned it, that hang on a second, players don't play like Wei Yi is playing right now. So we are going to do an express deep dive on this. What on earth is happening, and why is that H-pawn moving 2 squares forward?
Yeah, this is a really brand new position for me, for Fabiano, definitely for everyone. There have been no games in chess history that have reached this position, and
Wow.
yeah, it's only move 7.
Novelty.
And maybe let's go back and explore how we got here, because it started in very normal fashion. It was the Sicilian defense. Wei Yi has been playing e4 since he was born, pretty much, and he plays the Rossolimo Sicilian, the bishop coming out to put pressure on this black knight, the e6 variation, and this is the first moment that Arjun referenced in his confessional. He said that the move c3 is very rare and almost unknown at the top level. White almost exclusively castles or takes this black knight, 2 very natural moves, one doubling the black pawns, and that becomes very strategic, or castling, which is very flexible. c3 immediately wants to control the center. Black, of course, fights for the center here, and the quiet move d3. This is a bit of a dilemma for Fabiano Caruana. He could try and take the queens off the board by exchanging here in the middle on e4 and grabbing on d1, but this is an endgame. This is very comfortable for white. The king goes to c2. Still a lot of play ahead, and maybe not suiting Fabiano's mood to try and equalize in that type of manner. Instead, he brings his bishop out, very natural, and as soon as the black knight comes out, blocking the potential danger on the e-file, but also trying to develop later to the g6 square, where Yi preemptively prevents that by playing the move pawn to h4. This is well known actually in certain lines of the Rossolimo, but normally once there's been a trade on c6, so putting his own spin on it, Wei Yi. And surprise value, we talked about it before. He's definitely profited here. He's 10 minutes up already.
Yeah, it's really not what Fabi wants, right? Yesterday he had a tough loss with the white pieces against Hikaru, and now he's been surprised with h4. You're kind of like, oh, come on, just let me complete development, let me get my king to safety, and then, then we can embrace everything.
And I think with Fabi, it wasn't just the score yesterday, right? It was the narrative of the whole game, where you essentially have an absolutely balanced game start to finish. Your opponent is not ambitious, and you get this equal position, but you've burned so much of your clock. And then slowly Hikaru starts smelling blood and putting pressure in that endgame, just continues to play, and eventually with no time on the clock, Fabi, after a marathon game, making a mistake and losing that endgame out. And that's tough to deal with. That's not how you want a tournament like Norway Chess, where every single round is going to be so incredibly hard to start. And then you come in, you play against Wei Yi, like you're saying, the first opening surprise. And this is what I wanted to check with you. The biggest question when someone plays h4, do you stop it in its path, but with that also leave behind some weaknesses, namely the g5 square, where either the knight or the bishop can jump to? Or do you just simply ignore that advance and start doing things on the other flank? Fabi's made his choice. What would have been your approach?
Yeah, I think my instinct would have been the same. I'm really scared of allowing my opponent too much space to maneuver. And let's just to mention as well, the 2 things that are bugging Fabi here is mainly the development of this bishop and the fact that his king's stuck in the middle. To develop this bishop, you might also need to fianchetto. You want to put a pawn on g6, but this just walks into a ready-made attack on the h-file. So it's not just the fact that the knight wanted to use the g6 square, you also wanted to kind of fianchetto, but here you would just get hit and kicked back home. You get your bishop trapped in some variations like this one, or something along these lines. And so h5, it just feels like it solves the immediate problems, but as you say, Tanya, it's not just the fact that the g5 square is weakened. Long-term castling on the king side also looks dangerous, but at least for a while he has a safe square for his knight, and white now castling also a bit risky, having pushed the pawn to h4. I know in freestyle chess, I've been looking at a lot of freestyle chess, and normally there, if someone pushes a corner pawn, you should block it. So maybe just going by those rules of wisdom.
Just want to point out one small subtle difference between the h4, h5, because it might look that black also has that g4 square that we're highlighting for white, but for Wei Yi, it's just an easier access. Fabi's bishop or knight can't really get to that square for an eventual attack on the king or the h4 pawn if it's required, but it just seems easier access for Wei Yi. I think these last 2 moves definitely promises that this one's going to be a fun battle in the middle game.
Yeah, definitely. There's going to be questions of king safety, piece maneuvers. I mean, I can't wait for this one to brew up nicely. But let's go back to the bird's eye view. And, you know, Arjun has taken to confessionals like a duck to water because he's done another one.
Another one.
And let's just peek behind the curtain and have a listen.
My last move A4, I think, is the first new move at the highest level. And black has tons of options and various plans to choose from. So it's very understandable that he's spending a lot of time here. And also I just realized, I think except for the Humpy game, every other board has, white has more time than black.
Well, Arjun being a typical chess player, I would say, because he's, you know, first up, he's quite happy that he's made a new move and forced his opponent to think. Secondly, he's been observing the patterns on the other boards.
He's been looking at the clocks, and Arjun's one of the fast players on the Indian teams. You know, you always see him with that clock advantage. So he makes a great observation, Peter. David, even, that all the boards blacks ahead on the clock. Why did I just call you Peter? Where did that even come from?
I'm honoured. It's a great name. Been working with Peter Lecco too long, Tanya.
Yeah, I mean, you can't feel bad about that.
I've called you Ivanka once or twice.
Once or twice, like 100 times, by the way, on every broadcast.
I feel flattered.
It's just amazing. I mean, I feel flattered as well, Ivanka, but he just never stops.
You've both got great hair. What can I say? Like, it's confusing for me.
That is true. Thank you.
Oh.
In the meantime, maybe we do jump into the Arjun game just for a moment, and maybe then we'll go and check out Magnus or someone else, because Arjun, there's only been one move, but Gukesh is committed to something very sharp, and Gukesh is also 35 minutes down on the clock, and not to be seen. I don't know if he's in the confessional now, confessing his sins from no opening prep in this variation, clearly, but Arjun, he's loving life. It looks very scary, this type of position with a pin now, the two bishops kind of crisscrossing if you're not prepared.
Yeah, and he's playing super quickly as well, you know. Look at the top, the talk? The tick-tock, the click, clock, click, clock. I don't know what's wrong with me today. Clock.
Tick-tock goes the clock, yeah?
Yeah,
The bank
It's
rank.
perfect.
Tick-tock goes the clock.
Okay, what do we make of this? Because if black doesn't defend this pawn, if this pawn is captured, it's level material and you're facing the bishop pair, Gukesh, he's actually been away from the board for quite a while now.
I think Gukesh is the one player that I would love to see in the confession, but I would be absolutely shocked if he actually showed up. For some reason, I just feel he's so incredibly focused and locked in when the game's on. Yeah, someone needs to put it on his contract that he has to get into that confession at least once.
Well, it's encouraged, right?
Yes.
It's
Not
strongly
enforced.
encouraged that the
Yes.
players go to the confessional and just, you know, share whatever they think, you know. I had a great day today, great preparation. Didn't appear, though.
Just love it. It's unfiltered thoughts, right? And it's great to see that happen. So yeah, you guys need to go subscribe
Yes.
to be able to get to those thoughts that the players share with us. But to your point, David, a pawn sacrifice on the board right now, which was the move of choice by Gukesh. Arjun didn't immediately take it. I don't know if we can just back up and show why not. Instead, he doubles down on that pawn.
Yeah, taking it was possible. It's not a bad move necessarily. The queens will come off the board though, and I think in this endgame, despite having the bishop pair, it's actually similar to the Carlsen-Niemann game that we talked about earlier. Firstly, the white king is misplaced, and although queens are off, that could be a small issue later. It's more the fact that if these two pawns disappear, I don't know how exactly I'm going to make that happen, but let's say that these two pawns disappear. White is still the one with more weaknesses on that flank, on the queen side there, than black. And yeah, especially if black is ever able to activate this bishop. Still a bit of a problem for now, but if that ever gets solved, then black has long-term, has the chances. So, okay, a couple of quick moves caught my eye there. Let's go back to the game. Bishop a3 was met by queen to a5. As soon as Gukesh came back to the board, he played that one very quickly, and queen c2. Arjun is definitely in preparation. There's still a pin here. There was a big threat against this pawn with a check defended. And I do wonder whether you can sacrifice the exchange here. You can actually take this pawn and allow the rook to be captured. Maybe white actually kind of makes a makes a short pit stop here on the b4 square, breaking the pin, kicking the black queen, and then goes and captures the black rook. Maybe that's the issue. But yeah, Gukesh, this cannot be a pleasant experience, facing heavy prep, already 38 minutes down on the clock, and coming off the back of a loss yesterday against someone you've lost to 5 times without reply. This is, this is really Gukesh up against everything right now.
Yeah, totally. And that kind of begs the question, right? How do you approach a game where you're playing someone who you've got a terrible score against?
I think it's one of the toughest things to do in chess. I mean, even the best struggle with it, right? We saw Hikaru versus Magnus, a 14-1, so lopsided, and it is a psychological block. This one definitely also very surprising. 5 wins for Arjun, 0 to Gukesh. I have also dealt with this problem and haven't been very successful. I think it's just hard to play against these players. I think yesterday's loss should be something that Gukesh shouldn't worry too much about. He did play a great game. You know, in time scramble, you can make those inaccuracies. It was that one mistake against Magnus. But the bigger thing, knowing Gukesh, I think these players are just motivated to break that psychological block even faster. They see it as an opportunity to overcome a huge barrier as quickly as possible. So I wonder if the younger generation deals with it better than at least my generation did, where they see it as, you know what, this is my adversary, this is my nemesis, this is my opportunity to do things better this time.
Yeah, probably. Just judging on their results, I mean, I think they just have this short-term memory. They're able to get things out of their system. Tanya, I want to know, who's your biggest nemesis? Who would be your Arjun Aragaisi here?
Oh,
with the one-sided
yeah,
scores?
there were quite a few. I think I always struggled playing against Chinese women players, so especially in the Olympiads, and that was something. So we had different boards. No shame in admitting this, but I think Wenjun has a great score against me. But I'm probably not the only one in that. I think amongst the Indian players, it's harder to come up, but I would say like Harika was a player that I did find difficult to play against. So yeah, a couple of players who were not easy to fight because simply the ghosts of the past, they haunt you.
Yeah, they do. You know.
What about you guys?
Well, the one that comes to mind for me is Alexandra Kostaniuk. She just smashes me off the board whenever I play her. And the one time I was a piece up on an online event, she still won. So, yeah, absolutely. It's difficult. It's very difficult. And there we go back to our bird's eye view. David, I'm just going to quickly throw it to you.
I don't want to say his name. It makes me want to cry. Wang Hao. I hate that guy. Oh. He stopped me from qualifying for the candidates. He knocked me out the World Cup. He beat me in England versus China match. He beat me when we were kids. First time I ever played him, I was like one of the highest seeds in the World Under-14 Championship, and he was an unrated player, and I played this troll opening because I thought it would just be an easy win, and he crushed me in like 20 moves. And he's just had my number ever since.
These Chinese grandmasters, they're too good for us.
They're too good.
Well, someone who is a juggernaut of chess is, of course, Magnus Carlsen. And I can give you the heads up. He's in the confessional booth. And, of course, if you want that inside scoop, then hit the subscribe button. And in the break, you'll be able to listen to Magnus's deep and inner thoughts.
Okay, speaking of, I mean, we see them on camera. Maybe we jump into that game. It's been a while. We've had some maneuvering, but the first real action has just happened and is happening. There's some small tactics on the board, and I do slightly worry that the game is going to become a bit symmetrical now, but that doesn't mean it's fizzling out or anything. But, okay, this is the live position. Let's quickly backtrack to when we were last here. We actually left it quite a while ago. Let's do a bit of a deeper dive because it was the Spanish. Hikaru in the confessional earlier was talking about how he played this d3 move to keep tension, protecting his pawn. Fewer main lines now. We see some quick exchanges, which we'll catch up with. Castles, black castles, the knight comes out. We were talking about maneuvering. It's all about the central breaks, who can get there first. And this black knight in the Italian game, in the Spanish, often is a bit misplaced because it's actually controlled. It can never jump forward due to the presence of a white pawn on c3. So it actually reroutes towards the king side. White does the same. A very typical maneuver, and all 4 knights are just going to sit in front of their respective kings, keeping them safe. Now Magnus strikes out just before Hikaru was ready himself. We see a trade of pawns in the center, and just to mention, there is a pawn sacrifice, but this is a bit of a trick. If you capture this pawn now, there will be a trade, and black can swoop in and play bishop takes pawn check, luring out the white king for a double attack here. The white rook would then be lost, so this is not something white wants to see. Hence Hikaru playing d4 himself, and I've got to say, I hate these positions. Playing them, it's so hard to know what to do. Like, what is your plan? It's so symmetrical in terms of the knights. The other white knight will sit on g3. White bishop might come back to b3. And it's like, who's going to blink first? It's so difficult to know exactly what to do.
And also, I hate to mention this, but you did bring up the topic earlier on. Like, both sides have their problem childs, right? The bishop on c1, where are you going to develop it to? And, you know, as a classical player, I really want to connect my rooks. And the same goes for this bishop on c8. It's got no squares.
I'll give you a square, queen h4, knight f4, bishop takes pawn.
Boom. GG.
But actually, to both of your points, you know, it looks, at least to me optically, that Magnus has solved all opening problems here. It just feels with the entire center liquidated and Magnus having this beautiful bishop on a7. There is a square on that f4 the knight can always jump to. The queen feels like it could land on h4 any moment. I don't see how Hikaru as white will be pushing for edge in this one, Ivanka.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult, right? I mean, there's no tension in the center. It's all going to be about piece development, as you mentioned there, Tanya. So yeah, I can well see that Magnus will play this very aggressively, but these positions, I got to stress time and time again, they're so complicated, and they're primarily complicated because of the bishops. And it's to do with like the potential of the bishops. It's not even what you see on the board. It's like maybe 10 moves ahead in the future.
But with what you have, would you pick white or black, a side to play with this position?
I think I would probably go for white because I've seen so many times that this bishop on a4, which just looks like a terrible piece, it just relocates to c2 and then suddenly it becomes like this beast.
So you're picking white, David?
I'll probably pick white too, although I know these positions, computers always say it's dead level. I've analysed these types of positions. They also come from the Italian game a lot, where normally the white bishop might be on b3, which maybe is a slightly better square. But the computer always says 0.0, but then you have to find some really weird moves to keep the balance. Like, computers always recommend the move bishop to e6. We were talking about the problem child. They always just want to put a bishop on e6 and say, take me, take me. But then the f-file opens and the f2 square becomes weak. I lost a very painful game to Michael Adams on the black side of almost this exact position. So I'm a bit scarred. I'm a bit, talking of nemesis, nemesis, kryptonite players. Yeah, I'm going to say I prefer white. Although here, the bar slightly prefers black, which confuses me. Maybe it's because white's wasted a move with h3. It's all these small tempo things.
I was just going to say, I just don't understand you guys. I mean, for me, I would take black here. You know, I would be thinking about that knight f4 move that we earlier spoke about. Maybe even getting that knight solid at the center of the board. Bishop e6 is not a move that would be on my radar. Simply, like you said, it's a move that's often recommended with some thematic ideas. Right now, whether it's possible or not tactically, just giving up that bishop, yes, for opening up that f line, it's something. I do love the bishop pair, so I'd keep it. But to me, it just feels like black's play is going to flow smoother. Team Liquid reference right there.
Nice.
Knight f4 ideas, queen h4, maybe b5, relocate that problem child to b7 at a certain moment. Both those bishops targeting the king side. I don't know, have I convinced either of you to change your minds?
Well, there's a lot of potential, right? The big problem in chess is that there's two people dancing on the board, right? and that's a problem, actually, that I forget, you know? I always like, yeah, I love this plan. And then suddenly my opponent stops and I'm like, that's no fun.
Yeah, if only we could get 5 moves in straight.
Exactly, that would be, I think I did play that variant when I was a kid. Like, you play one move, your opponent has 2 moves, 3 moves. And then
Scotch chess?
Scotch chess, yeah.
Scottish chess. You've inspired me though, Tanya, like Team Liquid. I'm thinking of puns now. Team Liquid looking pretty solid. I don't know. But right now, I do think that the white bishop is actually slightly misplaced. It should be, as Ivanka said, either on c2 or b3. So maybe that's like half a tempo that Hikaru needs to spend. h3 is kind of a waste of a tempo. Often, actually, you want the pawn on h2, just because h3, there's often sacrifices, as you mentioned, just to blow open the king side. And also, the white knight's on f1. It should be on g3. So I'm thinking, like, white is 3 half tempos down. It's a symmetrical position. Black, meanwhile, has like this half tempo up with the knight here, but doesn't have control over the e-file. So I'm like counting. It's like both sides have pros and cons. Maybe white does have fewer pros here than in the normal symmetrical positions of this type.
Actually, I can't wait to hear what Magnus is thinking in the confessional, right?
We've got to subscribe, guys.
Exactly.
Well, we're already subscribed, David Howell. You're
that's what
not
I mean.
supposed to say that.
That's what I mean. Ad free.
All right, but okay, I just want all of us to go super honest for the next 3 minutes, okay? So I have a question.
We're always honest, Tanya.
Yes, of course. We are subscribed, promise.
Yeah.
So Magnus Hikaru, right? World number 1 versus world number 2. This is the big chess rivalry. The fans love it. They're starved to see this match. They're always excited whenever it's there. But over the results that we've seen, is that a narrative or is that a real rivalry that we are seeing in the chess world? David, I'll start with you.
You're digging for a soundbite here, aren't you, Tanya?
Yes, clip it and ship it.
I don't know. I mean, I like the fact that it is kind of deemed a rivalry, that there is narrative, and they do genuinely meet themselves, especially in online tournaments, speed tournaments. They do meet each other in big finals, but it's a very one-sided rivalry. I think, I can't really recall Hikaru winning a big high-stakes game against Magnus. I don't know if he has. Maybe in the Speed Chess Championship one year, there was one victory in a final, but Magnus has Hikaru's number. He's in his head. Yeah. We saw it last week when Hikaru resigned in a winning position. We've seen it when he's kind of self-destructed in level positions so many times against Magnus. It's something to prove, maybe, for Hikaru.
Yeah, I really agree with you there, David, because there's a lot of hype between the two. They've played each other an awful lot of times, and it is just one-sided. And there's a lot of drama, right? They play fun games. I mean, that's the thing about them, and they have such big reputations, the both of them. And Hikaru is so quick, so good, has this incredible aura about him. Magnus, legend of the game. Yeah, I mean, it's the closest thing we've got so far.
Yeah, I remember this interview of Magnus where he said he has no rivals, and then tier 2 Hikaru's there. But to your point, I think when it comes to these shorter time formats, we can actually see how epic their rivalry is much more often than in classical play. You said he's inside Hikaru's head with that 14-1 score. You've got real estate inside someone's head. I mean, that's a massive domination in classical. Yeah. And I think for Hikaru, there was this phase where he did overcome that mental block. But somehow in recent times, it just feels like, and I think Magnus himself mentioned this, right? That Hikaru isn't able to play his best against Magnus. For some reason, he falls short in those critical moments.
Yeah, and we should mention that neither player was at the board. Hikaru's in the confessional right now, so maybe he'll give us an answer as well to this question, why he struggles against Magnus. My personal theory is, maybe because of the psychological side, is that Hikaru's been shaping his game to try and mimic Magnus in recent years. He's become much more of a grinder. He's playing kind of surprise weapon openings. He's playing longer games, just like we saw Hikaru win against Fabi yesterday. And it works against everyone else.
Yeah.
But the problem is Magnus is still that 1-2%, maybe 5% better in every aspect. And if you're trying to copy someone's style, you'll never be perfect at it. So,
you'll never do it as good as them.
Yeah, exactly.
There was an interesting thing that Hikaru once said about Magnus. He said, way back in the past, they played this epic private match against each other, and it was like a training thing. And Hikaru reflected on that and said he thought it was a big mistake because it allowed Magnus to figure him out, and that accounted for the big scores. But I tell you one thing, though, the score otherwise, whenever these two meet, as a fan, I get very, very excited.
Yeah, a lot of sportsmen, sportswomen as well, they have this mantra, it's like, if not me, then who? And it's Hikaru must be saying, like, if not me, if it's not going to be me stopping Magnus, then who? And he keeps getting these chances, and it does feel like sooner or later he will break this trend, and eventually he'll get him in a big game. Is today going to be that day? That's the big question.
Yeah, that is the big question. And there's another big question, David. Yesterday you revealed to us and to the world that you have a rather special talent, I would say.
Oh no.
And chat has spoken. They were asked, do you want David's player's hand analysis? And the answer was yes.
Let's do this,
Bring
David.
it on. Come on, David.
Let's start with the guys on our screen.
Is my chess analysis not enough? Well, I mean, the thing is, I've known Magnus for years. The wedding ring still, it's new. It messes with my mind. I think him and Hikaru, they might be the only two married players out of this field. I don't know how to analyze Magnus's hands. I don't know his hand twin. Arjun Erigaisi, I mean, I learned about hand twins watching Friends when I was a kid. Arjun Erigaisi, his hand twin is Gawain Jones. Hikaru, he's always worn a ring, by the way. He's always worn this like kind of signet ring or this family, I'm not sure exactly what ring it is, but yeah, I'm pretty sure if you told me, I could identify a player just by their hands. Maybe we'll do that as a quiz later in the week on social media or something. But yeah, these two have very distinctive hand movements. Magnus has always got his hands in and around his face or just down by his sides. Hikaru, it's always kind of always crossed on.
But does that tell us something about the position? Like when Magnus does either of the two that you mentioned?
Not right now. I think it's too early.
Is there a tell? Have you noticed?
These two, it's hard to read. I mean, they just play good moves all the time, so it's hard to know when there is a tell. And it's more about the movements. That's my pattern recognition. It's not necessarily about the tells, the giveaways.
What about this scratching of the chin?
Yeah, that's normally just when he's double checking.
Gotta love chess podcast.
Yeah, more about hands later.
But I will tell chat that actually before we started the show, David was so convinced on his Gawain Jones and Arjun Erigaisi hand twin story that he took out photos. He had proof with him to show me that what he said, stands. And chat, check it out. David was right.
It's a thing. Trust me. It's like, I promise I'm not imagining it.
So Google Gawain Jones, Google Arjun Erigaisi, and you'll see it.
They both sit like this, like this.
Yeah, or they've got their...
like this.
Yeah.
Or like, yeah, and Gawain's always, I don't know. look it up. Anyway, back to the chess. Magnus has made some moves.
David digging himself into a hole. I love it. No, but David, I think your talents are wasted. You should be like a hand model scout. But
Are you saying he doesn't have the face for modeling? Is that what we're saying?
Model scout.
Oh, a scout. I thought he should be just the hand model.
Also,
Yeah.
You got great hands. David.
Thank you.
But you could also be a model. But let's get back to the chess.
Yeah, let's get back to the chess because Magnus has actually played some very ambitious moves. And we were talking about symmetry, like two knights in the center, fixed there. Magnus took advantage. I think that was the only chance he had to try and actually create some asymmetry here. And if we just go back 2 moves, Magnus, we were talking about maybe queen h4, looks very tempting. Maybe a knight into f4, also super tempting. I love that idea from Tanya. But he chose instead to kick away White's knight from the center, which retreated. This is very double-edged because the black bishop could be out of the game, no longer looking scary on this diagonal. So you kind of want to move this pawn out of the way a bit later. But he backed it up with very energetic play. Again, b5 hitting a piece, forced to retreat. And now we talked about the problem child. Looks pretty strong. Maybe the best minor piece, if anything. This bishop, if Magnus gets time later, he'll also push his c-pawn forward, unleash his other bishop. I love the trend for Magnus. It's always nice as well. It feels like momentum's on your side when you're the one gaining tempo, and developing pieces in the process.
Me liking black at that moment didn't convince you guys, but the last few moves, those bishops eventually becoming these snipers from one side to another. Are you more on team black now?
I think you were right, Tanya. I think you were right.
Yavanka, still taking white here? Still brave enough?
Okay, can I say, my human instinct is to agree with you. My chess player instinct is to go, no, I will not back down.
No surrender. It's still better for white.
White is winning.
Of course, computer says 0.0, so we're all right.
But I think it's a fun position, especially considering that there are no central pawns. Usually when you have that, it's dull chess when the center is so liquidated. But I think this promises to still be a fight. I wonder if Magnus is feeling ambitious about his chances looking at those 2 bishops. I mean, the more I look at them, the scarier they get. It's like they're getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah, like his hair. I know we'll find out in the break, at least, with the confessional from Magnus, but yeah, he must be loving this. Actually, this position, if you pick up the c5 pawn, just to mention pattern recognition and all that, if you kind of pick up the c5 pawn and just throw it off the board, this looks a bit like a Marshall gambit. Maybe White would have a pawn on d4. Maybe that's the better analogy. White would have an extra pawn in those positions, and often just having a bishop on b7, having knights with access to the opponent's half of the board, that is enough on its own to give good compensation. So it feels like Magnus has, at least equalized, maybe even more. Down 15 minutes on the clock, but I think that's not so much of an issue here in this position.
Yep. Wow. Okay, well, the question is for Hikaru, how is he going to neutralize Magnus's piece activity? We're going to be finding out, but yes, maybe we go back to the bird's eye view and have a look at the other developments.
Just as we move away from that game, Magnus yesterday finished with 98.6% accuracy. Hikaru was 98.2 accuracy at the end of his game. Guess what they're on right now?
98.4.
Hikaru's at 98.5. Magnus is higher.
Whoa.
That's insane, though, because you look at the position that they have, you'd almost think that White had made some inaccuracy here and there, right?
Oh.
And then the computer's like, no, still perfect chess.
Magnus is 99.7.
No, that's almost 100% accuracy. And this is obviously not some preparation, right? This is over-the-board play by Magnus. That's what the clock tells.
Yeah, crazy. But back to those perfectionists a bit later.
Amazing.
Okay, what else catches your eyes right now? No moves between Arjun Erigaisi and Gukesh. Gukesh is under the 1 hour mark. That's a bit worrying.
I'm looking at the top right board there, Wei versus Fabiano, because the pawn formation really catches my attention in that, with Fabi's pawn that stepped up the board, it's almost like you divide the board into two halves, right? Where now you've got this play where you're looking as black to push that A pawn, to push that B pawn, and I wonder if for Wei that means that he focuses his attention on the king side.
Yeah, that's really fascinating. It's another type of position I really struggle with both colours because it's so tense. I think tension's the key to all the games so far. Very few exchanges. This one, there've been 0 trades so far. And yeah, just to recap the last 2 moves since we were last here, we talked about h4, h5, pros and cons, but maybe necessary from Fabi. Wei castled, showing that he doesn't really think he's going to attack on the king side yet. And that was the signal for d4. And yeah, just to show Tanya's idea, a6, b5 expansion coming. Maybe the black knight will now happily sit on g6, where it might even hit a pawn in the process. d4 was necessary because if the knight had moved, there would have been an opening of the center. So he's trying to block it up, Fabi. I've got to say, I normally like the space in the center with a pawn on d4, but he is behind in development, Caruana. Ivanka, who would you pick?
It's very difficult, these type of positions, because again, I'm looking at the pieces, and the bishop on d7 doesn't look like it's got a great future. Bishop on b5 is offside. It's not easy for White to come up with an active plan aside from putting a piece on g5. But then again, it's not easy for Black. I can see that Black is going to have some problems in developing and just answering the question, where is the king going to go? Are you really going to be castling kingside? In that case, you have to probably back that up with some g6 pawn formation, but do you want to weaken the dark squares like that? So it's a lot of unanswered questions for me that it's very tense.
Adding to that list of unanswered questions, one would be, what do you do in the center, right? Do you keep the tension as is? Do you trade? Do you dissolve that tension and then kind of get a fixed pawn formation and then decide how you continue? For me, that is actually the biggest question playing this position. Does White keep the pawn on c3 or does he trade on d4?
Yeah, it's tough, right? Normally keeping the tension is preferable unless you gain something concrete immediately. You also give Black a decision, like, let's just put a couple of moves on the board. If pawn takes pawn, Black can take with the knight. Maybe you take with the pawn because you have a bit more space and you want to keep pieces on normally when you have a bit more space. But taking with the knight would pretty much force some exchanges. Let's say everything starts coming off and yeah, Black has easy development, knight coming out, bishop coming out. Still, I don't know where the Black king's going. Maybe that's the issue here.
Maybe that's the problem child in this position now.
The problem adult, the king. But yeah, either way.
Problem man-child.
Problem man-child, yeah. Maybe you do trade the pawns and then quickly try to, for example, bring your knight round to c4, maybe a bishop out to f4, maybe bring a rook to an open file and just pretend you're developing pieces. Maybe in a blitz game, that's what I would do.
Yeah, I would spend like 20 minutes and take the wrong decision. That's what I would do.
It's a difficult one, right? There's so many questions to be answered and you're almost having to look ahead into the future. Okay, your king belongs here. And it's just really about kind of coordinating the pieces in the correct way. And it's not an easy task by any means. We're all title players and we're kind of struggling in this type of position. It's a little bit too much for me. Is it bad of me to kind of go, we'll leave that to the players?
Not at all.
And can we go back to the bird's eye view? Because there's one position which I'd love to go to, which to my eyes is a joy to behold. And it's the game between the old rivals, Anna Muzichuk against Hampi Kanaru. And it's got one of my favorite pawn structures on the board. White has a clamping pawn on d5. Some pieces have been traded off. The kings have already determined where they're going to go. And the plan for White is so simple. You're just going to be just using that half-open C line.
And
Knight coming to D4, you know, I'm just loving this.
you're liking White's position, Anna Muzichuk.
Absolutely.
Just to mention, this game is at move 16. The Gukesh game, he's 1 hour and 3 minutes down on the clock.
Oh, wow.
Which is crazy. So no moves there to mention. Nothing to update you on at home, but we will let you know. Big development will be when Gukesh finally moves. This game, yeah, I've got to say I like White as well. Even if Black breaks out, Black's just going to be left with an isolated pawn in the center. It feels like, yes, you're opening up a line for your bishop, but without the bishop pair, you don't really have compensation for the weaknesses. Yeah, knight to d4. I love your move here, Jovanka. I just want to backtrack 1 second because I don't know if it's a glitch, but rook takes e3 here was given a red on my screen. It's not a question mark move. I was just curious why that was given a red here. But okay, knight to d4 I'm expecting, and maybe a switch towards the black king soon.
And for Humpy, she has to. I mean, the last move just indicates that her idea is, in fact, to get that break in that you're talking about, because that bishop in b7 right now, you're just wondering what bishop am I even talking about until you get that c6 move going. It's almost a pre-move, right? If you're black here, play c6.
Yeah.
Did you just see that? That's a technical genius there. Yeah.
See what?
What? Oh, nice.
I'm going to do some that type of position. I do wonder whether it's... Whoops, I didn't mean to do that one. That was it. Okay, I'm going to stop now. But I do wonder whether it's a race. Like, Anna Muzichuk, she loves to attack if she can. And I wonder, starting with knight d4 looks so tempting just to put some moves on the board. c6 pre-move, as we were talking about. But already, I don't know, I smell some knight f5, rook g3. If you can get your queen on this long diagonal and combine it with knight to f5, you're almost winning on the spot. The problem is you can't use the c3 square. You will get hit on the next move. So I wonder whether you maybe trade and then just kind of put your queen in the center, swing the rook, swing the knight, and try to deliver some kind of checkmate, maybe a queen on the d4 square as well.
That's crazy that the bar sort of still remains in balance with all these ideas that you're telling. It almost feels like Black's about to get checkmated in the next 5 moves.
Yeah, I guess Black does have moves. We were talking about it earlier. Black is allowed to play too. I wonder whether it's like only move territory though. If we go back to the current position, I would play this in a heartbeat, I think, knight to d4.
Very tempting.
It's just so tempting, right? And Anna, it's very much in her style. Like, you also have a nice choice as well. You don't have to go for the king. You can also just kind of wait for the c6 break and then kind of trade pawns and then target the d6 pawn. That's, again, super easy chess. And often that's something that you just need. You need an easy game. You don't necessarily need to be, like, massively winning or much, much better. Just have that ability to find a good plan.
I think it's a dream position. You know, you're playing with the white pieces up on the clock, beautiful flow of pieces. The rook, which has just landed on e3 as a trade, perfectly placed for that kingside attack. But I'm just thinking about what you just mentioned. Gukesh being down an hour on the clock, you know, and it's early days in that game. I've got it in front of me. David, we're on move 10, and Gukesh has less than 1 hour.
He's finally moved, at least, but he's 1 hour and 6 minutes down on the clock. That is already danger zone. And that's something we'll let you all know at home a bit later.
Yes. And there we're seeing, well, we're going to go on a very short break. And when we return, of course, we're going to see whether Humpy has managed to navigate herself out of trouble. But, of course, Norway Chess is all about the confessional. It's all about that inside scoop. And if you want that, those thoughts from the players, then you can go ad-free on chess.com by simply hitting the subscribe button. You can get the thoughts of both Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura in the next break, and so much more. Just take a look at all of those benefits. And we're going to go on a quick break, and when we return, we're going to dive into all of the action with the full knowledge of what Hikaru and Magnus are thinking.
So I know that Hikaru has been dabbling in these 5-3 D3 lines, and I have 2 to some extent. I just can never seem to remember all the subtleties. It's like, I think what Maxim said about the Italian a few years ago. Like, there are so many move orders, so many maneuvers that you just cannot remember. So what I chose now is a very typical plan, but I feel like he had something very similar against Fabi in the candidates where he won. But I seem to remember that objectively he wasn't that much better. But I don't know. I'm just, trying to play sensible chess. But there's a feeling that nothing too much can go wrong. It's just weird to have these positions where, you've seen it or something similar so many times, yet it's still hard to be completely accurate.
I decided to come back because my game has entered territory which is pretty stable objectively. One of the things with playing chess, whether it's over the board or online, is that you play so many games, there's so many different move orders and variations, and at some point it all becomes a blur. So
it's just weird to have these positions where, you've seen it or something similar so many times.
I think the position I have currently is the same position or very, very close to what I had against Fabiano in the candidates in Toronto in 2024. There might be a slight difference with the bishop being on A4 or C2. I'm not 100% sure on that. Not to start some kind of drama, but a little bit stronger than Fabiano, so he'll probably react a bit better. But the structure itself is very, very stable. So what it comes down to is whether Magnus is going to try to take my knight on d4 and get an isolated pawn, which is what Fabiano did against me in the candidates, or he's just going to try to be very stable and keep a symmetrical pawn structure. But it's reached a point where it's fairly dry. I think we're at a stage where probably the next 4 to 5 moves are going to determine if we're both very solid and accurate. It's probably going to be a draw. If not, it'll get exciting. So my game is not particularly the most relevant to this round. Since I usually talk about the other games, the game between Arjun and Gukesh is very interesting. One thing is, Gukesh has been maligned perhaps recently. People talking about how he might be the weakest world champion, this, that, yada, yada, yada. And it seems as though he's not well prepared for this line that Arjun played. He's already down an hour on the clock very early on. After the loss yesterday, he's definitely feeling some nerves or lack of confidence. And so I'm very worried about his position for a second day in a row, because if he gets low on time with a no increment before move 40, he's just going to get blown away. So very concerned for Gukesh. Fabiano's game is some kind of Rossalimo. Looks pretty normal. Sort of Rossalimo selling Frenchish kind of pawn structure a little bit. So that game has a lot of play and life to it. Both those games are likely going to be more interesting than mine. But as I said, the next couple of moves will determine what happens in mine. So I'm just going to go see what happens. And maybe I'll be back. If the game gets interesting, I'll definitely be back. If the game gets boring, which I suspect it will, then probably I won't be back before an Armageddon. But either way, there's still a lot of life left to the day. So I'll see everybody later.
returning to Norway Chess, to Stavanger, and we are in full flow. The games are mega exciting, and I'm your host, International Master, and here to take us through every move of the game and showing us their brilliant insights and jokes. We have International Master Tanya Sajde, sometimes known as Ivanka. We also have Grandmaster David Howe, also sometimes known as Peter. Oh! And for those of you just tuning in, there's a little bit of an inside joke. It's because David sometimes calls Tanya Ivanka, and Tanya just dropped one on us and called David Peter.
What do you think about Peter's hands?
Peter Lecko? Yeah, great. Peter Heine, great. Yeah. Peter Svidler, also great.
Great hands.
Yeah, that's the one thing that binds them, great hands. And okay, let's go back to the chess. And there's been so much action happening on one board. Arjun Erigaisi against Gukesh. Feels like Gukesh has finally woken up from that slumber. He's down at under 45 minutes now. He's 1 hour and 10 minutes behind his opponent, but at least he's got a few moves down on the board.
Yeah, but that's a huge clock advantage. And the game's just getting started, right? Move 15, big questions lie ahead. And look at the position we have. It's not a simplified position where moves are going to come easy, fast and quick. David, should we backtrack and you can break down what just happened? Because this is pretty intense.
Yeah, this is only the beginning, I think, of Arjun Erigaisi's preparation. Very impressive stuff. We last left it a long, long time ago. And that was because it was a long, long think by Gukesh. And here he spent 30 minutes when we last left it before deciding not to react to this pin, instead to just develop his rook to bring it across. We'll see the point behind that rook move in a moment. Bishop takes pawn, so he's given the pawn back, level material. White is actually a lot better here if he gets 1 or 2 moves to develop and get castled due to the bishop pair and the nice pawn center. So Gukesh tried to create some threats, hitting the bishop, which moved, hitting the black rook, which then captured a pawn. Due to this pin. This was the idea behind Gukesh's rook shuffle and queen move a bit earlier. Now the white knight came out to hit the black rook, and accepting he's a pawn down, Arjun Erigaisi, the rook retreats. We see in exchange the blue arrow appears, showing it is by far the best move. Still preparation, and immediately knight d2 played after just 6 seconds by Erigaisi, and he's got 1 hour 55 after 15 moves.
Yeah. That's scary times, right?
That's the most terrifying part. I mean, Arjun's clearly in prep. And Gukesh at 43 minutes, that I think is the hardest thing to deal with, right? When you're taking more than 20 minutes on every move and your opponent just keeps blitzing it out, and the kind of position that you have in front of us where every move is going to be a high-cost move. Yes, you're up a pawn, but look at that lone king as black. Just all the pieces on the left side of the board, the pawn formation destroyed. This is quite terrifying to be black in.
Yeah, and also the format doesn't allow you really to have these types of long things because you ain't getting that added time. You know, just to remind ourselves, it is like 2 hours, and then the players only get a 10-second time bonus after they've completed move 40, which ain't a lot of time, frankly.
Yeah, I'm a time trouble addict, and even with a 30-second increment, which is kind of the main time control at most big tournaments, I always tell myself you have to reach move 20 with at least half an hour. Mm-hmm. Like, even that is too much time usage. But here he's at move 4. He's made 14 moves, Gukesh. He spent 1 hour and 20 minutes, and he doesn't get the 30-second increment.
I don't think I saw him in such a big think in the first 14 moves in his World Championship match against Sting. He's really been in the think tank, and this is an opening choice that he made, right? Arjun, in his confessional earlier, said that he was surprised that Gukesh chose an opening that Hans had played earlier and wondering what he had, but Arjun coming in with that A4 move, and every move after that has forced the world champion to think. And I'm just wondering, you know, it's a strange time to be Gukesh right now, which is such a weird thing to say because at 18 he made history becoming the world champion, right, Ivanka? Mm-hmm. But since you become the world champion, the youngest world champion, he sort of had a cross on his back. He's got a mark on his back. Every player is hungry to beat Gukesh. They want to win against the world champion. Every draw, every loss of Gukesh is now so heavily scrutinized, and it's sort of weighed in seeing and figuring out, is he a worthy world champion with every single result, which was not the case before he was the world champion. Now, as an 18-year-old, to deal with that dynamic, and I think Hikaru in an interview to Chess Base India yesterday mentioned that, strangely, Gukesh needs to prove himself at Norway Chess, while Gukesh in an interview said that he wants to focus on improving and not proving himself. It's so interesting to watch him deal with this situation at such a young age. You know, he had the year of his life in 2024. At 18, at 17, winning the candidates. At 18, winning the World Championship. And then to be asked to sort of prove your worth, that are you a worthy world champion at such a young age? How do you deal with that pressure, keeping in mind your own vision that what you really need to focus on is pushing your own boundaries?
Yeah, it's hard. Even if you do deal with the pressure, even if you're psychologically so strong, we've got to look at like concrete things that are affecting his chess as well. He's got so many more commitments now with like press, sponsorship, where like, meeting the Prime Minister. He's so busy. He literally doesn't have as much time as he used to study chess. And it's everywhere he goes, he's being mobbed. He's got eyeballs on him. It's so easy to kind of curl up and just try and hide from the world. But then you get stuck inside your mind. And this is, especially if you're in a tough patch of form, this kind of, it only spirals from there.
Yeah, totally agree with you. There's so much pressure and expectation on his shoulders. But I will say one thing for Gukesh, he has an incredible squad behind him. Yeah, you know, his second is Gajewski. His parents are always there. I mean, he's also done a lot of performance training, mind training with Paddy Upton. And Paddy was saying that, you know, he might be just 18 years old, but his wisdom really belies his years. So I do think it's not easy. He is up to the challenge, but yeah, we mustn't actually underestimate how difficult it is to be world champion.
You know, so watching his story unfold, you really realize why they say the crown wears heavy. You do the biggest achievement, the biggest dream of every chess player's life at such a young age, and then you still have to prove that you're worthy of that title. He did play the Tata Steel, where he had a pretty good run. Lost in the final game to Arjun Aragaisi, finished runners-up in the tiebreak against Prague, so his own teammates. But then since then, he's kind of had this slump, right? Whether it was freestyle chess or the recent Grand Chess Tour event as well. And I think for Gukesh, this one, the Norway Chess, is going to be test by fire, where every round, starting from his first game against Magnus, it's only going to get tougher. And what we're watching unfold in this one, it's not going to be an easy game for Gukesh.
Yeah, and there have been a couple of moves. We'll break those down in a minute. I just want to mention as well, like he's been compared to the likes of Magnus, who was so dominant. Kasparov back in the day was dominant as a world champion, but there have been moments. I mean, Vichy is a legend, one of the GOATs, but he had rough patches of form when he was world champion. It's never easy. Like everyone else is also really good. So I think if he just spends a year or two consolidating, kind of if he gets to 2800 and kind of sits there or around that, even if he's not winning every tournament, I think that's already a fantastic achievement for Gukesh. So it's just, it's hard to compare against these greats. You just need to be yourself, be your own world champion and stamp your own mark.
And to sort of deal with that noise, right? To understand that you have to focus on just getting better. Gukesh has said it himself that being the world champion is not his ultimate goal. It is not what he wants. He wants to be the best player in the world and he wants to work towards that. He's 18, just dealing with so much, and it's incredible to watch him grow, not only as a chess player, but as a person as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, we do see some moves being made. And it's not changing the position too much. It's just Gukesh just having to find these answers, as David's indicated, big threat on the board of lifting up a rook and munching on the c-pawn. Like you mentioned, the best player in the world. Well, that's currently Magnus. He's playing right now. And guess what? We can hear what he's thinking of his game against Hikaru. Watch this.
So when I was last in the confessional, I hadn't really thought of this possibility of going for c5 and b5 at all. And I think potentially his d4 could be a significant inaccuracy. I think he should probably have gone knight g3 first, and then after c6, which is the most logical move, then you get d4, you get kind of normal positions. So specifically because the pieces were arranged the way they were with the bishop on a4, I get this chance to play c5 and b5. And I mean, I think it just looks promising. I mean, I'm getting moves like queen c7 and rook d8 potentially. Also c4 is an option, and I don't really see what he's doing. So I maybe over optimistic, but I kind of feel that he has to look very seriously for equality here. But you know, maybe this is just a case of getting back to play after a while and being too enthusiastic, but I'm quite optimistic.
Ooh, well, there we heard Magnus feeling very optimistic about Hikaru and agreeing with you, saying, hey, I'm standing really well.
Yeah, he's echoing what we were discussing in the studio, right? With what we have, the board right there, those two bishops, the pawn flexibility, not only the play on the queen side, but the potential of a king side attack. Magnus Carlsen feeling happy about his position, never a good sign for his opponents.
Yeah, and Tanya, you played hand and brain with him last year in Singapore. I think something's rubbed off because you've got the exact same evaluation of the position.
Wish David Howell. Just anything, just will take 1% of Magnus Carlsen's skills.
Yeah, and we actually haven't had any moves since we were last here. It was about Magnus expanding with gain of tempo and then planting his bishop on the long diagonal. This bishop potentially super strong, especially if he gets one more move. This move you mentioned earlier, just unleashing the knight, unleashing the bishop. And yeah, this does look a bit scary for Hikaru. I think Magnus 100% spot on with his kind of mention of Hikaru mixing up the move orders a few moves ago. It should have been very safe for white. Instead, it's this position, also c4 in the air. Hikaru, instead of being 10-15 minutes up when we last left it, he's now a lot of time down. And we see on the top left of everyone's screens at home, if you're looking now, top left, he spent 31 minutes and counting on this move, Hikaru Nakamura.
He's feeling the pressure.
Yeah, he's
under pressure.
Yeah, but it's not easy to pull the brakes either, because when you find yourself letting slip of your position, I mean, you have to somehow try to liquidate, simplify the position, because Black's pieces, you can come knight to f4, queen to f6, centralize the rooks, and look at White's position, got no development going. But somehow or other, Hikaru has to find a way to untangle and not allow Black that amazing activity. Not easy.
Not easy at all. And you can see it. I mean, Hikaru's spending so much time. This is not usual behavior at all by Hikaru, So something definitely happens when he plays against Magnus with the white pieces, getting into these circumstances. Move 17 very early on. Hesitancy there by Hikaru. He pulls back as well. Magnus ambitious. And let's not forget, usually at tournaments, Magnus, the first couple of rounds, he does start slow, he feels the nerves, it's a bit shaky for him, but that hasn't been the storyline here, despite returning to classical, a normal classical tournament. I think exactly a year, right? Norway Chess was the last, not counting the Olympiad, the team event. Norway Chess, where he won in 2024. Now he comes back, and the game against Gukesh, crazy accuracy. The game against Hikaru so far, also close to 100%. What's going on?
Yeah.
I was going to say, we were talking about hand analysis earlier. Just by the way he lifted his hand, I was 100% sure he was going to play a4. Just the way he moved his hand up, I was like, he's pushing a pawn 2 squares. It's just, you just know it with these players.
We need a chessable course, on hand analysis by David Howell. Just sign me up for that.
I can recognize the players by their hands. Just by the way they lift their arm, I know what move they're going to... Magnus back on the board there.
I'm impressed. You just knew that, just from him going like that, that pawn is going to a4. It's like a hand sense, a sixth sense, yeah.
It's a hand whisperer.
They're pushing a pawn 2 squares, and that's the only pawn that can move 2 squares, I guess. Maybe that's why, but
yeah.
There's logic behind it as well.
I was just sorry I interrupted, but I was going to say there is something where you can, as a chess player, detect when someone is a beginner. Because
what happens?
They move their pieces in a very clunky way. The more times you play, you get this kind of smoothness to your flow.
Yeah, it's all in one smooth motion, right? It's just dudum, boom.
Yeah, it's like sometimes they'll pick a piece, and if they have to capture another, the other one's picked by the other hand. That's a sign.
Yeah.
No?
Yeah.
Also, if they use the same hand, the way they turn the piece around. What's your hand movement when you play a move?
It's like this.
The English school of chess is also how we drink tea, with a little finger up, we move the piece.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
In the meantime, I'm not sure this is a great move, by the way. I don't really know what it does, but I trust Hikaru. He puts some pressure on the queen side. No threat, though. He's passing the move back to Magnus, maybe hinting that he'll open up the file. But yeah, Magnus, I'm getting optimistic as well for his chances.
You're just a good friend, David Howell.
Well, I have no skin in this game. I would love to see Hikaru finally break the hoodoo that lies over him against Magnus Carlsen.
But one of my bugbears for this a4 move is it actually doesn't address the pressing issues that White has. And that's development, right? The knight on f1, the bishop on c1. And I can just see a future where the black queen has moved herself. She can go c7 just for fun. And then the rooks just come into the center. And then how are you going to escape the glare of the black rooks?
Yeah, to back up your point, the white queen doesn't have kind of an equal square, right? The black queen has so much freedom, as you mentioned. Like she can go, well, not e7, but she can go out. The white queen really lacking a clear, safe square to hide on. Maybe she'll have to be shielded by her pieces if the black rooks ever do glare down, as you say, Jovanka. I love that move. Just keep it simple. Into c7, something along those lines at least.
Yeah, it just feels so much easier to be black here than play with white. All right, so we'll see how Hikaru deals with the pressure and how Magnus mounts it on the next move. Should we zoom out?
Definitely.
Check in some of the other games as the world champion is coming under big time trouble territory, Jovanka.
Yeah, of course, Gukesh really struggling in terms of the clock. He seems to have been caught, well, he not seems to be, this is so British. He's been caught in preparation. And oh dear, it's very disconcerting to have an opponent that's just blitzing out the moves. And he's had some questions to answer, mainly about the pawn on c4. If Arjun wins that back and somehow Gukesh hasn't coordinated his pieces, he's going to be in trouble. But there's another world champion in the mix. Maybe we should take a look at her game, Ju Wenjun.
That is the most deeply progressed game so far. That's the furthest advanced one with a lot of exchanges. Sarah Kadem trading off a bunch of pieces. And yeah, Gukesh has at least made Erigaisi think. So I think maybe when we go back there, Erigaisi will have made a move. Gukesh will be under the half-hour mark and more drama. But for now, we go here. And we won't backtrack the whole way. Maybe just a few moves, because just 5 moves ago, this position looked totally different. And it looked dead drawn, I'm going to say. Utterly symmetrical, this position. Pawn structure, piece configuration, everything just speaks to equality. But Sarah Kadem, rather than just defend her central pawn, she changed the pawn structure. She offered an exchange here. Bishop to f5, a bit of a sneaky move, maybe hinting that if there's ever an exchange of rooks, the c2 square might come under black's control. There was an exchange. White grabs a pawn, black grabs a pawn, and I would actually rather be black here, if anything. It just feels like you've got more threats, hitting the bishop, hitting the pawn, outside pass pawn potential. 2 versus 1 on the queen side. It's a bit of a cliche, but those pawns will run very quickly if the queens come off the board.
And a lot easier to mobilize those pawns, right? The majority on the king side is much harder when there are majors on the board, because ideas like f4, g4 are only going to weaken white's king. So very often in this kind of a position, makes a lot of sense to keep at least the rooks, but rook and queen would even assist the pawns very easily, sort of moving forward towards that promotion. I agree with you. I think if anyone's got a push here, I would still say draw is the most likely outcome in this one. We get an Armageddon. But Wenjun, and knowing her style, we spoke about this yesterday, Yovi, she just plays a game out till the end. She enjoys these small positions with these small edges. I think she feels right at home. It's not going to be easy for Sarah to hold this one.
No, it's not going to be easy. And first up, there's an issue, right? You've got to defend the bishop on e2. Now, I just wanted to point out that don't defend it with your rook. Because the now newly known name, they've got to guess the right name now.
Yes.
We're changing the names of historical checkmates, aren't we?
Typos are encouraged in this name.
The name of the game.
But yeah, this would allow a tactic. Just to mention as well, if you move the bishop, you have to be a bit careful. Not many safe squares. Like coming forward to c4 looks like the most natural move in the world. But then, I'm not going to put Shout on the spot here, but this one would be a simple skewer. Actually, you don't lose a piece, I was going to say. Maybe you can save it with queen to b5, but yeah, you'll just be left in a horrible-looking endgame. Something like this, you'll lose a pawn and be suffering for eternity. So yeah, this current position, not easy. I'm actually coming to around to the fact that black might have a significant advantage unless white is accurate over the next 2 or 3 moves.
Yeah.
Probably the most natural move to my eyes would be bishop to f3, just to put some pressure here. But yeah, either way, it does feel like Sarah Kadem here maybe playing a bit too much for a draw. What do you think? Just the last few moves, it feels like she's trying to break the tension, but only helping black.
It's a signal of nerves, right? Exactly. Often when you're playing and you're trying to release the tension, trying to initiate those trades, rather than just hold firm and just accept that there's multiple possibilities on the board. But yeah, bishop f3, but she's taking her time over that because maybe she's considering, you know, black.
And our chat's taking
Yeah.
too much time in telling us what we asked. I mean, come on, guys. You got this one. Rook e1. What do we call this? And what's the move here? I was expecting a lot of grandmasters in chat, David, Jovanka, but no answers yet.
The armchair grandmasters at home. I thought everyone was a grandmaster these days. Yeah.
Oh, they're like, what did they ask?
They've checked out.
Oh.
All right,
Too much
one last
hand
try.
chat.
Black to play. And what is this tactical motive called, named and penned by Jovanka Hauskar right here in Norway Chess?
Only for Norway Chess.
Only for Norway
Yeah, as a
Chess.
special tribute to where we are playing.
Here's a hint for everyone at home. The best move isn't h6. It's a small hint here.
Yeah.
And we've got our first answer and our second answer. Shout out to Outlier. Queen takes bishop, bang, and then you come in. And we've also got the answer to Jovanka's question. It's Krishna 21234 coming in with the bank rank.
The bank rank mate. It's quite funny because as a junior, you actually call it a bank rank mate. Did you? I did. Did you?
No?
Okay. Well, it was just me then. Okay.
No, very appropriate considering we're sat here in a nice bank in Stavanger. But yeah, I don't think we'll be seeing Rook e1 on the board from Sarah. She's too tactically sharp for that, of course. The problem is, what else? A queen exchange. I really hope she's not considering moves like queen to b5. Queen exchanges, black will be suffering there long term. It will be most likely a bishop move. I just don't see too many other safe squares. Maybe bishop to d3. Although that just results in a trade and black wins a pawn at the end on the e5 square. I think process of elimination, I just don't see any other tempting logical moves here.
All right, we leave Sarah to find bishop to f3, creating her own attack on that b7 pawn. Let's zoom out, bring up our bird's eye view and do a quick round check on what's happening all around. What catches your attention, Yovi?
Yeah, so there's a lot of tense games actually right now, and some of them in the end game, as we just seen, some of them in the middle game. Of course, the game between Wei Yi and Fabiana Caruana, that's like fascinating because of this h4, h5. And I'm also kind of curious into a game that we haven't checked in on for a while between Vachier-Lagrave and Lei Ting-jae. And that one is, let me locate it. It's the one in purple, right?
Our purple game.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do a quick check-in. Nothing too dramatic happening in that one. And then, yeah, maybe that Wei Yi game as well that you mentioned, that looks like it's heating up nicely. But let's go to Vachier-Lagrave and Lei Ting-jae first. And Vachier-Lagrave aiming to bounce back after heartbreak yesterday. A big blunder. And this position came from a Petrov. Tanya, first instincts, who would you pick?
White, just simply because of that a5 pawn. I really like it, how it's clamping down the two pawns on the other side. You've got this open B line to always make sure the black bishop stays exactly where it is. But perhaps as soon as I say that, I realize that it could be a good time to neutralize and trade off those bishops with a move like bishop f5 and hope you're sort of equalizing. Intuitively, I do like white here. The knight also better placed, eyeing that e5 spot. Black's knight far away from any good outpost. So strategically, just a slight push for white. Prove me wrong. Say that I'm completely out of depth here.
No, I would never, Tanya. And I 100% agree. I would pick white. I also think that Lei Ting-jae, we see, again, on the top left of your screens, everyone at home, she's been thinking now 8.5 minutes. I would have played bishop f5 in a heartbeat. I just feel like problem child, we talk about it a lot. This is the problem piece for black, like d7, passive square, e6, super passive square. Like, what else are you going to do with that piece? White's bishop looks really nice on both sides of the board, a bit of control, so trade it off and, whoops, my arrows going a bit wrong there, but yeah, trade it off and still solid enough for black. It's not a huge issue, just the fact that you're slightly clamped down on the queen side. I think it should still be in the balance.
I have a quick question for you. Just could we see a repetition, for instance, if black were to go queen to d8 and go, haha, I'm going to grab the a pawn, and say you move to defend it, then you move the queen back to f6, and you go, aha, the knight on f3 is a little bit loose, some threatening bishop takes h3. I invite you to step back, and you have this kind of weird dance of the queens.
Wow, Creative. I like it.
Very creative. I think if we had two really good friends playing, we might actually see this idea, and it's really interesting how you come up with this stuff.
Thank you.
It's a forcing move. That's good. Like, it's a threat followed by a threat followed by a repetition.
Welcome to Yovi world.
Oh, loving it.
It's going to happen now. What are predictions?
Whoa, but Queen D8, it just feels like such a difficult move to make, right? And it's just a move that you're thinking, everyone's commentating on this game. People are looking at this. Do I really want to put my queen back on D8? I would say it doesn't happen, but if it does.
It could be Queen D6, Queen A1, and then back. Like, it could be a similar idea. Hit the rook and then repeat.
Could be. But it's Lei Ting-Jie. She's a fighter. I don't think she'll be looking to neutralize the position just yet.
I don't think she's very happy with the position she's got, though. I think she would be if she's able to find a way that equalizes it on the spot, whether it's via D6 or D8 and trying to repeat with these threats, might be practical to go for that.
Yeah, very possibly. And I mean, I've sat next to Jovanka so many times, and she's the queen of predictions, so I'm not going to bet against that happening.
No, I just wanted to share with you like some weird insight that I just suddenly thought about. We didn't need to kind of like analyze it and try to psychoanalyze me as to why I would come up with these backward moves.
And speaking of predicting the future, though, we haven't yet predicted how many Armageddons there are going to be today.
Oh, yes.
So far, Jovanka, it's 1-0-0, right? With our result from yesterday.
Stop the count.
No, we don't.
Yeah.
This is day 2, 6 games still on. How many are you predicting, Yovi, to go to Armageddon?
Okay, we have to look at the bird's eye view. 4.
Which ones stand out to you as the possibilities? I mean, the prediction's 4, but just to understand.
Just to understand.
Why?
You're putting me on the spot.
She wants some insider info.
I just want some more time to figure my prediction out.
I'm going to go 2.
What? 2? Fine, then. I'm going to go with 3, I guess. All right, so it's 2, 3, 4 today. Yeah. I think 4 is very brave, by the way, Yovi. But okay, let's go for it. 2, 3, 4. Chat, who do you think will be right today? Tell us.
2 is probably a bit low, but I was feeling brave.
Yeah.
I just want more decisive chess in the Classical. And in the meantime, predictions, it wasn't queen back to d8 on the purple board. It was bishop coming out to f5 from Lei Ting-Jie. Still, very healthy move there. And let us know, chat. I want to...
Yes, chat, what do you think? David gets it twice in a row, or do you think Jovanka and I get on the prediction leaderboard just a little bit?
Do we have to get it bang on, or do we have to, is it closest?
No, it has to be bang on. 2, 3, 4. I mean, there are 6 games going.
Could be 6, and then it's like, does Jovanka
Then I win, because I'm the closest, right?
Yeah,
and if
what
it's
about
1...
I never win then. At 3, I never win.
If it's 3.
Just if it's 3, but that's not fair.
Should have lodged your
You should have thought
sooner.
about that. You're a chess player. You should be thinking about all the consequences, Tanya.
So you win at 5 and 6. David wins at 1 and 2. And I'm just stuck at 3. No, I'm no deal here, guys.
Stuck in the middle, both in the seating plan and in the prediction game. Tanya, you can choose first tomorrow, though. You can.
No, but I need time to come up for my prediction. I'm going with 3, and we stick with our numbers, guys. That's the deal.
Okay. Whilst we have our predictions, maybe let's dive into a game. So, okay, the one that was super fascinating was it's a toss-up between Wei and Caruana, because that's so unconventional. But I'm also dying to kind of go back to the Arjun and Gukesh game to see whether Gukesh has managed to kind of wrangle his way out of the preparation.
Yeah, I love our producers there, switching the cameras. Which one are we going for? Lucky dip. We're going to go for the Wei Caruana game. Boom, stop it. Oh, wait. There we go.
There we go.
It's like a roulette game there. Which one will it end on? But I think just because we haven't been here in a while, and the other game, I think we're going to be on for a long, long time a bit later. So just to update everyone, this is the live position, opposite colour bishops. The centre has exploded since we were last here 6 moves ago. So, okay, we were wondering in this moment what to do with white. We were talking about plans, like to trade or not to trade in the centre, whether to develop pieces, the white knight, the white bishop. But in the end, Wei, of course, being a much more dynamic player than myself, and much more dynamic than most of us, he played the incredible move b4. Most of us in the world, by the way, not you, Tanya.
Yeah, I was like, that felt very personal. I mean, it wasn't subtle at all.
He's just no, it wasn't about you. You looked at me like that wasn't. No. I was talking about like he's one of the most dynamic players in the world. That's what I meant. Promise. Okay, B4. Did we predict that?
We didn't have this on our prediction, but this is such a Weyi move, like you were saying, right?
Yeah, just incredible move. Like I don't think I would. Well, maybe I would think about it if you asked me to be super aggressive, but unless someone taps me on the shoulder, I wouldn't be thinking of that one, especially because white isn't fully developed. But given a question mark, not necessarily the best move, but very dynamic, as we mentioned, putting black's pawn structure under pressure. A6, hitting the bishop, which just retreats. Knight to G6, also not the best move apparently here. The black knight coming out, but very natural. The black bishop now defends this pawn, so not reacting to the tension, but the Weyi now presses the explode button on the center. Capture, 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 take, and bishop to b2 at the very end. It looks like a skewer, but the black queen just retreats, and this is the live position. First question, is this a poisoned pawn?
100%. That's a mousetrap, you know. You get that bishop there, and then you just attack it and open up that line against the white king. Not to mention h4 is hanging as well. I mean, that's playing with fire. This looks just terrifying. I don't know what's the follow-up. Rook g8 seems to be logical. The bar approves. You move the bishop away, and like you said, maybe knight f4 if it's allowed. I don't see a way. Bishop h6, knight takes pawn. Either ways, you end up losing a lot of material and time, and the attack looks absolutely killing. No, bishop takes pawn's bad idea.
Yeah, I agree. You don't touch that one.
No.
So there's a question, right? The h pawn on a4, h4 is hanging.
Big question.
So how are you going to defend it? If you go g3, well, my friend, that's consequences. And you can see that the evaluation bar doesn't like it that much because, you know, you're basically weakening the light squares. You don't have a light square bishop. I'm getting nervous just on principles.
We do have a decision, I think. So Weyi decides to just pretend like that pawn isn't hanging. Did he just move the knight to a3? Giving that pawn up, looking for greener pastures to come into black's position. So a pawn sacrifice, I'd be very tempted to grab it.
Let's do it. That's the benefit. The proof of the pudding is in the eating. And
and we're all hungry here in the studio.
I'm very hungry. We just keep seeing our producers bring this bunch of food for themselves, and we never get anything to eat.
Well, we can eat this pawn. Let's snack on this pawn on h4. Okay, let's see what happens. Does the bar rise? It does rise up for white. I'm assuming logical continuation for white based on his last move, knight c4. Big threat of a fork. And how to deal with that? It's actually not so easy to deal with this threat. You definitely don't want to castle queenside.
Oops. Oh.
But, I mean, genuinely, it's hard to know where to put these pieces. If you move the black rook across, I'm really worried about a move like bishop to a3 cutting on this diagonal.
Wow.
Maybe not yet because this pawn is hanging, but something along those lines. Or maybe knight...
Knight e5 also was a move?
On first. Nah, you can't.
Can you take?
Can you?
Okay.
Yeah, because I'm just thinking if you go rook g8, then you got
h5.
queen h5. Yeah. let's die on a full
Spending
stomach.
too much time with Yovi now.
Oh, we've got a different move. We have pawn to e5 from Fabiano. Okay.
He barely took any time for this decision. I mean, this is very classy of him. Yeah? Understanding that white probably cannot defend that h4 pawn because of g3 just being absolutely hideous with those weaknesses. Now that the queen also has a direct path into h3, you never want to push g3. So h4 can be picked up anytime. For now, he just clamps down in the center. But for knight to c4 anyway, the move that Weyi is aiming for, what does he want? Is it knight f6?
I don't know. Maybe just a queen move. Maybe it's something about knight f4 and coming in with the queen.
Knight f4 feels like the move that I would really want to make here, but the bar disapproves.
He just says no. Oh, maybe the white queen. Oh, of course, the bar says no to my move too. I was going to say, where does the queen go? Steps forward here, I guess, then. Nope. What? I'm going to check and cheat because apparently queen d2 only move, but only move to be give white the advantage. I guess you're maybe coming this way, coming in, but this is weird. This is very likely to happen, I should mention, after the move knight to c4, if played by Weyi. This one's going to be spicy, I have a feeling. Opposite color bishops, while it's in the middle game, gives chances for both sides.
Yeah, and it's not easy for black to find that safe haven for the king. You can't go queenside, it's vulnerable there. Can't go kingside. The h pawn is going to be hanging. It's messy.
Yeah, it's far from dull equality. It's far from obvious level play here.
But who do you think this sort of a position, stylistically, who does it suit more?
I mean, I've already said how dynamic Wei Yi is.
Yeah. But interestingly, the bar also agrees that Wei Yi is better. But to me, optically, it just looks so good for Fabi. You know, that f4 square, the queen beautifully placed to just come over to the king side and combine with the knight to give some checkmating ideas. This last move, how quickly Fabi plays up on the clock. So a bit not as convinced as the bar indicates, and my commentator to the left does.
Well, the problem is king safety, right? And, you know, knight c4 puts pressure on e5. And then, you know, once the e5 pawn goes, is a question of two bishops. White's bishop is so much better.
Yeah.
And it's constantly, black has to always, like, babysit, just kind of pamper the black king. And it's just so exposed there in the center.
You're right. If black cannot make knight f4, queen g4 ideas work and not pick up the h4 pawn, then long-term, white's doing great. The bishop's better, which can never be challenged. The knight has good spots and the target that you mentioned earlier. But definitely a spicy fight, as you said, David Howell. But I want to zoom out because there's a lot of spicy action on the World Champions board, where, again, the clock's really the biggest factor. And we've got moves as well. Should we jump into that one?
Yeah.
Let's do it. Let's catch up with Arjun Erigaisi against Gukesh, the world champion, where good news for Gukesh, he's no longer more than an hour down on the clock. Bad news is he's only got 33 minutes left. And we're still only at move 18, so a long, long wait before we get any increment. But okay, quick backtrack. We left it after the move knight to d2. We were talking about this pawn being hit. We saw the queen retreat, and white play this move a5, so clamping down even further. En passant in mind, we actually see that unfold soon, but first threat was to bring the rook up and win this pawn. Gukesh reacted by shifting his rook. I'm curious what would have happened after rook to a4 here, but Erigaisi, after his first think of the game, so 16 moves of preparation from Arjun Erigaisi, very impressive. He had 1 hour 55 at this moment. He spent 15 of those minutes thinking about castling. He did castle b5, and black's solidifying this pawn, so en passant, very logical. Everyone's favorite move in this position. And, okay, an exchange, a capture. And what to do? The bar slightly preferring white. He's up 50-something minutes here. And, okay, how does he regain his pawn, first of all? I'm struggling, because now rook to a4 is always met by b5. Maybe knight to e4, going for some sudden kind of blitz attack against the black king. Maybe he's just going to kind of bring his rooks, pressurize the black b pawn over here. All of white's pieces have great potential, but I just don't really see how to immediately capitalize, how immediately to kind of restore the material balance or create those threats. I think knight to e4, just, okay, there we go. Just as I say it, he plays it. I was going to say it's the most natural move, and king to g7, the most likely response, just to plug all the dark squared holes. Maybe the black queen can also guard the f6 point, but king g7 is the move I'm expecting, and played by Gukesh. He's sped up at least. That's good news.
Yeah, I was just looking this up, you know. We were talking about Arjun's amazing preparation here. It's been 16 moves. That's given him such a huge edge on the clock. And what came to my mind was the Tata Steel Chess India, where he played out a 33-move preparation against Pragnananda and won this beautiful stunner of a game that actually left everyone just on their edge of their seat. Just the kind of confidence he showed, how he remembered all the lines in an extremely complicated position. And start to finish, I think he took about 2 minutes on the clock.
That's like, he's prepared 33 moves. That's like 30 moves longer than I've ever prepared. That's just, yeah, that's crazy. To execute.
Yes.
I mean, one thing is to figure out what those moves are. Then you've got to remember them. Then you've got to execute them. I mean, and to do it precisely, it's like lightning striking. Whoa, g4 though.
This is such an Arjun move.
Oh, he's going to relocate his knight round.
Oh my gosh. And this is when, if you're Gukesh, you start sweating, right?
Oh no, yeah. I would panic button, panic mode activated for Gukesh. On its own, it doesn't look so scary, but the white knight is going to come round. Maybe g5 is going to break open the king side.
What a move.
Well.
Wow.
I'm the only calm one here, I've got to say. And I was just thinking, hang on a second, that has some consequences. Now the queen can like dive into the f4 square and she's eyeballing the g4 pawn. That's like the first move I'm going to be calculating. Now, would that be like a horrendous mistake?
No, I think that's the first move Gukesh will calculate as well. I do wonder whether this was even on his radar at g4. That's a big question. We'll learn a lot in the next few minutes as he continues to think. But queen f4.
I think the biggest question here is whether it's queen f4 or anything else, how long, how much time Gukesh takes, because this is absolutely critical. This is just the start of, you know, complications that are rising ahead. I love your idea of queen f4, hitting that pawn, and then, you know, Arjun will have to show whether he's familiar with it, how does he defend it. I don't think g5 works. Do you simply go h3, keep the tension on board, continue with your plan of knight g3, knight h5 next? Now that the queen will be on f4, it kind of also comes in with a fork on that h5 square. And perhaps the point is that once you go knight g3, you lose control over the d2 square. And maybe that could be a follow-up idea to yours.
Exactly. But you know what, guys? We are going to leave everyone on a cliffhanger. How will Gukesh handle this shocker of a move? Well, you'll have to stick with us and join us right after the break.
Do you think women are inherently worse at chess than men?
Have you ever used your chess skills to flirt with someone?
Do you think you're a better content creator than the Bota sisters?
I tried cheating. The lie detector didn't work.
Thank you, ladies.
Beautiful.
Throughout the year, we have this ongoing collaboration with RLs. We host workshops, tournaments for the people who are experiencing homelessness. And to be honest, it's just amazing to see the joy and the confidence that chess brings to their life.
El ajedrez lo que tiene es una posibilidad de hacer conocimientos o de establecer relaciones intergeneracionales. Puedes jugar hombres, mujeres, niños, niñas, y entonces esto es muy interesante. Y también de alguna manera pues iguala a todo tipo de persona, ¿no? Dentro del programa ocupacional intentamos generar actividades que tengan relación con las competencias o con los gustos de las personas. Aquellas actividades que de alguna manera les motiven, les sean significativas. Y hay muchas personas a las que les gusta el ajedrez.
Me relaja mucho, porque termino una partida y después una tranquilidad maravillosa. Me olvido de todo.
Hemos organizado unas partidas y han venido 3 personas a jugar partidas simultáneas que han atraído a mucha gente.
When we see a grandmaster with a first-time player, and when we see people who don't even play but are so interested by the game and, you know, sharing and watching, that's the real magic of this initiative.
I have a rating of over 1,000. I think this event organized by chess.com and the Grandmaster Maurice Ashley was just a great experience for me to come here. I got absolutely destroyed, but it was at least fun participating. And I just think it's a great opportunity to just unite with other people that can play chess, and I'm just happy to be here.
It was fantastic to be able to play out in open air in Barcelona. A lot of great players. I had some tough games. I was a little slow, but it's what it was. I didn't want to lose any games. I had some good positions, but they played me tough. So it was quite a bit of fun.
Las personas que viven en la calle y que están vulneradas son personas de ciudadanos de primera como todas las personas. Y entonces todas las actividades que puedan hacer visible esta igualdad, esta equiparación con el resto de ciudadanos es interesante.
It's amazing to be a part of a game like chess and then to see the magical power that it has, that it can transform lives. We see it happen all over the world, and to see it happening here in Barcelona, it's such a great cause with homeless people who may have life a little bit tough but get a chance to take a little bit of break and play some chess. I think it's a wonderful initiative that chess.com has started.
It's not just chess. It's about community, it's about dignity, it's about joy in action. So yeah, Chess is for everyone. When we say that, we really mean it.
We are back with day 2 of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women, and we're visiting the playing arena where our 12 warriors are locked in battle. Gosh, the tension is so evident there. You can hear a pin drop in that silence because there are decisions to be made. There we see Hikaru just in deep thought, trying to find a way to navigate the complications. And this game, boy, this one is sharpening up to be a real fight. Well, Tanya and David, it's been so exciting so far, so much action brewing on the horizon. But let's do a quick recap of how all of the games are doing before we do a deep dive into one.
Yeah, maybe we start with the women's games. And the bottom left, I would say Sara Kadam against Zhu Wenjun hasn't changed much at all. We've just had one move each since we were last there. That looking level objectively still, but maybe slightly more pleasant for Zhu Wenjun. Tanya, what do you think of the game between Muzichuk and Humpy?
It's what we were looking at, right? Just feels easier to play with white. You've got your centralization. The rooks are doubled up. But I do like the way Humpy's handled the attack that we were so petrified about. You know, she's managed to stop that knight from jumping to f5. That's that center board on that bottom row. And at least for now, the black knight as well controls the rook swoop over to the g3 line. So I think Humpy's doing good with her defensive skills so far.
Yeah, and there we see on the bottom right between Vachier-Lagrave and Leiting J. Well, Vachier-Lagrave with a lot more space. She has that target, that backward b7 pawn that she's going to be eyeing up. So she'll be feeling very comfortable.
Yeah, still roughly in the balance on that purple board as well. But the top row, it does feel like that's where the action is happening. The Wei Yi versus Caruana board, the red board on the top right there, just had one move each. Fabiano playing a very solid move, just defending his central pawn. I think that was a very good choice from him. We talked about how dynamic that position is, and it's likely to liven up very shortly. Both players investing a lot of time there. But Tanya, other stuff happening on the other boards too.
You know, it's interesting to me. You look at the boards, except Magnus Hikaru board, where you can see the bar giving Magnus a sizable advantage out of the opening, especially with the black pieces. And I think we've discussed that game and understood so much in depth. We had Magnus in the confession as well. The bars are pretty much in level territory, but I think, David, that doesn't tell the full story. I think practically the positions are quite full of fight. And I would say anything but equal in most of our boards. In fact, I don't see any one board where I can say this is 100% going into an Armageddon.
Does that mean you think a bet of 2 Armageddons is likely to occur?
Too early to tell, David.
I think 3 is the number, really.
I think 4. I think there's going to be a lot of fireworks, but in the end, we're going to be treated with some Armageddons. 4 of them, to be exact. But, OK. But there are some games that are more equal than others, right? And the one that really catches our eye, and it's because, you know, we left you on a cliffhanger, Arjun just playing a really shocking move. We weren't expecting it. And Gukesh doesn't have that much time on the clock. So we have to go to that game there on the top left.
Yeah, that's the big one. But didn't we ask our chat to tell us what they think? Who will get this prediction right?
Yeah, we did. And they're not believing in us, Tanya, because 56% of chat, and well, we're going to have words later on, aren't we, with chat, but they said that David will get the number of correct Armageddons 2 days in a row. 56% of them believe in him.
This is unfair, because look at the way it's been questioned. This is a leading poll, and I have a problem with that. It says, will David get the number of Armageddons correct 2 days in a row? That's not how you ask a poll. You just say, who will get it right? David, Jovanka, or Tanya?
Chat, what can I say? I love you all. You're the best. Or at least the 56% who voted for me. You know, yeah, I'll pay you later.
I do not like this this line of questioning, Jovanka, is what I want to say.
Yeah, I feel you.
Yeah, I mean, you have to keep
We weren't even given a look in, right? There could have been people agreeing with us.
Exactly. Why is David's name on that question and not ours? Gotta take it up with the crunch.
They could have answered no.
Maybe if you get it right today, they'll put your name on it tomorrow, Tanya.
We'll get it right.
Well, actually, it's not we'll get it right. It's a competition between you said 3, I said 4.
David will not get right.
Hey, stop
One
ganging
of us
up.
will.
Hey, I was just hanging out. I'm just a chill guy. Like, don't gang up on me. Okay, we'll see. We'll see how many Armageddons there are. But we do love decisive chess too, so we're all a bit torn here in the studio. Okay, update on this board. The cliffhanger was what would happen next. How would Gukesh react? He's still under the half-hour mark, but he's been speeding up, playing a bit more confidently and quickly. Arjun now taking a lot of time over some big decisions. Let's just quickly recap the last 2 moves since we were last here. Just before the break, we saw the knight come and hit the pawn on f6. The black king guarded this. g4 was the big shock for us. And Jovanka mentioned the move queen to f4. This was maybe the most tempting move, the most natural move, but Gukesh not playing it, maybe expecting Arjun to have a response here. Pawn to h3, probably shoring up the g4 pawn, and then e3 kicking away the black queen would have likely occurred. I did actually check in the break, and queen f4 was the best move, so good work, Jovanka, according to the engine. But Gukesh playing another very natural move, knight to c5. A trade obviously helps black, who is a pawn up, we should remind everyone. But Arjun says, no trade for you. The knight is going to be a very strong attacking piece if it ever lands on h5. Big threat, actually, to check, but not just that, win the f6 pawn next move. So black plants the queen in the middle. I like Gukesh's moves from a logical standpoint because queens are great defenders, knights are great defenders. He's centralized both of those pieces. That looks fantastic. The queen also defends f6, so this is just one check. The black king will retreat, probably not to f8, will retreat to one of these two squares. And yeah, this one's still very complicated though. The eval bar prefers white, but you need to be accurate. Otherwise, you're just a pawn down. And Arjun at least has some time though to think about this next choice.
Can I just say, Arjun looks like Mr. Cool Guy right now. You know, he's down a pawn on the board, but he understands that he's got this huge initiative to play for against the black king. And look at that, you can feel it. While Gukesh, you can sense the little pressure, you know. He still has to be on the defense. He's the one who has to be more precise, and he knows tick-tock goes the clock. That's something that's not playing to his advantage at all. But all of that said, you know, the more I look at the position, it's not very clear where the path of that attack really is. Because at the end of it, Arjun is down a pawn. Let's say pieces trade off, rooks trade off, queens trade off. Actually, Gukesh is the one who will be pushing for the win there. So Arjun has to go for Gukesh's king. And how do you make that happen? What are the inroads here?
Yeah, it's difficult. You need other pieces. You can't just rely on a knight check and hope. I mean, the queen maybe contributes on this diagonal, but the queen isn't doing too much. I wish I was Alpha Zero sometimes. Actually, I wish I was Alpha Zero every day. But this does look like an Alpha Zero type of position where like you just give away a pawn, you play for compensation, and then like it turns out that the black pieces on C8 and B8 just can't contribute to the defense. I'm not sure what I would even start with, to be honest.
I would start with a check.
Check.
You know, see a check, give a check.
Put it on the board. Let's say the black king.
Do not follow that advice, chat.
Where does the black king go? Is first question. Let's say H8.
H8 is, whoa, not H8? Why does the bar rise up on that?
I mean, there's three choices. I don't think H6 is ever going to happen.
You know, there is one plan if you put your king on H8. One idea that White could have is go queen C1, queen H6, queen G7, and get the queen through that route, but it's not the best.
Still good.
Yeah.
Still
I was also liking moves such as, I want to get a well-timed F4 in, yeah, but I don't want to allow queen E3 check. Although, yeah, that's the problem. And then the rook can swoop down to D2 and, yeah, well. The evaluation bar says actually that is just optically good.
Do you know why?
Because of back rankers. Bank ranker.
Get it
sorry,
right, Ivanka.
I failed. Yeah.
You're right, though. I mean, you're spot on their bank rankers. And I wouldn't have seen this if it wasn't for the bar. I was like, wait, how is white better here? You move the queen, black takes and checkmates you. But no, rook D1.
Wow.
Incredible. Rook takes queen, whoops, checkmate.
Beautiful.
And maybe...
Hang on a second, this is a really critical idea, right?
Yeah.
Rook to D1, you mean?
Yeah, this whole idea of giving back rank. So if you can't go to H8 or G8 because of the checkmate, the mating net around the black king.
But you 8-7's hanging. You can't go to F8 for sure.
Well, apparently you can.
That
That's
is crazy.
Never playing chess again.
This is the only move the bar doesn't rise at. I think King G8, I haven't put it on the board, but King G8, the bar shoots up. This one I do understand because actually F4, knight takes pawn is actually going to come with a check as well. So G8 is the least tempting of the bunch, but wow.
Okay, but this is crazy. So knight H5, you're saying King H8 is bad?
Because you get yourself in a mating net.
But there's still, black's got some other moves to make. You don't have to go rook to D2 here.
Rook D2 would be a huge mistake due to the idea of rook D1 and coming through the back. Maybe you just play on, like
Bishop B7. Yeah. Oh, F6 might be hanging.
Yeah. I thought I could give a check by checks.
I also just kind of want to point out that the queen doesn't have too many squares either.
So sometimes rook F3 or similar.
Yeah, at the right time, you know, with a rook lift, and maybe you centralize rook A to D1, and then rook F3, rook H3.
Oof. What is black's move?
Yeah, and Gukesh has got 28 minutes to figure all of this out. You know, we're three of us here. When we need, we've got help at hand as well, and it's still so difficult.
Yeah, I mean, process of elimination, F5?
I think you have to do that, because knight takes F6 is a massive threat.
Yeah, I mean, now knight F6 at least, rook D2, we should mention it's not a back ranker anymore because the black king has G7 to escape from, so white has to move the queen and probably just loses after black takes this pawn and comes in.
Can't you just go pawn takes pawn after F5?
Pawn takes pawn, this is the big question. At least now knight F6 won't come with a mate threat, so bishop to B7 now, or?
Is there something stronger?
Something stronger?
This is a crazy position.
Yeah, good luck figuring this out with 1 hour, let alone...
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is tricky.
But he hasn't yet given the check. What's the current position right now? We've got queen to e5, and it's Arjun to play. He's taking his time. And this is what he does every time. Look at him, Ivanka, David. He barely looks at the board. How many times we've seen this thinking pose from him, you know? He's swinging on his chair, just looks everywhere, and then he look at the board for a minute. In less than a minute, make his move, make his decision.
Look at him. He's literally... looks like he's exhausted. He's had a big night out and just recovering, or he's... I don't know, he's thinking about dinner or thinking about a movie he just watched, but no, he's
not, by the way.
Yeah, he's 100% just calculating moves.
Yeah.
But that is the most non-chess player pose I have ever seen.
I have seen it before.
Who is it? Not Wayne Jones? What? Actually?
Yep.
Oh,
I'm telling you. It's the hands, it's the mannerisms, it's...
You can't unsee it now.
It's just Wayne Jones respawned. And we should also mention the accuracy levels. This is also incredible. Arjun Erigaisi, 99.3% accuracy. That is off the scale, helped by 16 moves of preparation, but it's also been half a dozen moves since that moment, so, or 5 moves since that moment. Gukesh, despite the fact he was surprised all the way back on move 8, and this is now move 21, he's still up at 98.5% accuracy. So Gukesh, just like yesterday, we should mention, has played pretty much a perfect game to defend extremely well, to recover, just to fight hand-to-hand with a well-prepared opponent, but yeah, still some twists and turns ahead, surely.
Yeah, and that's the problem, right? He needs to do that for at least the next 15 to 20 moves to that accuracy level that you're talking about. Because one small mistake and the game's over. And I just want to point out, after knight h5, it's so incredibly hard to understand, you know, playing with black, that you can't fall back to h8 and g8. You need so much time to figure that out. That king f8 is the move. I mean...
Right, and to understand this deep, complicated idea that your king is actually going to be trapped in a mating net and is going to be out of the action, and that you actually have to give away the pawn on h7.
Inviting the white queen all the way.
Like the most dangerous attacker. I mean, it just goes against all the principles.
And Arjun just keeps looking everywhere else except the board. I mean, this is a 5-0 lead that Arjun has over Gukesh in classical chess. Is he about to take it to a 6-pointer?
I think if he finds some accurate moves here, Gukesh is going to be under serious pressure. Arjun, big favourite to win this game if he finds those accurate moves to continue the attack. Both sides need to be accurate, though, as we mentioned. One slip. It feels like the first mistake is going to decide this game. They're both just at such a high level. Maybe we just quickly check what the engine says, because it was so mysterious. I've turned it on and I'm struggling to understand. I've got to admit, it's one of those positions. It's just so, I don't know how to describe it, unorthodox. It's so mind-boggling. Here, the computer says rook to d1 is the best move. You can put either rook on this square. The computer actually slightly prefers this rook just because keeping the other rook on f1 supports the idea of f4, perhaps. The third best move, h3. That is never, ever going to happen. Nobody plays
What
that
if
move.
it does? I mean, Arjun will not, but what if it does, David Howell?
It's a David move, right?
Yeah, but...
David Howell is h3 for sure.
And then I'd find myself in an endgame, like grinding out some, like trying to survive a pawn down. How can you play h3 when you're a pawn down in a dynamic position when black's about to develop?
And especially Arjun. I mean, he doesn't play this.
No.
Second best move?
Knight check looks good. Second best, well, top 2 moves are just rook to d1, either of them. And after this move, black takes, which, yeah, is debatable, but possible. White takes back, bishop to b7, and the game goes on. But white, okay, after you take, rook takes, white can come in with moves like rook d8, rook to d4. I mean, this does look scary, rook to d8. I mean, this king is being hunted down.
And the whole point is, right, that h5 square, you can't defend it, you can't fight against that check. So it's sort of like that hanging sword, and Arjun can build on that idea. For example, the position that we have in front of us, take away the escape squares and then jump in with your knight. Threat stronger than the execution.
Just to point out, black's only defense here, to play rook d7, knight h5, and now you can't play king h6 because you get mated, rook g8, or setting up some queen checks. You have to give up your queen. You have to play queen takes knight and try and survive this endgame. Rook, knight against queen. Maybe you build a fortress. Probably it's a draw, but difficult.
And that's the best line of defense for black if Arjun goes in with the trade. of the rooks.
If he plays in this start position, if we go back to the start, rook to d1, we should also mention the most natural move. We were talking about it ourselves, knight to h5, check, and by far the best move apparently is king f8, king h8. Starting with f4 is slightly inaccurate. Apparently just playing rook to d1 first. Same idea, actually. Now you've caged the black king, and the back rank is very, very strong. There's lots of back rank checkmates in the air. And yeah, king to f8. I just wanted to follow through this variation, just 1 or 2 moves longer. Queen takes pawn. You just hide on the e7 square and just pretend like nothing happened. At least you have this pawn to stare at. And apparently white's attack isn't decisive.
How discerning is it? How sort of unsettling is it when you know you've got about 30 minutes on the clock? All the ideas that you just showed us, they're all on Gukesh's radar, and it's your opponent's moves, but he barely even looks at the board. And you know that move's coming, but you don't know which one it's going to be because you're playing Arjun Aragaisi.
Yeah, I mean, I think h3 is unlikely, but anything else it could be. And yeah, you don't know what move's coming, you don't know when it's coming. Arjun might think another 2 minutes, might think another 20 minutes.
I can see Arjun like moving a rook to d1 because it kind of also fits with the attacking rules. You don't have to play out the check, just introduce a new piece into the attack.
The one thing about Arjun that I've noticed is that he does like direct moves a lot. You know, which is why, and it would be amazing if he plays h3, which you said is the third best move in this position according to the engine. But it's the one that I think we least expect. Rook d1, like you said, just keeps all the threats. But I wonder if Arjun's instinctive play will make him want to go for that knight h5 check to start with.
Oof. Yeah, you've got to... I think every human starts with calculating knight h5, right?
Yeah.
We're always taught checks, captures, threats in that order. You look at the checks. If they don't work, you look at the captures, then the threats. But like the check, so tempting, followed by f4, which is the threat. And even that was complicated. Even that was tempting. But knight h5, it actually helps black, which is really counterintuitive to put a king on e7.
But it only helps black if you spot king to f8, right? No. And that's the thing. In Arjun's head, he's thinking knight h5, king h8, and if he sees this line, he goes for it. I mean, king f8's a hard find.
Yeah, it is a hard find, and we'll kind of leave you all in suspense as to what Arjun will play whilst he's thinking, will he move the rook, will he jump in with the knight? Because we should really revisit the game between world number 1 and world number 2. It is Magnus with the black pieces against Hikaru. And if we are going, it's the game there in the middle, top middle. Let's head there because Magnus has been doing Magnus things. And you can see the evaluation bar is inching ever the further forward in black's favor. So let's have a rewind and see what happened.
Yeah, it's not just the eval bar, it's also the clock, we should mention. We've been so obsessed with Gukesh's time management that we've kind of ignored Hikaru burning oceans of time. He spent 32 minutes. Let's go back, actually. We talked about a4 and the hand gesture giving that move away. But he spent 32 minutes on a4. Magnus pushed the pawn to c4, unleashing his bishop. Now Hikaru spent another 31 minutes. So he spent 1 hour, 3 minutes on 2 moves and eventually played bishop to d2. We should mention to everyone at home, keeping the tension is always it's always a double-edged sword here. But taking on b5 would be a bit risky because Magnus has opened up the idea of bishop takes pawn, check, throwing the bishop out the way, and the white rook in the corner is unprotected. So you don't always want to rush with exchanges. Bishop to d2 played, so at least protecting the rook just in case. Queen to c7, and now knight to d4. And I've got to admit, I'm just obsessed with structure in general. Maybe I prioritized structure a bit too much in certain positions, but it must be tempting for Magnus to take this knight. And if he does, Magnus Carlsen, then his knight is going to live forever on the d5 square. And he's also got potential for an outside pawn majority. But maybe he doesn't want to sell his advantage here too short. What other moves come to mind for the two of you?
For me, it's like centralizing a rook. I feel like I should not be, in principle, that bothered about letting go of the b5 pawn. I feel that shouldn't be defended. So it's like either jumping in with the knight to f4, or I'm looking at maybe rook to f to d8.
I really like the knight jump. I would be worried about the pawn sacrifice because I'm a little materialistic like that. So idea of rook e8, you know, if white takes and then that pin on the a file, pawn takes pawn, would be something that would need calculation, at least a follow-up plan of how you continue. I see knight f4 would still be very attractive in that position. But if I had to kind of suggest a move really quickly here, I think Yovi's other choice would be my choice. Just get one of those two knights. I think the central one opening up the bishop with an attack on the g2 pawn.
Yeah, just to put it on the board, this is a very tender spot for white. I like the fact as well, for example, if there is a trade, like if white tries to block this powerful bishop on b7, then the black knight also gets access to this beautiful square. Maybe you jump in, and this looks like an even better outpost than the previous one.
You know, I thought you liked your bishop pairs, David Howell. So you suggesting bishop takes knight, I see the pros of that move, especially the pawn mobility on the queen side. You know, b4 coming in next starts to look very dangerous. But it did take me by surprise.
Yeah, it took me myself by surprise. I'm kind of caught in two minds. This is where, like, I would burn 20 minutes as well, just being like, can I resist the temptation? Like, pawn structure, bishop pair, what comes higher on the order of hierarchy of importance, priority there? But
is that very position-based?
yeah, it's very position-based. Bishop pair, like 95% of the time, I would be like, yes, please, 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 please. But pawn structure. Okay, maybe an isolated pawn, not the worst thing in the world. Hikaru actually mentioned isolated pawn in a similar pawn structure in his confessional earlier. I don't think he's too fussed about that. So Magnus, how will he continue?
He's got a lot of time to make that decision, right? That's the good news. He's shown some great clock management here. For Hikaru, I think big questions lie ahead, whichever path Magnus does go ahead with. Who is that blocking our camera and watching Magnus's game? Was that Fabi?
Oh, I can read hands. I can't read back of shirts, unfortunately.
If you had to take a guess, I think that's Fabi.
Yeah, it does look like Fabi.
Why does it
White
look like
shirt.
Fabi? I don't know. Oh, yeah, could be that.
The others.
It is.
Ah,
Yeah.
we have the shirt whisperer here, Ania Sachev. Yeah, I bumped into Fabi last night actually in the corridor at the hotel, and I was telling him about how the light in my bathroom wasn't working, how I cut myself shaving, and he was like, "Oh, bad day for both of us then." And my heart broke. He just seemed really down after his loss to Hikaru.
Yes.
So hang on a second, you didn't console him. You just were like, oh my God, my bathroom light is gone.
Yeah.
And he's just like,
My life is so tough right now.
I'm a narcissist, what can I say? No, to be fair, he caught me walking in the corridor, like holding a massive lamp in my hand. So he asked me what it was, so I did just randomly.
You felt
By
the
the
need
way.
to defend yourself.
Exactly. To explain I wasn't just like stealing a light from someone's room. I was just, but yeah, my heart broke. He seemed really down. So yeah, I mean, complicated position for him today. Let's see how he does.
Yeah, I think with Fabi, once again, it wasn't just, you know, losing, the loss itself, but the whole story of the game, the way it played out with the white pieces. A player of his level just, you know, I think he's got such high standards for himself. It would have been very difficult to deal with that.
yeah. And
A decision coming in, and he goes for your idea, but switches up the move order here. I like that. Keeps the bishop pair, but also targets the pawn formation. He wants all of it.
That's why he's another level. He's just a class above Magnus Carlsen, and the bar approves apparently the best move in the position, pawn to b4. Yeah, options open, staying flexible. That pawn is poisoned as white needs to stay defending the central knight. The idea of pawn to b3 as well is quite strong in some positions if the white bishop ever has to retreat, locking in the white queen side.
In other news, Arjun Aragaisi has found the best move on the board.
These guys are good. These guys are so good, it's annoying.
How good?
yeah, well, this is why they're playing here. This is why they are the world's elites, you know. But yeah, b4 there from Magnus. And Magnus, incidentally, having a 99.6% accuracy. That's as close to perfection as possible.
Wow. I mean, do you think it's the freestyle that's helped Magnus? Or is it the break from Classico, the fact he's fresh? I know it's early days, but...
You saw that in the confessional, like he was saying, oh, you know, I feel like I got a good position. He was smiling. We see when he's entering, you know, he's in a happy stage of his life. He wants, you know, and that really reflects on his chess.
Yeah, I think he's just in a good mood. And no matter what format he's playing, whether it's freestyle chess, whether it's the Chess.com Classic with the Champions Chess Tour, you know, he's looking for the forward to the Esports World Cup or Classical returning after a year. And this was a big storyline coming in, right? What form Magnus would be in. And I think he's... showing that chess is speaking for itself.
Looking very good so far.
Yeah, I know. He's had a fantastic 2025.
And Hikaru keeps hesitating. That was the second time he reached out to make a move and then he pulls back.
Well, that's the thing, you know, it's decision time, you know, as David was indicating. Do you allow that b-pawn to step one step forward? Do you allow, you know, there's even trades happening and this bishop takes knight is still in the air. He still has to untangle the queen and the rooks from the back rank.
Third time?
I think he's going to play bishop e4.
Ooh, bishop?
e4.
Oh, wow. If this
It looked like a
happens,
diagonal hand movement.
if this happens, If David just predicted by reading into that hesitancy by Hikaru Nakamura, that's insane, Ivanka.
We have like our very own mentalist, right?
It could have been Queen G4. It was definitely a diagonal piece.
David's got the hand side.
Oh, very good.
Oh, it's my second one.
Oh, David doesn't have the hand side.
I knew it was a diagonal move.
He said it. He said it's either bishop e4
or Queen G4. That was your second guess.
Yeah, I was just trying to guess what the diagonal move would be, and he was like, yeah, it was a diagonal move.
It was. We'll give it to you, David Howard.
No, half a point maybe. Either way, it looks like a logical move. Active piece. He's clearing the back rank, which was the main issue. But yeah, the white queen isn't totally invulnerable here. She can get hit by a black knight coming into the center a bit later. Not right now. Or maybe a bishop later, maybe even a pawn at the right moment.
We've also got to say that Hikaru actually is one of the best defenders in the world, which is, quite funny because when kind of Hikaru burst into our scenes, he was playing like hyper-aggressive chess. He was unafraid of playing, I would say, like unconventional openings and going for these unorthodox positions. And then he kind of shifted his style completely. And you can just see it also in his online games. He's so good at defending these tricky positions. And Queen to G4 makes a whole lot of sense, right? Once it appears on the board, you kind of pass the question back to black. Do you commit with the pawn structure with B3? Do you kind of make those trades, or do you just kind of continue the development?
I think to your point, there's this general sports wisdom, right? That attacking play, offense, that wins you games, but it's really resourcefulness and the ability to defend that wins you championships. And I think since Hikaru switched that mindset and has really leveled up, I think I would say he's at par when it comes to defending these difficult positions, right there with Magnus Carlsen. That his world rankings have soared, right? Becoming world #2, winning so many events, having these incredible performances in OTP, despite saying that he's streamer first, because he's been able to switch into that mode of play, really show incredible resilience in difficult circumstances. And of course, the fact that the pressure he believes is off him. He really, truly, I think, thrives in those situations when he feels he's got nothing to prove.
Yeah, consistency, like that's the key thing over a lot of his rivals. He consistently streams 6 to 8 hours every day. That's like built into his psyche now. It's like being consistent, and that's echoed in his play. And I mean, you mentioned it, Ivanka, like when he was super aggressive when he was younger on the board. I think that reflected his mindset off the board as well. It was like Hikaru versus the world, it felt like, and he was kind of the only guy in the US coming out and playing at the top level. And I think that mindset, it comes with pros, comes with cons, but it's like Magnus, we were talking about how relaxed, chilled and happy he is in the zone. Hikaru, I would say the same.
Yeah, I was going to ask about this playing for 6 hours. Like, so if you're playing so much chess, you're actually building up your pattern recognition database, so to speak. That has to help the chess, right? And, yeah, he's playing against everyone, but he's mainly playing against the top grandmasters.
100%. I think that also goes a long way in building up your ability to find these resources with little time on the clock. I think one of his biggest strengths for Hikaru, having watched him, and I'm a big fan actually of just his chess, and have watched him stream as well, that when there's little time on the clock, right, and he's able to completely explode the position. Like suddenly there are these very tricky ideas that the opponent has to deal with, and Hikaru always comes on top when it comes to that. But here, the clock situation is not in his favor. The position, I think he does feel the pressure. Magnus builds right now. And also with the two bishops still aligning the king side, things looking dangerous. Hikaru really thrives when it's a time scramble. He might be worse or he might be better. It doesn't matter. He's still a favorite.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would love to see a time scramble between these two. I'd love to see an Armageddon between these two.
I would.
If not now, then later in the tournament when they meet again. But either way, we'll see.
Yeah.
This is another, by the way, very classic vintage Magnus pose.
Yes.
It's very leaned in.
I'm not sure it's great for the back, but yeah, I don't recommend this posture at home. But yeah, very typical Magnus.
Yeah, well, he's settling into thoughts. Decisions to be made, right? To go B3, grab the space, commit the pawn structure, or play something else. Well, you know what? We have a confessional, and it's from one of the games where we have been following carefully, and we are dying to hear his thoughts. Because check out Arjun, who has gone on full Hikaru. Let's check it out.
Okay, so I just pushed g4 with some potential ideas of knight g3, knight h5 and some attack. And yeah, I don't know what the evaluation of this position is, but it is looking quite promising to me, at least practically, especially with him not having that much time. And I was looking at this line with knight c5, knight g3, queen e5. It feels like there should be something for white. King h1 with the idea of f4, and maybe king h8 is prophylaxis, and then f4, queen e3, rook a d1, now rook f3 is at threat. And yeah, I feel like this line should just not work for black at all. But after bishop b7, funnily I couldn't see a line, because bishop b7, if I take bishop b7, rook b7, rook f3, rook d1, queen d1, and he has rook d7 in time, because after queen d7 there's queen c1. And rook d7 I kept going with queen a1. He would go queen 8, queen d2, and if I go queen 8 he has rook d8. And instead of queen 8, if I go rook d3, he can take on d3 with the rook, I can take with the pawn. And here I think he should be able to defend this, so this must not be the line. But yeah, I feel like there should be something. If this happens on the board, I should calculate and try to find something after knight c5, knight g3, queen e5.
Wow, what a maestro there. And a lot of arrows on the board. You know, he went on full Hikaru mode right there. You know, take this, take that. So, David, can I put you on the spot, and can you try to recreate that incredible piece of analysis?
I must admit, I started typing to our producers as he was talking for 1 second. I turned off for 1 second, and the variation,
yeah,
it was crazy. I mean, I did get the kind of first part of it and most of the line there, so I'm going to try and recreate a few moves. But he was essentially talking about how he thought king h1 was super strong for white, and he was frustrated that it wasn't quite doing the business.
And the reason was the resource was bishop b7 at the right time. But I don't know which moment it was in, but he said that bishop b7 is what threw him off the idea.
Yeah, move 1 actually. So he was talking, we've just had a move, so we'll catch up in a moment, but he was talking about king h1 prophylaxis, he was calling it. He wants to play f4 without allowing queen e3 to be a check, and he said, for example, if king h8, f4 hitting the queen, and now rook to d1, and he's hitting with rook f3, and the queen would potentially be trapped. And actually, he was saying that bishop b7 was the move he feared. But okay, we've had a move in the game, so that saves me from having to try and break down that crazy, massive arrows. We've had the move after rook to d1, b5.
That was not on my radar anywhere, because all the action is on the king's side, and b5's got to be very brave. I get the psyche behind it. You know, you want to distract your opponent. That's where Gukesh feels he's got the advantage. He's got those 2 pawns. He wants to come in with counterplay with b4. And just at least make Arjun think about it and not just fully focused on the attack. But it's brave. You're just completely ignoring what's going on with your king, the lone warrior, and you believe you've got enough defenses. Also, shout out to Arjun for blitzing through those lines while he barely looked at the board.
I mean, blindfold chess, I really think it should be like a specialized tournament somewhere throughout the season, throughout the chess calendar. But blindfold chess, he would do great.
Yeah, he would. But is this kind of a little bit of window ledging from Gukesh? By that I mean, you know, he's just trying to kind of sharpen the odds, so to speak, so that if Arjun puts a foot wrong in the attack, then this queenside advantage that Gukesh has is actually going to perhaps save or even turn things around for him.
Yeah, I think that's the plan. Jovanka, exactly that. I think he's still aiming to meet this knight check with king f8, by the way. I think he's obsessed with this idea now, and the fact that he's pushed his pawn to b5, if the white queen ever gets greedy and starts grabbing on h7, I know I'm guilty of the arrows now, it's contagious, but the black queen will grab on c3, and it's just going to be a race to push this pawn forward.
It's a race on the board, race on the clock. 18 minutes, 18 moves left.
Oh dear, 1 minute per move in a crazy one like this. If it's an endgame, like where you can just make easy choices, it's manageable, but 18 minutes here. Arjun's not going to break the tension too early either. Like f4 looks super tempting, knight check looks super tempting, maybe even rook takes rook. And yeah, it's still hard for Gukesh to know exactly what's coming next.
And you know, every move could be very critical here as well. So where do you spend the time? You could b5, knight h5 check. Do you take a quick decision in putting your king to f8?
I mean, if my opponent went knight h5 here, I would probably spend 15 of those 18 minutes just deciding between those 3 squares and still play king h8.
Because king f8 is one of those moves, right, where if it's great, everyone goes, wonderful, what a great resource. But if it's bad, everyone kind of looks at you and go, like, hello? Why are you not following the rules of chess? You know, put your kings behind some pawns.
Yeah, it's like, did you not see that you blundered the h7 pawn? Like,
No.
come on. But turns out that that would be a genius move.
But I want to point out, I mean, Gukesh is playing incredibly well so far. You know, he's really held this position after being taken by surprise. I want to say, what move number was A4, David? It was move number 8. Ever since then, over the next as many moves have been played, 14 moves, he's played it to perfection almost, you know, just still staying within a balanced territory. But he's consumed so much of his time, and this is what happened in the game against Magnus yesterday, right? A perfectly played game by Gukesh, but just didn't have those seconds that was required to find that absolutely precise check at the end. Completely turned around at that moment.
But it was a completely wild position.
Yes.
And it's actually the same scenario here, completely crazy as well, where every move carries with it a price. And yeah, it's Arjun now has all the time in the world to think. And we actually, interesting enough, heard from Hikaru, right, what to do in that situation. You just wait it out. You just take your time. You don't rush to make an immediate decision. So Arjun should just consider, you know, with a knight h5, does he want to play something else? And just make sure that Gukesh doesn't leave the board and just keeps Gukesh on his toes.
But can Arjun continue with the idea that he mentioned in his confessional, the one where he pushes the pawn, puts the king on the side, and then Ivanka, your idea of threatening the queen trap on e3?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's put this on the board. Now, big threat. And the queen has no squares to go to. That means you need to do something urgent. I don't know whether you trade rooks, maybe, or do you play bishop to b7?
You need to do something urgent, did you say, Arjun?
Urgent? Oh, wow, nice. All right, Danya. Not Tanya here, it's Danya. Rook takes...
I wish.
Rook takes rook on d1. I'm assuming queen takes, probably, because you want to maintain this threat.
But you don't care about the c3 pawn?
I don't know, I wanted to give checkmate, I wanted to come in.
Ooh, yeah, that's just game over. I'll have to go up with the king.
And then I'll still come in. And behind.
That's killing.
Yeah, this looks scary. But this looks really good for white. Like, what does Gukesh have in mind here? Like, double threat of queen d8 and rook to...
Is it bishop b7 trying to... Not even, because you just probably take?
Take?
Knight. No, rook takes, then you've got that same bank rank issues, right?
Ooh, yeah, I was going to say rook f3, trapping the queen, but rook d... Oh, not rook c7, rook d7. Savior. So, and check. Back rank issues. It must just be this.
Bank rank, David Howard.
I knew I'd blunder someday. At least it's... I mean, this is just... Yeah, the white queen's coming in. This looks too scary to consider.
But then can you take with the knight in that position? Looks ugly.
So, wait, f4. I'm getting lost now. Queen check. King moves.
Rook takes rook. And the only reason we're looking at this line is because Arjun mentioned this in his confessional, that this is in his mind. So bishop b7, and we can see the bar doesn't like it.
Maybe white gives a check first. Is that a thing? Check? Apparently not.
It's tough position.
Tough position. I do... Oh, maybe queen d... The problem is there's so many options, right? Every move, there's like 3 or 4 tempting options for white.
Yeah, problem of plenty.
In the meantime, we've had a result in another game, and it's a draw in the classical encounter between Vachier-Lagrave and Leighton-Jay. Always balanced and always a likely result. One Armageddon in the bank, and looks like we're all closer, slightly closer to our bets.
Yeah, and there we go. Armageddon just around the corner for Leighton-Jay and Vachier-Lagrave. Wow, first Armageddon in the books. And who do you think would be the favourite there?
You know, Tingship, I was so impressed with the way she handled her Armageddon against Wenjin yesterday. She was completely in control, showed incredible nerves, and taking down, you know, the Armageddon queen of Norway Chess is no joke at all. And I think not only that, the 5-time women world champion. So super impressed with that. Vachier-Lagrave had a tough loss yesterday, hasn't yet gone into an Armageddon. So I would say that Tingship, a slight favourite in that one.
I would agree. But I think a decent result for Vachier-Lagrave, like getting on the scoreboard is the main thing after a big blunder, big loss like yesterday. And it was a very solid game from both sides, very, very well played. And very high accuracy. It was 97 and a bit % accuracy for both. So yeah, just very high level game.
Yep. And we're going to go on a very short break, but don't go anywhere because when we come back, we're going to have Armageddon action and so much more drama. And we are back, ready for that mid-action, and the action is happening right here on this board between Erigaisi and Gukesh. Take a look at this position because it is almost critical moment time. Erigaisi pausing for thought as to how to capture that rook. Because if he captures with the queen, yes, he is making his c3 pawn vulnerable, but basically Gukesh is an only move territory. Tanya, David, break down exactly what is happening on the board.
I mean, David's going to break this down, but I just want to say queen takes rook was on Arjun's radar. He's about to make the move, and if he does, the next one for Gukesh will be absolutely critical. If Arjun takes this rook with his queen, Gukesh will have to find the only move with 14 minutes on the clock. And he does take queen takes rook. Huge threats on the board after this move. Rook f3, one of them. Look at that, David.
And the speed.
Gukesh finds the only move instantly. As Jovanka points out there, it was the speed. He needs the speed now. 14 minutes left, but 97 was the only move. There's two reasons for that. One, the white queen was threatening to infiltrate, get behind enemy lines. The black king would have been doomed in coordination with a knight check. Secondly, the black queen needed an escape route herself. She needed to flee if the white rook ever steps up. Otherwise, she would have been trapped. And this was the saving move.
Show that to us. Put that knight on c5. What happens? Because to me, it looked like bishop b7 would be the move to save it. But Arjun has so many ideas here, David.
Arjun has so many ideas. The strongest is actually to bring the queen up to d6, which isn't completely obvious. We were also talking about another very strong move. Maybe giving a knight check first, and wherever the black king goes, you name it, you name the square. You can't even go to f8 anymore due to this double attack. This would still be terrible for black. You retreat, bishop exchange. You have to take with the knight, not the rook, to stop the queen coming in. And even here, rook to f3. The attack continues. The white queen would likely come in next move, and this is terrible for black. So he found it. The only move, rook f3, the second threat. And he lives to fight another day, Gukesh. But we should mention, this is still just the beginning.
It's just getting started, Jovanka.
Right, but to find that backward knight move,
beautiful.
It is absolutely wonderful. And also, yeah, I've got to say, like, Gukesh just rising to the challenge because Arjun has pushed him to the limit in this game. First in the opening with that incredible opening preparation, and now the position is razor sharp. Gukesh cannot put a foot wrong. Whew, what a moment.
99.4% accuracy versus 98.9.
Unbelievable.
This is, just
chess
wonderful
at its
game.
best.
Yeah, and 99 now given to Gukesh. This is just wonderful chess by both. It's still a level-looking position, but yeah, just one slip is all it takes. And with 14 minutes left, that is a likely scenario.
And again, this is such a hard move to make, right? To just pull your knight back, to understand the dangers, block that queen penetrating into the 8th rank, create an escape route for your own queen, have this full board understanding that you need to put the knight in the way, in the path of your own bishop. From a human perspective, you know, once it's on the board, once David explains it to us, we all get it. But this is a genius defense by Gukesh.
Yeah, total genius. And Arjun is not going to let up anytime soon. All steam ahead with the attack here. The knight is now threatened. I was going to say, is it actually threatened? Because black would also be able to give a check on the diagonal, but white could then block it with the rook. He wants to essentially get his bishop out the way, Arjun Erigaisi here, because now rook to f3. That would have trapped the bishop behind his own rook on the last move. Now this looks very tempting. Knight into h5 still in the air as well. The black knight is also defending the f6 pawn, key detail. So knight check was less tempting there, but he's aiming to remove a defender. I wonder how many only moves, maybe not right now, but how many only moves Gukesh will have to find, just like yesterday against Magnus, just to survive.
And bishop c6 was one of the best moves.
It was.
Amazing. I mean, what is this chess both of them are bringing in? Arjun continues doing that thing, right, where he's barely even looking at the board, David, and yet finding the absolute best moves in the position. Once again, ball in Gukesh's court, and no easy moves to be found here.
And not so much time as well. Let's not forget that the Gukesh is playing with no increment. He won't get that until he completes move 40, and then it's only 10 seconds. He will not get some added time bonus. It's very difficult to pull himself out of that time trouble pit.
By that time, David, what you really need is the position simplified.
Yeah.
But that's a faraway dream from here.
Yeah, that is a distant possibility. I just want to mention, just out of curiosity again, I turned on the engine, the top 3 moves. Like, one of them, I think, is very findable. The other two, no chance. And
should we guess?
yeah, feel free.
Oh my God.
Please guess. Because I'm still trying to work out why they're good moves.
So it can't be knight c5 because the queen again gets trapped. So you said bishop takes knight is not a big threat. One of the ideas that comes to my mind is throw that b pawn up the board, b4.
Yeah, good move.
Not bad. All right,
move.
Jovanka, your guess.
Yeah, now you showed it. I like it.
So we both are going with b4.
Yeah, okay, damn. Good work.
Yeah.
Another of the top moves, king to h8, which we were just so long we've been saying that's a terrible square. You get bank ranked in the corner there. King to h8, preemptively stepping away from a knight check. Just to point out the reasoning for everyone at home, it does look like you're dropping a knight, but once the knight is captured, this is a really nasty check to the white king on the diagonal. You can throw your rook in the way and block, but I think you're just so awkwardly tied up now, pinned here, maybe even pinned on the d-file, that this is just terminal. And yeah, the other move, queen back to b6. I was actually going to say that this is the most findable of them all. You attack the bishop, and if bishop takes knight now, you have two moves. You can again check with the bishop, or you can even drop back your queen, check on the long diagonal, pick up the bishop next move. And we have an answer. It's rook to b6 instead.
Gosh. But the bar rises.
Oh my God. And there we can see from the blue arrow, it's knight to h5. Yeah, because the black king has to be forced into the corner, and now the queen can swoop in.
The queen can swoop in.
d6, right? Am I missing something? Is there some...
I don't think you are.
I'm not sure. There's bishop b7 at the end of everything. Oh, this is so wild.
So bishop takes knight immediately runs into bishop b7 check, right? So you can't go for the piece at least. Knight h5 is the best move. But what's the follow-up here?
Yeah, let's try and work it out. Engine deactivated right now. Let's try and use our brains. Hive mind.
Big ask, David Howell.
We can do this. Okay, bishop takes knight, I think we're ruling out just because the check looks too scary. We saw something similar. Knight h5 check, we know is the first move. The king, let's say it goes to the corner. Because otherwise, the desirable f8 square, there is this queen check. So let's say knight h5, king h8. Let's put it on the board.
Let's do it.
Although I quite like the blue arrow. I love the colors there. King h8. Bar rising. This is scary times for black. Where is the continuation?
I did like Jovanka's idea of putting the queen to d6, but I don't see where it's going from there because you still don't have the f8 square.
It was just to work around to queen c7, but there's bishop b7 though at the end of it, and you just don't have time for anything.
So the idea is great, but the execution we need to work out.
And if you go moves like rook f3,
yeah, that I like. Just get the queen only one square.
Right.
So easy
Queen
move.
c5.
Now you can maybe take.
Let's do it.
Rook d6 is the idea, I guess. Bishop takes knight. Let's say rook to d6 is Gukesh's plan. Otherwise, you're just a piece down because the check has been blocked on this diagonal, so double attack.
Can you go queen
Queen
c2
B1, queen b1,
and
yeah.
knight f6?
Yes.
Ooh.
No.
Why not? This just looks fantastic. For white,
Chess is hard.
how... What is black doing? Bishop
b7.
Knight f6.
Knight f6. Maybe you... Oh, wait. Rook d3?
Oh my gosh.
Maybe, I'm not sure if you take first, maybe, and then you have this way to block this diagonal and the game goes on.
Incredible.
Still looks like white's doing very well, to be honest, but then again, the knight and bishop are discoordinated from their queen. This is just wild. So rook d6, what is the move in that variation? If we go back to this point at home, let us know as well. What do you think? Is Arjun going to find a knockout blow? We're struggling here. It's not easy at all. I wonder whether you even go to the A file, try to get in behind this angle. What other moves come to mind? Maybe you go this way, queen.
Oh, that looks nice. Hitting the f6 pawn.
Yeah, tempting as well.
But then you've got rook d1, queen. Is your king going to be safe on h3? Is that the point?
I didn't look that far ahead, but I'm just trying to find ways to move the queen.
Can we have that on the board? Queen e1, take on d7 with something, queen h4, rook d1 check, king g2, queen g1 check, king h3. Thank you very much. And you're checkmating on f6 and g7 next.
Yeah, I must admit I didn't even see the check on g1, and then so I'm lucked out in this variation. But the bar does confirm it looks like queen e1. This whole variation, let's go through it step by step. Knight h5 check, king in the corner. Now you hit the black queen, very natural. This is where it gets hard for Arjun Erigaisi. You take the knight, rook d6, and here this is the position both of them are analyzing. I think almost guaranteed. They're both deep in this position, and you need to find the right square with your queen. I'm just going to quickly turn on the all-seeing eye, and only winning move, queen e1.
Oh, wow. Everything else loses advantage.
Still slightly better for white, but not immediately winning, not knockout. It's only a small.
And queen
tiny
e1
advantage.
is killing.
Queen e1 is killing. +2 at this level should be killing.
Yeah, queen h4 coming in. That is a stunner.
It's such an ice-cold move, right? Queen e1, and you just got to visualize that the king has a hiding place on h3. But also, one thing I want to say is that you have to see this from a distance, right? You have to see this in your calculation, because you can't just make the move, because as David indicated, anything else, then black is back in the game. Wow.
You have to see it from a distance, and Arjun keeps looking into the distance. What are the odds that he finds this line, starting with knight h5 check?
I mean, if he finds this whole line, that's going to be like a 99% accuracy game in a crazy tactical battle. That is another level. I think it's 50, 60% chance he finds it by process of elimination.
Knight h5 is the easy move, right? It's always been, it's a check, it's the first move you're looking at. I would say rook f3 as well, because this has been something that Arjun mentioned in his confession, to kick the queen out. It's a forcing sequence. The queen has only one square. That key idea that you mentioned, Arjun has to spot queen to e1. How difficult is that, Ivanka?
Yeah, it's very difficult, because, you know, you're just sliding the queen. She's not a particularly active square, but you have to understand that she's going to make inroads on h4. And we're going to be sticking with this because the drama is all here. But just to update you on another set of results, we're going to be seeing our second Armageddon, as it was a draw between Sara Kadam and Zhu Wenjun.
Yeah, that one was balanced throughout. Actually, Zhu Wenjun had a little bit of pressure at some point, but Sara Kadam defending very well, just as she did yesterday in the Classical game. So, yeah, both of them losing yesterday in Armageddon. That is going to be a fun one to watch a bit later.
Yep, definitely. Oh.
Oof. Yeah, it feels like there's always like crunch time in games, right? The first 2-3 hours, it's just building up, and this is where the games are decided.
Yeah. I always feel with Norway Chess is that everything is quiet for the first few hours, and then all hell breaks loose, right? And there's this craziness on every single board.
Yeah, it's not even a slow build-up. It's like quiet, 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 then boom. All the action happens simultaneously across all 6 games.
Team no increment forever. This is why I love it. Because you just know that, you know, at first 2 hours looks like so much amount of time to work things out. But as it progresses, you realize that you have to start thinking about time management and the clock pretty much from the opening.
Yeah. Definitely. So we've had 2 Armageddon. Well, we're going to be seeing 2 Armageddons, and we are playing a little competition, right? So can we just do a quick recap of the action so far and see what we are expecting from the other games?
David's reached the limit already.
Yeah, the rest are definitely going to be decisive. Trust me, chat. You believe. You believe. Oh dear. Okay.
I think only our mod believes.
Yeah, top left game we've been focusing in on a lot. Gukesh, the world champion, struggling, it looks like, if Arjun finds all the best moves. The middle board on the top there, is that yellow, is that brown? I'm not sure, but Hikaru Nakamura against Magnus Carlsen. Maybe we do check in on that briefly, but that is looking slightly better for black, but manageable maybe for Nakamura. Top right looking a bit crazy now, the green board between Wei Yi and Caruana. We did predict that would be wild. On the bottom row, Anna Muzichuk still slightly better, just a very small advantage against Humpy Kanaru. That's where I'm fear there might be another Armageddon. But in the meantime, yeah, 1 Armageddon underway between Vachier-Lagrave and Lei Ting-Zhe now. Okay, where do we jump?
Should we do a quick update with the Hikaru Magnus board? We haven't had a look at it, and I think Hikaru as well is getting into a bit of a time problem.
Yeah, let's go there and just see what's happened, because well, we were kind of discussing what was going to be happening on the left side of the board. You know, would Magnus advance the B pawn? But he decided, okay, well, let's make some trades. And now he's gone for the whole activating the queen. Just getting ready to target some pawns, or just maybe switch her over to the right side if need be.
Ivanka, I think the biggest turnaround in this game has been on the clock. You know, I was talking about Hikaru being under time pressure. Look at that. The clocks have completely leveled out. That's good news for Hikaru fans. Yeah. Many out there.
They both really want it. Magnus really would love a win as well. So I think he's been investing a lot of that time trying to find out how to keep the tension. Maybe the mistake earlier was actually trading pawns, keeping even more pawns on the board, keeping things tight on that side. for Hikaru. That might have given Magnus a bigger advantage. We actually saw the computer say over +1 earlier, but now only small edge for black. I'm wondering what he's looking at Magnus as a threat, maybe dropping his bishop back, the white queen lacking some squares. Maybe he's hinting that he'll take here in the near future. If there is no threat, then Hikaru now on this move, at least he can improve something. I would love to get this white knight off the back rank somehow. It's very hard to find moves. There's no obvious natural moves. That's the problem for both, I think.
Because you come out with that knight to e3, then you're already looking at the black knight jumping into the center of the board, hitting that queen, winning the bishop pair as well. You know, I think this one, I'll make a prediction, goes to Armageddon.
But wait 1 second. Isn't the queen on g3 virtually trapped? So you've got to be really careful, right?
There's only d6.
Yeah, but if you go bishop to b8, I'm all about the backward moves today.
So you mean, what does Hikaru start with?
So I say if he goes knight e3,
whoops,
is bishop to b8 just like looking super nice?
Looks game over.
And I'll pretend I saw that and I'll take a c4.
Okay.
Decision, by the way, by Hikaru.
It's queen to g5.
Queen g5. I think he was scared about Ivanka's idea, bishop b8 and no squares for the queen.
Understandable. The white knight on e3 would have blocked this possibility. So now the bishop defended by its queen. Okay, to trade or not to trade, Magnus Carlsen. Big moment. If he exchanges, I see some logic there. The black knight could come to the center, maybe start targeting some pawns. That would be a long endgame grind. If Magnus goes back, but the black queen did just come from that direction, then we might be seeing a hint of a repetition, I dare say. What about queen c7, queen g3, offering a trade, queen jumps back, no endgame for you, but the dance continues.
You know, while I did predict an Armageddon, I'm going to say no repetition here. I think Magnus wants to fight this on, and he's going to make Hikaru sweat a little more, whether it's in the endgame or he wants to keep the queens on the board. Again, that's going to tell us a lot about his mindset, how much he wants to push this for a win.
Mm-hmm. He can, you know, he has the better placed bishops. And somehow or other, you feel like he's been pressing for the advantage the whole game. So why not let your opponent sweat a little? You know, why not let them show you how to draw? So I don't think that he's going to be repeating. Do you think the queens are going to come off?
I think they will.
Yes.
I think he goes for it. He did make a little hand move. What could you read from that?
He's going to play queen takes queen and then knight into e4, and he's going to try and get the bishop pair. And, oh, I don't know. It wasn't enough of a hand movement. The camera's not zoomed in enough.
But should you make your opponent waste some time, just on a practical level? You go queen c7 and see whether Hikaru goes queen g3, and then exactly, and then you go queen a5.
That's what we're taught to do, right? Repeat twice, then laugh and play for a win. Assert your dominance. Oof.
And Magnus has done that a couple of times, right? Where he hints at a repetition, and then just when the computer, not the computer, but Hikaru, almost the computer, starts feeling in that comfort zone, you change it up. But I'm going for a queen trade here by Magnus Carlsen.
Okay, well, Magnus is thinking whether to trade queens or not. We are there in Armageddon between Vachier-Lagrave and Leiting-J. So let's dive in and follow some action.
Okay, in the meantime, I'll just bring that game up.
And I'll just update everyone that Arjun still hasn't made a move, so we will keep an eye out on that as we go through the action of the Armageddon.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, this Armageddon, we're in the middle game, but White earlier, with some tactics, was able to establish a rook on the 7th rank. Oh, but suddenly a blunder just as we join the game from Vachier-Lagrave. This does feel wrong. Suddenly the White King is coming under pressure, not just with a pawn, but maybe on the open A file. After some exchanges, she's just brought her bishop back. One more move, and her bishop will land on the long diagonal. Can Leiting-J pounce this very second? And how does she break through with black?
Yeah, it's not easy, right, to kind of orchestrate the queen and the rook on the A line, because White is primed and ready to make moves like rook to E8, just initiate some trades to defend.
Yeah, that's a really important resource because it's so tempting to go pawn takes pawn and just line up the queen with the rook, but the rook e8 check idea just gets rid of all the attackers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I was worried about the black queen coming in and behind as well once the A file opened, but again, rook to E8 saves the day, and instead a very strong move, AlphaZero-esque, putting a pawn as deep into the enemy's territory as possible, caging the White King. Now, any check is just going to be checkmate on diagonals, or if the black queen gets in. For now, a back rank checkmate. Bank rank checkmate impossible. That will be blocked.
can you just go in full materialist mode, right? Give a check on h1, grab on h2, but no. Oh, this is nice, right? You're threatening to swing over with the queen to f6 and try and deliver a checkmate there on the b2 square.
Multi-purpose move, yeah, trying to break through on the c file as well. The black queen, black bishop, they're both pointed at the c2 pawn. And yeah, you might be winning material. Queen f6, that's so sneaky. That's the kind of thing that in blitz territory, now both players are around at the 2-minute mark. That's the type of move that wins games.
Yeah, full board awareness and finding this maneuver and making it happen. One move, many grooves. d5 hits that c4 pawn, hits the c2 pawn. Queen f6, a huge idea. And 2 minutes, around the 2-minute mark for both these players. Vachier-Lagrave, under tremendous pressure, reaches out, does put the queen on a spot that it stops queen f6. And Lettinger is just ready with her response.
Yeah, totally. Well, and also remember the rules of Armageddon. Vachier-Lagrave with the white pieces, she would have started with that time advantage, but it means that she is in a must-win situation. Lettinger is playing with draw odds.
Well, I'm not going to try and predict the future, but if white plays the move bishop to c3, you can play d takes c4 and get a bank rank checkmate. You can get your rook in at the cost of black's queen. But OK, she slides her bishop back. Nice defensive move, I was going to say, but the bar hates it from Vachier-Lagrave.
Could you just move your queen away from the pin, hit that white rook and start grabbing material on c4? I mean, that looks like a simple way to continue. Queen d6.
She's doing it.
Also defending that a3 pawn, by the way. Hits the rook, pawn takes pawn coming in next.
Yeah, opposite color bishops. We've said it once, we've said it 1,000 times, but with queens, with rooks on the board, heavy pieces, it's all about who has the attack. White cannot defend, white cannot parry what is about to happen on the light squares because she's got a dark squared bishop. It's that simple. Drawish tendency, we always say opposite color bishops, but not this time. It's all about the white king. The black king is super safe meanwhile.
David, look at the clock. She's touching the 1-minute mark. And you could have an hour on your clock on this one. I don't know how you're defending it. She needs a miracle to save this. Brings all her pieces back close to the white king. Pawn takes pawn.
Just take it. Open up the white king even further. This is just where the attack begins. This is going to be a long-term thing. It's not an immediate knockout necessarily. Long-term attack for Vachier-Lagrave to deal with. And I don't think she's going to survive this.
No, and still moves to be made before they reach that move 40, where they can get that extra 1 second time bonus per move. But okay, she drops back with the queen, defends the rook.
How you don't take that rook there is beyond me. Like, queen sacrifice, queen takes d2 would have been pre-move, like autopilot, because white's king is stuck on the back rank, just mated.
Yeah, that was probably the move. Yeah, that just feels like game over.
Yeah, I can check, but yeah,
missed opportunity.
Okay, offer of a queen trade. If queens and rooks come off, though, I said opposite color bishops. It's one-sided, but sometimes taking one step back in the wrong direction is enough to blow the advantage. And she just needs a draw, though, with black.
Yes.
So actually, maybe just swapping the queens, swapping the rooks would have secured it.
But she wants more. She's playing for more. She targets that b2 spot. Can Vachier-Lagrave just pick up that pawn on a3?
Well, she initiates a set of trades, and well, she has to be careful, right?
Queen
because
d1.
you can't take on a3 because of the queen coming into d1 and is in there.
The pawn on c2 hanging, thunder spot, and Lettinger needs only a draw to clinch the match. She could just trade, but that's probably tricky.
Yeah, probably it's fine, but white is almost paralyzed, so why trade queens now?
Yeah, just look at the cluster of white pieces there. She can't make a move, and it looks like Lettinger is in full control. We are going to have to actually dash over because action is happening elsewhere. Tanya, we're going to head straight to the Erigaisi-Gukesh game, which is seeing some incredible moves, right?
Yeah, we're going to assume that Lettinger is in the driver's seat. She only needs a draw. She's got a winning position. She should be able to bank it. That game's going to be over. But let's go to Arjun Erigaisi. That game actually ends in a draw. We saw the handshake top right of your screens there. That one is a win for Lettinger in the Armageddon. A draw with black is enough. Let's go to Arjun Erigaisi, who is playing like
He's playing like
god.
a boss.
Playing like a boss right now.
He's playing like a boss, like a god. Say what you want, but look at the moves that he's found since we left it last. David, do a quick action replay as Gukesh is trying to think his way out of the last move that Arjun's just made with the idea of getting that queen to the h4 square.
Yeah, wonderful stuff. We said this was the only winning path. Arjun Erigaisi finds it. It was hidden, though. Not easy. We left it here. Knight check given by the blue arrow. The computer says, best move. He plays it. Of course he does, Arjun Erigaisi. The king goes back to the corner. Blue arrow appears. He plays the best move yet again. Rook to f3. The queen is trapped, apart from this square. She retreats. A capture now, white's a piece up, but that isn't going to stay the case for too long. Double attack, and only move for white to maintain the advantage, the winning edge. Queen to e1, subtle, smooth, and she's coming in. The queen is going to break through on the f6 square, or support the knight coming to this square to take a pawn, and the black king is sitting, waiting in the corner for its doom.
I hear you, David, but the fact that Gukesh hasn't rushed with his decision, what happens after bishop to b7? Because that's a move that I really want to make. You can't go queen h4 anymore. I think you take the rook, come in with a check, and your king isn't as safe. So bishop b7, what does Arjun have in mind for that?
Great call. We didn't talk about that one earlier. Just to mention to everyone at home, bishop takes bishop. This is over because of the white king streaking up the board, running forward now and surviving on h3. No more checks. Checkmate coming. So, yeah, this is the big question, Tanya. I think this is what he has to do, Gukesh. He plays it.
Of course he does.
Live board, bishop to b7, and e4 only move, breaking the pin. Arjun Erigaisi.
And Arjun on fire!
Again.
Instantly. How? Yeah. What is this chess?
It's just unbelievable.
Unreal stuff.
Poor Gukesh. He's had 2 blacks to start this tournament, and he's got this target on his back because he's world champion. His opponents have played pretty much perfect games. Yesterday, Magnus with nigh on 99% accuracy. Arjun Erigaisi today, it's just incredible. 99.3% accuracy. Gukesh has played a great game, but he's still losing. How harsh is chess?
I mean, chess is a real cruel mistress at times. But wow. But there we see Arjun Erigaisi. He is on fire. Let me tell you, someone else is playing some fantastic chess. I just want to acknowledge that Fabiano Caruana, let's have a look at the bird's eye view. He is black against Wei Yi. Look at the evaluation bar. That just tells you everything you need to know. He is well on the way to winning his game against Wei Yi.
And looking at that position, that's the top right board, as you said, it looks like Fabi's played some incredible chess, right, from when we left it last. Looks like a completely crazy position, and maybe we'll have a look at it at some point, a deeper dive into it, but Fabi in complete control, looking at that bounce-back victory from yesterday.
Yeah, it's level pawns, level material, but Fabiano has big targets to look at, and it's actually very similar to the Leighton-J game that we just left, that we saw in the Armageddon, opposite colour bishops, but white cannot defend on the light squares. So we're going to assume that Fabiano with a big advantage, but yeah, the world champion in trouble. I think that's the big story.
7 minutes. 7 minutes on the clock for Gukesh.
Yeah.
Okay, Fabiano retreating his queen in the other game. The whole point, we should mention to everyone at home, was to break this pin. White is now a bishop up. Oh, sorry, a knight up in this case, so still a minor piece to the good. And if you take this bishop, it's still the same idea. The white queen comes in, no defense, because the white king is going to hide miraculously in front of its pawn on h2.
Yeah, and how is Gukesh going to survive this one, actually? Because queen h4 is coming black's way.
I don't think he does. I mean, rook takes bishop, knight takes pawn, queen h4. That just looks like completely busted.
Yeah.
You know, as long as your rook is on f3, your king absolutely safe there. And again, the clock, it's ticking down, but you could have as much time as you want. Is there a path to survival? You're down a piece. You can't regain material. You're just thinking in your head, how do I keep this game going?
Maybe it's just to go rook to d3. And just accept that, OK, you're going to be a piece down. The bishop on d7 isn't necessarily the best piece in the world. It's a little bit trapped. And you try and fight that way.
It's definitely a move. Rook d3 takes, queen h4 runs into bishop takes pawn. So you've stopped some big ideas.
I love it. Just put that on the board. Rook to d3. If there is a trade, suddenly the black d pawn becomes very strong, by the way. But yeah, queen h4 impossible due to, whoops, checkmate in one move. And the white king caught in the corner, embarrassed. So yeah, this would suddenly complicate things, although white's still doing very well after knight takes pawn, probably. But yeah, rook d3, I love it. The other move that comes to mind, maybe f5, just to try and break this diagonal open. Just ignore the fact that white's bishop is still alive. Either way, black is losing, so you just need to confuse the opponent. That's the key in these types of positions.
But right now, I mean, you got to be feeling so confused yourself. How do you save this? How do you create that chaos? How do you sort of shift the dynamic? You might be dead lost, but you got to give it your all, Jovanka.
Yeah, and how do you unsettle an opponent who is looking like Arjun, right?
Iceman.
It's unbelievable.
He doesn't look stressed at all.
Nerves of steel.
Yeah, he just looks like a man who has calculated absolutely everything.
I don't even know if he's got nerves. I mean, this is insane. How cool and calm and collected Arjun Erigaisi can be. You know, just the position he's played, the game he's played, the accuracy he's shown against none other than the world champion. Also, not going into any deep things. You know, just being ahead on the clock. This is class.
Yeah, and we've been joking about the bank ranks, but just keeping half an hour in the bank, like keeping half an hour up your sleeve for later. Erigaisi here, he's got 28 minutes left. He knows there might be surprises ahead, but he's got that cushion. And Gukesh has left himself with no cushion, 4 minutes. And he's still, 10 moves to make before you get an increment?
Exactly, right? You survived this one. Good luck surviving the next 9 as well.
Yeah.
Every move could just be a losing move on the spot.
Exactly.
This is what happened against Magnus yesterday.
Right, this is the type of position where the margin of error is so high, and he takes the bishop.
And now the
queen.
Oh, the queen doesn't come in. I was actually expecting the white queen to come out, but maybe that wouldn't have got the job done as quickly. Knight takes pawn, as Tanya mentioned a bit earlier. The black rook hit, and now, only now, the white queen, coming out to deliver checkmate if that black rook moves, if it shifts.
You could move anywhere the queen comes in, right? Because we've spoken about the white king finding safety on that key h3 square. So regardless of where black goes, yes, hang that rook, take it, David, but there's a mate on h7.
Okay, but can you just go walkies with the king? So I'm just thinking, move the rook, put her to an active square, rook to d3. And then once the queen zooms up, you try to do the great escape, king to g7, and off it goes.
We might see this line being played out. Because Jovanka, I think after queen h4, you have to come up with the king. There's actually no way that you can defend that h7 pawn.
The blue arrow does indicate that the path is actually quite narrow for Arjun as well. The only winning move, queen h4.
Ooh,
okay.
I mean, this is the most obvious one, I would say, at this point.
Checkmate in one, threatened.
Yeah, and it was set up by that beautiful queen e1 move earlier. But it's not going to be one-way traffic, even if the bar says it's totally winning at this point. Queen h4, king out to g7, and yeah, you still need to be accurate. You cannot take your eye off the ball. You cannot stop the momentum. Otherwise, black might get some counterplay.
And black's counterplay could actually be pretty dangerous because that rook is under attack. If you trade, then you allow a very strong passer. So Arjun just has to go for checkmate. He has to find a way to kill Gukesh's game right now.
Right.
He can't play a long game in this one. I think he's just completely lost if he tries to sort of prolong things.
Those bridges have been burnt. It's
Yes.
all in now. He has to go into queen h4, and the king is going to step up. And then the question is, what's the next move? Like, how do you keep things going? Because that's not entirely clear.
Passing that on to David.
Trying to work it out. I'm struggling, I must admit. King g7, I wanted to give a check on h5. So maybe we put some moves on the board?
Let's do it.
Yeah, I think we have some time. Arjun will
He's about to make his decision, though, David.
make a move. He'll play queen h4.
Yeah, we never have time when Arjun's playing queen h4 on the board. He, of course, plays the best move.
Threatens checkmate. Queen takes h7.
Gukesh will play king g7.
Only
surely.
move.
Bishop takes e4. Luckily, knight takes e4 hits the black queen, so there's no time to take the white rook.
And h5 is also unthinkable because I think just knight takes pawn, right? Or not.
Yes. Or g5, maybe.
Oof.
Or... Yeah, h5, let's just put that on the board very quickly. Sorry to our producers who happen to bring the analysis board back. Maybe you can play g5 and queen takes pawn is still going to be checkmate next move. Or, yeah, you can start taking and...
Yeah. At least you win the rook back as well.
Yeah, you win the rook back. And, okay, we're going to see a move from Gukesh. It is king to g7. And now blue arrow appears. Only winning move is f5 for white.
What on earth?
Wow.
Just what on earth?
What a move. f5. You are just blocking the connection between the queen on c5 and the g5 square, and you're threatening queen to g5.
But where's the mate there? I see that. Rook takes rook, queen g5, king f8, queen g8, king e7.
I don't think you mate. You fork the king and queen. There's knight to d7 if the black rook moves off the d file after king to f8. You basically say you don't have a threat. Rook takes rook. I don't think you even threaten to win immediately. You just set up this idea.
Can we show that with arrows?
Yeah, pawn to f5. The blue arrow indicates that one. If black plays rook, takes the white rook. White slides in, queen check, hitting the king. The king will retreat to the f8 square, and then knight to d7 is a fork at the very end, hitting the king. and hitting the queen, which drops off.
So Arjun has to figure out that he needs to, like you said, block that queen and allow his own queen to give a check on g5. And you can't do it with the e-pawn moving forward because bishop takes rook comes in with a check. So f5 is really the only way to get that going.
Right. It is, right? And you also have to calculate that the white king is completely safe, right, on h1. It always has that hiding square on h3.
Let's put it on the board. So the viewers are going to, let's watch the wooden board just for when Arjun Erigaisi moves. That's the live position. Just to show this again with moves. Pawn to f5. That would be a brilliancy. I mean, there's been so many brilliancies already. Rook takes rook, queen check. Rook takes rook would be a losing move, but the key is the king cannot go to the corner. That would just be checkmate on the g8 square. But you don't chase the king if it goes the other way. You just give it a check, and this fork wins the game. And I don't even know how black battles on. There isn't an immediate checkmate threat. That's why this is so difficult, f5.
Does he find it? Does Arjun find f5? With 24 minutes on the clock to work this out.
Yes.
What do you think, Ivanka?
Yeah. He's a fantastic attacker. It makes so much sense, right? You're not going to be playing moves like rook takes rook because you are just simply playing without one of your attackers. So
g5, maybe he'll think about?
g5 is
a checkmate.
Yeah, you're threatening queen h6 checkmate. I mean, does that work as well? But f5 is the only move.
But also f8 is defended, so queen h6 is not really a mate, right, David?
But queen h6 and then queen takes h7 is the mate.
Yes.
Let's put this on the board. g5 would be my first reaction.
Whoa.
And this loses.
Bishop takes pawn?
Wait, what?
What? No.
Yeah, bishop takes pawn.
But knight takes?
Oh my gosh.
How do you win this?
Is it check?
Queen check.
Well, we've been saying this is super safe.
King h6.
Oh wait, it's not even a queen check. Wait, what?
Rook d2, queen f5, rook
yes.
No, rook d2.
Rook d2 is covered.
Oh, yeah.
No, but you go rook g1, king h3,
and
queen
queen
f5.
Whoops. This is hidden. So that's why you cannot actually give access to black to the f5 square. g5, if he plays it, tables turn and Gukesh wins. I'm going to say g5 is actually the most natural move in the position.
g5 is losing for Arjun, f5 is winning for Arjun, and g5 is the human move here.
I would play, if you gave me 5 minutes, I would play g5.
Oh my goodness.
He's got 22 minutes though, Arjun. Surely he won't blunder that one. f5, it's difficult, it's hidden though. You just need to see that queen g5 is the threat you want to set up.
And I agree with you. The idea of g5 is simply queen h6 check, forcing the black king on h8, and then the mate on h7, and it looks like it's undefendable, right?
Yeah, and that's crazy because g5, bishop takes pawn. As you said, Tanya, after this check, the king goes back. It's important that f8 is covered by the black queen, and now you cover h7 with the black bishop. It's like a miracle that black survives, but you win. Wow, chess is
oh my goodness.
Crazy.
Moment of truth.
Yeah, and well, Arjun has a lot of time on the clock, just over 20 minutes, so he can calculate everything, but it's the kind of position that can just turn, and that's what makes it so dramatic. So g5, losing move, f5, winning. Wow.
Okay, maybe we keep the camera on them and talk about what we see in front of us, the bird's eye view, the other games. Of course, dramatic. Fabiano Caruana, though, getting his first classical win of the event. No more Armageddons. That's good news for my bet, but great news for Fabi as well. But Wei Yi a bit too fast and loose there, maybe taking too many risks.
Maybe meeting you with that lamp was good luck for Fabi.
Exactly.
You know, he needs to bump into you more.
Yeah.
Carry a lamp throughout reception every day.
And the Armageddon between Sarah Kadem and Ju Wenjun is well underway.
Okay, takes a decision. No, Arjun does, but what did he play?
Arjun took the rooks off the board. Gukesh is alive. It's not over anymore.
Oh, he didn't see f5.
He didn't see f5, but thankfully did not play g5 either.
He still should have a winning-ish advantage. Erigaisi, he found the best move. He's going to give a check now.
He's going to grab the d3 pawn? Is that his idea?
Yeah.
Yep. He might give a couple of knight checks first, but that doesn't change the nature of the position. He can repeat the position here, but... Okay, pawn up. Should still be enough, plus something advantage here. One pawn hit at least.
But you know, that bishop that Gukesh has against that e4 pawn, Gukesh has got something to play for in this position as well. He's got ideas of his own. White's king not entirely safe either.
That is true, but it's the black king that is really vulnerable, right? Because you can even think of moves like once you've captured the pawn on d3 of stepping up with the queen to d4, you know, eyeballing the dark squares.
After queen takes pawn, if I'm black, I would immediately go f5. You know, win, lose, you need to get that move going. You have to activate that bishop on b7. It doesn't matter if it's right or wrong. That's the move I want on the board.
Yeah, otherwise it's just slow torture and you resign.
Yes. Once queen d4 comes in, like you're saying.
Exactly. I mean, it's going to be problem central on the dark squares, but okay.
I'm curious whether Arjun can even give some other checks, you know, like queen here, check, the king slides to the corner, you give another check in the center, then you give a knight check. It just feels like on the dark squares you're, I don't know, you're conquering those squares, you're setting up some nasty, nasty mates. But yeah, taking the pawn would be the pragmatic way to go.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's understandable not figuring f5 out because it was such a difficult idea to find. You know, you just simply block the queen's defense and working all of that out. I was actually thinking that g5, like you said, he was in big danger of playing that move.
Yeah. I think if he didn't have this kind of simple way out, Arjun Erigaisi, he might have played... F5 was so hard, I think, for any human.
Yes.
But he might have been more tempted to go wrong. But I think the fact that he saw this, and he's up 16, 17 minutes, and he's up a pawn.
Very practical decision, right?
Can't blame him.
No, you can't. And also, like you said earlier, Ivanka, that it's only a 10-second increment after move 40. So it's going to be incredibly hard for Gukesh to keep defending it, not just for the next 10 moves, but probably the next 25 moves.
And a position like this is virtually impossible, I would say, because you constantly have to mind the queen and the knight. They're the perfect attacking duo. The black king is so sensitive on the dark squares, and ultimately the queen and the bishop cannot coordinate in any meaningful way to attack the white king.
Yeah, big moment. There's some very tempting checks here. I think queen takes pawn is very likely to happen, but Gukesh is calculating that. As Tanya said, f5 is the main worry, that you do take a bit of steam out of your attack.
It's sort of a double-edged move because you're also opening up your own king. But right now, as Arjun's thinking what to do, I think Gukesh is exactly calculating that. That queen takes pawn, can he take the chance of pushing that f pawn, just exposing his king even further, but just trying to activate that bishop on b7?
Yeah, I have a feeling Arjun's going to give a check like queen g5 or knight f6. I just don't know which one. Just to block the dark squares, to block f5, and then somehow try to grab this pawn a bit later, maybe only after you've locked in black.
But he has to be very sure in his calculation because that pawn, David, is just 2 steps ahead, away from becoming a queen. So if you go for any line where you let it live, you better make sure it doesn't survive for too long.
Yeah. But I agree with David. I do think that knight will come to f6 just to kind of prevent black from breaking out with f5.
Yeah, and then king to g7. I guess he'd be forced to play a move like queen d4 there. Oof. That's not obvious. Anyway, that game is very tense. Arjun still has a bit of time in that bank. So let's just mention that Hikaru Nakamura against Magnus Carlsen, the queens did come off. Small positional advantage for Magnus, but Hikaru is very, very active. So it does look like it's holding the balance in that one. Armageddon, a very likely possibility. The other Armageddon, which isn't good news for my bet, the other Armageddon ongoing between Sara Kardem and Zhu Wenjun. It does look like Zhu Wenjun's blown what was a totally winning advantage, but a draw is enough for her, and she should be able to secure it. That's the red board on the bottom left there. I don't know, do we take a quick dive into that game?
Just a quick one, just to kind of confirm our suspicions or thoughts. And Zhu Wenjun just needs a draw. And there you can see, we join it and a blunder has been played.
But why is this a blunder?
Good question. If you just want to draw, I think you can play knight e4, by the way. But,
I was trying...
Ooh, she just really doesn't want to win this game, Zhu Wenjun. She knows a draw is enough. Clock situation, though, quite dramatic. 3 versus 2.
Threat on the board, queen d3 check, winning the rook.
Ooh, don't blunder that one. Zhu Wenjun, I don't know, it looks like she's a bit nervous. Just her last few moves, she could have won on the spot a few turns ago. And she started retreating, starting begging for a queen exchange. Not the right direction for black. She brings her queen back where it came from.
There's going to be no repetition because that's as good as a loss for Sara.
Yep.
I'm expecting like G4, H4, just something.
H4.
And it comes.
There you go.
Great call.
B5, only move to maintain the advantage, apparently.
But it makes a lot of sense. You know, you have a wonderful asset there on the left, so start pushing it, and Ju Wenjun does. Also, you can threaten to trade off queens, right? If your king is in too much danger, queen c4.
And I think she just wants to go b4, b3 as well next, because the white queen is tied down to defending that knight on f2. So you really don't have a way to capture the pawn, and Wenjun's got a clear path forward. G4, G5 just doesn't feel like it has enough steam. Saying that, I'd be terrified if my opponent played G4 here. What just happened? Oh!
Yeah, in a way she had to do it, right? I mean, she's a pawn down, she's in a must-win situation. Roll the dice, queen c4. You know, Ju Wenjun, she's just simply trying to trade off queens, eliminate the danger.
Tunnel vision by Ju.
Yeah, I mean, but it's practical. Yes. You're just doing what needs to be done.
Yeah, she's so experienced. She's conquered all these different time formats. Ju Wenjun, she knows how to get things done. 1.5 minutes is the only thing that can stop her, though. And in the meantime, Arjun Erigaisi against Gukesh going down the path we were predicting.
Big action in that one as well.
Yeah, I think maybe we zoom out of this, assuming that Ju Wenjun is going to close out the Armageddon. A draw is enough for her. She still has a winning position.
Is it knight takes pawn now? Is that potentially the winning move?
It does look really good to explode open the king, but the question is, do you need to risk it like this?
That's the bottom left board with that last move. Can Wenjun and will Wenjun sacrifice her knight for 2 pawns on that G4 square? But all eyes on the Arjun versus Gukesh, right? Gukesh now under 2 minutes. F5 has arrived on the board. A pawn has been picked up. This is getting murky.
It's getting murky. The black queen can suddenly jump out with some checks. I would be a bit nervous. I'm really shocked that Arjun's allowed this. This continuation. Are we going to see some crazy zigzagging of the white king, just like Gukesh against Carlsen yesterday, where the white king is going to start walking up the board and round and in if the checks continue?
Well, that would be a king walk for the books, right? I mean, that would be just unbelievable, right? If the king can find safety on the h6 square.
And then assist the queen to give a mate on G7.
And the fact that Arjun has calculated that is just brilliant.
I'm just going to put it on the board quickly while Gukesh thinks, like, queen c5 check. He's got to make a move soon. This would be a losing blunder because the king walks up the board. And look at this. Oh, wait, not even up. Maybe you walk across here. Wait, where's the win? Apparently this is winning for white, but this would be a crazy continuation. I don't even see it. I'm just going to quickly check the all-seeing oracle. He instead plays... Oh, wait, he doesn't make a move yet.
30 seconds, David. No. He has to make a move.
He has to make a move. We'll break that down in a moment once he's made his move.
He's got 2 moves to make, by the way.
Oh, my gosh. Okay, we'll stay here.
40. Oh, and now 25 seconds on the clock. Make one. Gukesh, you got to play right now.
Exactly. He might as well give a check, right?
Just anything. He's got to make 2 moves, not just one. He comes back with the bishop.
Okay, this is crafty, right? Defend the e6 pawn, then threaten to go queen to c5.
That's the backup move that you have. But what if Arjun just grabs on b5 and takes away that square? Good luck finding a move in 15 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you take this pawn and you just hope. I guess it's still level material after that happens. It's not over yet, although Arjun still has the move pawn to c4, and the white queen will be swinging across if that happens. We're thinking about queen takes pawn starting this variation. Yeah, Arjun is doing the right thing, though. He's just pausing, he's controlling his heart rate, he's making Gukesh sweat. Gukesh is trying to calculate, but his heart is going to be pounding for the rest of this game.
Where are those heart rate monitors when you need them? And Arjun looks like he would still probably be around his baseline.
He'd be like heart rate like
50.
45, just chilling.
Just chilling.
Yeah. I think in Paris, his baseline was like 60, 70, right? It's crazy, the freestyle tournament.
Yeah, insane positions on the board, and he was just at 60.
Yeah, winning, losing, blunder, brilliancy. He's always at very chilled heart rate there.
And just to update you, yes, Ju Wenjun did win in that Armageddon game against Sarah Kadem. So she picks up 1.5 points. But wow, we're seeing Gukesh on the brink. No time on the clock and being forced to find only moves if he wants to survive in this position. And Arjun taking all the time in the world.
Because he's got all the time in the world.
Yeah.
I mean, he still has 13 minutes on the clock, and Gukesh has got 1 more move to make to meet move 40, and even that gets only 10 extra seconds. So barely anything. He's getting ready.
Credit to Gukesh, though, finding all these defensive moves, surviving to this point. Like, I think most of us would have just fallen apart, met by all those incredible ideas by Arjun.
I would have lost yesterday, this game.
Yeah, it was just
crazy, right? Just the way he held it and found these ideas of rook d3 and just trying to create counterplay. And that's what they say, right? It's just about hanging on for one more move.
Mm-hmm.
And then you'll get your chances.
Exactly. Just creating the path of most resistance.
I just want to point out, pawn takes pawn, g takes f5 is possible, and black can't recapture that pawn. If you take with the queen, you get checkmated on g7. If you take with the pawn, you lose your bishop. And apparently black's best move is h6 in that position.
Really? Because you'd be thinking queen c5 check, right?
Yeah. I mean, Arjun, he's calculating that. I don't think he's looking at queen takes pawn yet. That's like the backup option.
Yes.
That's the safe one. You keep the advantage. Queen versus knight, like queen and knight, you would keep the attack.
But also pawn takes pawn is a very natural move. The moment you realize that black can't recapture it, the only thing you have to figure out is that after black does give a check, where are you hiding with your king? That's the big question for me.
Yeah, this is the one to work out. I'm really struggling. I think, oh wow, wait.
Which pawn does he pick up? What's your prediction, Ivanka? Does he take the f5 pawn or the b5 pawn?
He doesn't need to rush with it. I also wondered whether he can go g5. Set up the checkmating idea of knight to f6, followed by queen h7.
Either way, g5 or g takes f5, you still have to think about what to do after this check.
That's the key. You need to find that escape route for your king.
And in the meantime, we have a result, and that is a draw between Hikaru Nakamura and Magnus Carlsen. Sorry, we didn't spend too much time on that game. It was very level for the final stages, and that only means Armageddon. So we'll be back with those two greats, those two legends, a bit later.
Love it, right?
Yeah.
We get more Hikaru and Magnus. Exactly what we want. The match goes down to the wire, but credit to Hikaru surviving a lot of pressure on the clock and the board.
And look at this. Pawn takes pawn played. Queen c5 played instantly as he needed to. Yes.
Gukesh has to give a check with his bishop, not with his queen, in order to save this game. He's got 14 seconds, only move.
Oh my God, and last time he gave the wrong check against Magnus. That's how he lost.
It's deja vu. He has to give check with his bishop here and now. He does. Yes. And now, again, only move. He has to trade the queens off.
How does he find it in 14 seconds? And he does.
He does, yeah. There was too much danger for the black king. And it's off, and still it's not over.
It's not, and the bar is level now. Is this going to be a draw?
Only if he takes with the pawn, and he does nervously take with the pawn there, Gukesh. With 12 seconds left on his clock, he gains 10, and Arjun is not winning anymore. Arjun, I think, missed that bishop check. He was looking at the black queen giving check, and the white king had some nice zigzags to escape the checks. Arjun's blown it.
But still, Gukesh has to play so precisely. He's only got 22 seconds left and that 10-second increment. And Arjun's plan is so easy, right? You march on the dark squares and you occupy the center with your king.
But
it's very less pieces left as well. I mean, the worst is over. You're not getting checkmated any time. I think Gukesh's heart rate would probably have come down just a little bit after that queen trade.
Yeah, and black's got a big threat, by the way. Black's threatening pawn to d4, deflecting away the white pawn, and then running through and promoting.
Oh, and the knight is offside.
The knight is miles away.
So do you have to come with your king already if you're Arjun to try to get the king closer to that b pawn?
I think so.
Arjun about to make a move. He reaches for the king. It does come closer, so...
Only move Gukesh. He has to give away his pawn.
No, this is very tough.
Difficult.
This is very... Is he lost everything else?
Everything else he's lost. The white king will sit in the center and white will reorganize and...
He found it. Wow. He creates that past b pawn. Wow.
You know, moments like these, you think the crown wears heavy, but right now it fits right in for Gukesh.
Maybe this is good. You've got no time to get nervous. You just have to purely calculate. And he's done the hard work. Now the white knight is stuck. The white pawn's actually super weak.
I mean, sacrificing a pawn, realizing the importance of that moment, incredible stuff. Just one move too late, you allow the white king, and that would have been game over.
Exactly, there would have been no counterplay. At least here, white has to worry about that runaway b pawn.
He's going to move his king, Gukesh. Good move. 5 seconds left there. And yeah, Arjun has blown it. I don't think we can blame him because he forced Gukesh to be so accurate in that sequence. But he did rush. He's still got 11 minutes, Arjun Erigaisi. He should really have maxed out his advantage there.
I just want to say that this game has just been unreal from both these players.
Yeah.
You know, Arjun putting up that attack, Gukesh surviving it on seconds, finding his resources and staying alive. And now the bar says it's level.
Yeah, I would say the bar says it's level, but he's not out of the woods just yet. You know, he still has to play incredibly precisely. For Arjun, it's all about just keeping an eye on the B pawn and then just coming forward with his own protected pass pawns.
And I want to understand, down 2 pawns, David, why is this level still?
I think white is essentially stuck. So the white king is going to be tied down for the near future, maybe even the rest of the game, just dealing with the black pawn. It's in the square. We should mention I'm just going to draw a nice little square. So the white king is within touching distance of that black pawn. So the white king's stuck. The white pawns on their own don't move. You need the knight, but your knight, as soon as it moves, the black king will be ready, maybe not immediately, but in the near future to just start munching on those pawns. And you're just running out of material. I think just the fact that knights are so bad at dealing with pass pawns, the white king is going to be so distracted. I think that's enough. And white's pawns, yes, you're 2 pawns up, but you're all isolated, all of those pawns there.
Do you think Gukesh realizes this? That despite having the material deficit, the worst is over and he should be holding it?
Yeah, I think he knows. I think Arjun knows. Body language is suddenly much more tense.
He's looking at the board a lot more.
Yeah, that's never a good sign.
For Arjun.
He's going to retreat his knight, I think. Due to some forks, the black king cannot step forward. King to f6 would be met by a knight check. If you take the pawn, knight into d6 check, hitting the bishop. So still testing Gukesh here.
And the clock is still not Gukesh's friend as he finds king to e7, centralizing.
I think there are still some twists and turns ahead in this one. The story's not over.
I absolutely agree. You know, with the clock ticking down like that, there's so many tricks that the knight can pull.
Now, the story's over for my my bet of 2 Armageddons, though.
I guess what Chad has to say about that, you know, all that support pouring in for David's predictions. You guys got to believe me and Jovanka a little bit more.
Oh, I'm glad that you included me in it because your prediction might not come true.
It's currently 3 games were drawn in the Classical.
Yeah.
3 Armageddons.
And
this one might head there.
This one might head there, exactly. And also one other game between Anna Mizicek and Humpy Canary. That also looks like things are pretty balanced.
But we see the bar. But do we believe that this game, this absolute roller coaster, will actually have a peaceful ending?
I don't know. It feels fair. It feels fitting that after a great fight, Gukesh defended so well that it should be a draw. I kind of want to see Armageddon at this point. Now that my bet's out the window anyway, bring on more Armageddons. But I don't know. I think Gukesh has been so accurate to this point. He's not touched his B pawn, which I think is actually really good, because now with the pawn and the bishop, the pawn controls dark squares, bishop controls light squares. White's king cannot approach that side of the board, cannot approach the pawn. So I do feel like if Gukesh just sits still and doesn't blunder a fork, it should be a draw.
Yeah. And, OK, whilst it looks like this game might be headed for peaceful means, well, there is an Armageddon game happening between Hikaru Nakamura and Magnus Carlsen. So let's hear from Hikaru about his thoughts on Armageddon.
Hikaru, that was quite a fighting game of chess eventually.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that I was fine, as I said in the confessional, and then it was a situation where the middle game was very tricky for a few moves, but I was actually very proud of the way that I started using my time, just playing quick moves, because otherwise I would have just lost on the clock. So I don't know if I had chances later, but it was a good game, so I'm pretty happy with it.
Congratulations on a great rescue today.
Oh, thank you. So I was losing. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, Hikaru being told, yeah, he was losing at one point, but some great defensive work there from Hikaru. And, of course, we'll be following all the action in the Armageddon. And then we're left with Arjun. Arjun has to find a way to cause some kind of surprise, I would say, to Gukesh. You can't make the most obvious moves, right?
Yeah, and I think it's the realization that the path isn't easy anymore. And maybe one doesn't even exist for Arjun, you know. He's wondering if everything's gone wrong. He, of course, could feel that he's so close to victory. And now, if at all possible, he has to do it all over again. So it also takes that acceptance, takes time on the board. I think we've all been there.
Yeah, there's 2 mindsets for Arjun. One, he thinks he's still winning, but it's like study-like. So he's trying to calculate his way through, trick Gukesh. Or he knows he's bungled it. He knows it's now a draw with best play. And then you're still trying to trick Gukesh. So I think either way, he's just recomposing, coming to terms with the new scenario. And yeah, we'll see whether he's able to succeed.
Yep. And whilst Arjun is still thinking, well, we heard from Hikaru his thoughts on the game. Let's hear from Magnus.
Det var I hvert fall ikke noe tvil om at dette ble et kampparti, Magnus.
Ja, det ble jo på en måte... Ja, det på en måte... Ja, det døde jo litt ut til slutt, men det var et veldig vanskelig parti. Jeg føler jeg har en haug av gode muligheter på et tidspunkt, men jeg klarer ikke helt å finne hva jeg skal gjøre, og så ble jeg på en måte dratt med I tidsbruken hans, og jeg sitter og tenker, nå burde du flytte, men jeg klarer ikke å finne noe spesielt, for jeg føler at det noe I stillingen min som jeg ikke finner, og så til slutt så ender jeg opp med å bare ikke finne noe, og så går jeg for et sluttspill som jeg tenker litt bedre for meg, men der måtte jeg etter hvert finne et par gode trekk for å holde balansen, så det var jo ikke sånn jeg håpet at det skulle gå, men ja, totalt det greit.
Magnus, gå og gjør deg klar til Armageddon. Lykke til.
Ja, takk. Magnus.
Well, our Norwegian skills are going to be put to the test, but he basically said that he felt like he had some good possibilities to press, but somehow he couldn't find a way. It was a difficult position, and he exchanged off into an endgame where he felt he had the better chances, but in terms of time, it wasn't quite enough.
He also talked about Hikaru's time usage and how that kind of influenced some of his decisions, but ultimately it wasn't enough. And okay, talking of this game, apparently a big mistake by Gukesh.
I told you it's not over yet.
Wow, he brings his king forward, the most natural move in the world, but this allows a knight check. And why is this a mistake? The black king, can it continue advancing? Yeah, we'll break down Magnus Hikaru later. They're yet to start, but this is where the action's at.
Right, and I'm looking at the H-pawn. It's still in operation, right? So the knight jumps into the center. It can actually step up and go for H7. And the black king is not in the defensive realm for...
And that's the thing, right? When you're playing with just 10 seconds increment on the clock, you just don't have enough time to continue bringing on the computer-like precision move after move. Humans crack at some point, and this is what we're seeing being played out. And Arjun, of course, never cracks, it looks like, in this game. He takes that opportunity. Knight now coming closer to that H-pawn. King D5, you first, I think, defend your own central pawn, bring your king forward, but who's going to stop that knight from getting to G5 next?
Ooh, he moves his king forward. I think he's missed that white can just calmly defend everything, as you said, Tanya. Only move to win, king E3.
But isn't that the first move that you'd want to play here with the idea of knight F6, knight G5? He wants to go B3?
Yeah, exactly. Run away with that pawn.
He wants to run.
And he does it. B3 played.
He wants to go B3, but what's next? What's the winning move here?
But I guess now you can just drop back with a knight. Give a check, and then you can now start approaching the B pawn.
Oh, with the white king, you start coming back the whole way with the white king. We did mention that you should keep the pawn on the dark square, bishop on the light square to control everything on that side, but wow, that is difficult still.
Is that retreating check the only move?
You can go forward as well.
Aha.
You can come forward, knight check, and then the white king comes back. The same idea, the white king has to retreat. He's blown it.
Oh, okay, but this was such a complicated decision. And F6 played, and now Gukesh has to catch that pawn.
But that, I have to say, is the most natural human move in the position. You want to get your king closer to that pawn. You can't allow it to get to F7. Gukesh, it's a good idea to build on that clock. Make a decision quickly.
Quickly, you don't have too much time.
7. Okay, he does. That's the second time that Arjun's blown this game.
Yeah, it feels harsh saying he's blown it because it's so difficult for white to understand that you can go back with your king, and long term it was winning. It's not a short-term thing. It was like maybe you have to see 10, 20 moves ahead the plan to win that game. But giving checks instead is so tempting. And I think he wants to give another check. He wants some forks in mind. If the king takes that pawn, there's a knight fork.
If the king falls back, there's a knight fork.
Right? I mean, it looks so elementary for white. I mean, let's be fair to Arjun. It looks like you can just step back with the king, catch the B3 pawn, and then you can go about either winning B3 or winning H7.
But this still looks winning, right? You just get back your king with this plan that Ivanka's saying.
The problem is now your knight is on a light square, and you will promote. If the white king ever takes you on that square, you will get forked, and the bishop will take the knight. So you will have to move your knight before you move your king over to guard the B1 square. And once you move your knight, your pawns start getting gobbled up.
And you don't even have enough time to go on the attack with the knight. He gives a check. Gukesh, of course, knows he can't fall into the fork with either taking or falling back on that f7 square. Goes to d7. Good move there.
Still not over.
Now the king steps back.
I'm telling you, the story's not over.
Of course not, no.
Far from it.
You know, we've had the appetizers, we got the main course, and now we're getting the dessert. This is the third time Arjun will push for a win in this one.
Will he give a knight check? Will he bring his knight back? He can't move his king, we should mention to everyone, because the black bishop would give a check and win the white knight. He had to move his knight first.
He does it. The king will fall, and then he'll slide his king over.
Only move to save it. You have to go back. I think the most natural move in this case.
Because you need that king on that f7 square. You want to start picking up those white pawns. Gukesh, make a move. 11 seconds. Oh my goodness. Finds it.
And he's going to have to keep finding them.
Yeah. And now the black king just has to hunt down those doubled f pawns.
Again, I would say it's a human move, you know, just play king f7.
Yep.
It's not the hard one to find here.
And again, you know, there's still so many tricks to be had. You can take the f6 pawn, but the knight is going to start giving checks.
What? Why would you not take the f6
Because
pawn?
he was afraid of the checks.
There were knight forks. Taking the pawn was losing as well.
Wow.
You had to control the white knight, but he moves his bishop away, and now white has, I think, several winning moves. You can defend your pawns, you can start pushing. The white king is coming.
But then where did he have to move the bishop? What was the right square?
I think into the center.
When in doubt, put a piece in the center.
Exactly. Control the knight circuit. I mean, that's so instructive. But Gukesh doesn't find it. Okay. But Arjun, how narrow is the path to victory here?
It's not narrow. It's not narrow anymore. The problem is the black bishop, it looks like it's far away from any forks, but as soon as you take the f6 pawn now, white will drop back, give a knight check. You cannot grab the second pawn on f5 because of the knight coming back to g3. You've actually put the bishop on one of the worst possible squares.
Oh my goodness.
That's a blitz move. Normally in blitz, you want to put your pieces far away when there's a knight involved, but that bishop is within forking distance once the king steps forward.
That is such a key point, that Gukesh can't pick up the second pawn. The bishop on f1's lost. It's the square he had to avoid, and d5 was where you wanted, controlling all the checks.
Yeah. But Gukesh just playing on instinct, as David mentioned. It's so natural, right, to keep them so far apart. But the knights, they are crafty.
It's the curse of the clock.
Again, and it's still not going to be easy for Arjun, but this time, this is his biggest opportunity. He's been winning before, but it's been difficult every time. Arjun, this one is one he should now be putting away. He should be converting.
But it has to be said that Arjun's been in driver's seat on the attack, on that hunt for the win from the very start. Gukesh has just been on the defense the whole game.
Yeah, completely. And he's been pushed to the limit, right? But at the end, you know, he had to crack. But yeah, Arjun, well, the clock is ticking down for Arjun as well. Let's not forget that it's not easy to maintain a cool head when you only have a 10-second time bonus per move.
It was in move 8. Arjun made that move a4 that forced Gukesh into his first thing. And starting from that point, it's just been incredible pressure on the world champion.
Yeah, and Arjun now ticking under 40 seconds. But he can just make improving moves.
He's calculating d5. Oh, I was wrong with my hand movements there. Brings his knight back. Good move.
I think that also makes a lot of sense. You defend all your pawns. You know, the king's coming in next, d5 next. Arjun brings it, retreats it even further. King takes pawn. Gukesh goes for it.
Now h4, look at the fortress he's built. The black king cannot move forward. You're just 2 pawns up. The white king now has all the time in the world to slowly march over.
Amazing.
2-pawn advantage. King and pawn endgame's dead loss for black.
You just walk up on the dark squares, right? If you're white. c3, b4, c5.
And you start pushing your pawn.
Yeah.
It's coming. Step by step.
Gukesh is going to try and block the advance of the white king, shoulder it away. So he's going the other direction. Arjun Erigaisi here. He's going to bring his king across.
And look at the precision, not just in the middle game, but the last few moves, the bar hasn't given anything. He's played the best moves.
Yeah, this idea, putting a knight in g3, pawn on h4, beautiful positional understanding there. Yeah. Beautiful fortress for white.
It's a beautiful pattern as well to put in the memory banks, how that knight and that particular pawn construction prevents the black king and bishop from making any progress whatsoever. And now we see a handshake. Arigaisi does it. He wins and nets himself 3 points. And there we can see the emotion on the world champion's face. He senses that he was so close to holding that, to escaping with a draw. But what a game.
Just an absolute roller coaster, but heartbreak for Gukesh right now. Arjun, absolute beast mode today, start to finish. But you've got to feel for the world champion right now. He gave it his all, defended it, but in those last moments, once again, just did not have enough time to continue playing the absolute best, which was required. And eventually, it is a 6-0 lead that Arjun gets against Gukesh in their lifetime head-to-head in classical chess, and a big win today.
Yeah. Big win, and there's still one ongoing classical game, and it's between Anna Muzičić and Hampi Kanaru. That looked like it was quite even for a long time, but it's a time scramble now, and things are changing.
Yeah, and we just saw the players compose themselves there, and that was just crazy. That game, up and down, and Arjun ultimately deserved to win it. He was in the driver's seat, but talking of driver's seat, nice car there in front of us. But Arjun, taking the win. Heartbreak for Gukesh, who will need to bounce back. Tomorrow, 2 losses in a row.
Very tough.
Well, after all of that drama and all those thrills and spills, we're going to go on a short break and allow everyone just to reset, refocus, because we have Armageddon just coming around the corner. We are back and we are ready for the big one. It's the Armageddon game between Hikaru Nakamura and Magnus Carlsen, and the players are ready and off they go. And there we see that Hikaru, well, he's changed tack and instead now gone and developed his Knight Areti formation.
And that was crazy from Magnus Carlsen. It's Armageddon. He only has 7 minutes for this game against Hikaru's 10, and he spent 10 seconds just adjusting his pieces, just giving away the Magnus Gambit. 10 seconds now. Symmetrical position. Early days, of course. But Tanya, it looks like both players, They obviously really want it, but both very calm.
You call it crazy, I call it boss move. I mean, that is a statement of confidence that I don't even need that extra 10 seconds having the 3-minute deficit. And look at the moves coming in fast and quick. I think for Hikaru, it's absolutely key that he keeps his time advantage going. He cannot afford to let the clocks level out early on.
Yeah. And he looks away to the side. He's just trying to remember his opening preparation. This is well-known stuff. It's the solid variation of the kind of symmetrical Grunfeld. And there has been a trade of pawns, though, the white queen coming out.
You know, earlier we were talking about their rivalry, right? And this, I think, is when their rivalry really shines. When you go into these formats, you know, when you have to have a decisive winner, the clocks are ticking constantly, is when I think Hikaru truly is Magnus's biggest rival.
Mm-hmm. And he's so smart about his choices as well, Hikaru. He understands what kind of positions he should be aiming for, how to keep the tension alive. And he'll be making use of that 17th piece, the clock.
You would think that, but he's in the tank now. He has been for a while, Hikaru. Trying to remember his opening prep. Pawn to e3, moving the rook, moving the bishop out. These are all the main moves. Maybe he was just trying to choose what he thought would be most annoying for Magnus. But he did burn a minute or so of his time advantage just on that last go. Still 2.5 minutes up. Magnus now has a bunch of moves. I've played this position myself before. Knight to b6. Again, very logical, but the player's yet to pick up maximum speed. It's always tiny margins between these two, though, that decide it, Tanya.
Mm-hmm. Wow. And Hikaru started with that 10-minute base time. Magnus at 7, still looking very cool. He does centralize his own knight, attacking the bishop. So a big question, are you going to give up the bishop pair, Hikaru, or will you fall back and sort of just say, I want a long game? I do like the position if you've got that clock advantage, you know, to avoid all these trades. You want to come back with your bishop and kind of look for that, for your chances later on. But he goes more aggressive, offers a trade at the center of the board.
Yep, it's a nice thematical move. You know, you're inviting black to either shut down his fianchetto bishop or make that trade, and then black's kingside will be weakened. And just taking this decision is actually going to cost Magnus some time. And time is not something that Magnus necessarily has. And there we see a trade of knights. Easy decision for Hikaru. He's just going to capture towards the center.
You know, if you want only a draw to seal the match, you're always thinking about keeping more trades. And I think that's why he didn't sort of step away with ideas like f6. Instead, he kind of lines up for another trade of the bishops, centralizing his own piece, also eyeing the d5 square right now to retreat, attack the queen. Who is happier out of the opening, David?
I think Magnus slightly, not because he's fully equalized yet. I'm not sure he has. White has the center. White will have some minority attack pressure on the B file, but I think Magnus knows he's trading pieces. And with a clock disadvantage, you want simplicity. Endgames, Magnus is fantastic. Not just at winning, we should remind everyone. Magnus also knows how to draw all these horrible type of endgames, pawn down, rook endgames. He knows exactly what needs to be done. So Hikaru needs to be careful not to trade off too many more pieces, I think.
Yeah, but he's playing tricky moves, right? You know, he's preparing the advance of the c-pawn. And I like the fact that the queen on b3 is just tying the knight down to b6. There's going to be pressure against b7, as you've indicated. And this is the kind of position that White's plan is pretty simple. It's just about pushing those pawns forward, gaining space. Magnus has to be very accurate here, not to drift into a significantly worse position.
I wish I'd been asked that question after White's last move, which I love. Now I would say White's better. Can I change my mind?
Oh, David, you flake a lot, I must say.
True, true. Okay, so Magnus struggling for moves, maybe moving the black queen out the way, centralizing the rooks, but once White builds a big pawn center, pushing the c-pawn forward, maybe backing it up with the rook, it's definitely pressure on black to come up with a plan.
And look at it, Magnus taking a lot of time, hesitating, more than a minute on a move, and that's a lot in the Armageddon. And you could see it, Hikaru getting confident, and Magnus with a big move, a committal one, a pawn sacrifice. Do you accept it? But that would mean a double pawn, very weak pawn formation, the knight falling back, hitting that pawn, the queen and the rook lining up. I don't think you keep that pawn for too long.
Yeah, this is a typical Grunfeld defense concept. You basically give away a pawn, which Hikaru does grab. I'm really shocked by that decision. And you basically say, okay, your pawn structure is ruined. Even if I'm a pawn down for the rest of the game, I'll have compensation. Magnus now much happier. I hate that decision from Hikaru. I think he should have kept the tension. In Armageddon, he was 3.5 minutes up.
I think it had so much to do with the clock, right? Hikaru's playing the clock as much as the board. He'd rather spend little time and make not the best move than finding the absolute truth in the position right now. Still, everything to play for. You've got the minors on the board, the extra pawn alive, the rook coming to the d1 file. And look at that move, bishop h3. It stops rook c8. It controls a very key square. So c5 will not fall very quickly.
And also he's been tricky because he wants to just ask questions about Black's lovely bishop there on e4. Now the white knight can spring forward or retreat wherever it chooses. And there you see, it's centralized. It was a kind of a really anti-positional idea to capture that pawn on c5, but I do feel that it is actually paying off. And Magnus, yeah, he's like the world #1 for a reason. He understands exactly what he needs to do. And he just says, hey, I'm going to break out. I'm going to maximize activity.
Yeah, he's basically saying I'm going to be a pawn down for a long time, Magnus, or at least for the foreseeable future. But he just wants to open up his pieces. The black rooks lacked open lines, and the A file will come open if there's a trade of pawns. That's a classy move from Magnus. I just feel that Hikaru is banking too much on a positional game, and that's not how you beat Magnus Carlsen. This is why he doesn't beat him in big games enough, because he goes into positions like this, which Magnus knows how to draw more often than not. The clock, not Magnus's friend. I think that's the main chance for Hikaru here, but everything else so protected, so coordinated for Black. I really fear for Hikaru's chances in this position. The white rook's just not on the ideal squares. Big threat now on the a2 pawn.
I think this is just going to be about the clock. I think we're heading to a big time scramble, especially because the queens are on the board and, you know, flagging isn't just allowed, it's actually encouraged in this format. And I think that nobody knows better than Hikaru. But he's got to pace up if he wants to play for the clock. He's got about a 1.5-minute edge.
Yeah, that's half of the time advantage he started the game with. He's got a 1 pawn edge as well, but I fear that might not last too long. If you push your pawn forward, maybe Black will just offer a trade of queens. Maybe Black will double up rooks on the A file, swing across, and very hard to see what White's doing. The white bishop now does look a bit offside compared to its centralized counterpart here.
But there is a very flashy move on the board. You can just dive in with your bishop to e6. It doesn't do that much other than defend the pawn on a2. But the whole point is that that bishop is poisoned because there's a knight fork on e6.
I love it, Jovanka. You have to play that move in blitz. You have to.
That is gorgeous.
Scare the opponent at the very least.
I think Hikaru might even go for it. I mean, it does have purpose. You defend that a2 pawn. The bishop isn't hanging there. There's a big fork if you take it. Come on, Hikaru.
You just need to move.
Yeah,
just any move. A3, A4, bishop E6, whatever. Just, you got to move.
This is what he can't let happen. He can't just give Magnus result odds for nothing. He has to keep that pace on the clock, and the clocks are leveling out.
Exactly. 30 seconds now between them.
No, he's frozen. And, you know, he knows it. How important it is, but he's unable to make a decision right now.
Yeah, you can't go into the tank because this is Armageddon. Black has draw odds and the players only get 1 second increment once they've passed move 40. And Hikaru's, he's in calculation mode, but he's just indecisive. He can't find the right way.
He spent over 2 minutes on this move. It's Armageddon chess.
No, he can't do this.
Blitz chess at this point. You can't spend 2 minutes on an innocent-looking move. The tension is still ahead. The tricks, the tactics, those are still in the future.
He's got less time on the clock than Magnus now. What is he doing?
He's paralyzed with... He's just totally frozen here.
And this is what Magnus says, that somehow against him, you know, Hikaru, who'd usually blitz these moves out, completely destroy his opponents, something happens to Hikaru against Magnus in these critical moments.
Yeah. And now he retreats the queen to b2.
That's a move you make in 20 seconds, if that's your decision.
There's zero calculation involved with that move. Just have to make them quick. And Magnus improves his rook. He's getting ready to double up on the A file against a very, very weak pawn. Yes, he's down 1 pawn, Magnus, but he's got the draw in hand.
And the problem isn't that queen b2 wasn't the best move, but the problem is just the amount of time that Hikaru took to make it.
Jovanka, bishop e6, lands.
At last it appears on the board. But you see, it had some shock value because Magnus just retreated his rook. And now the bishop comes to b3. It ties together the queen side. But Hikaru has to take care of his king, which is looking pretty bereft of defenders.
But now Magnus, up on the clock, has the flagging, trying to flag advantage and needs only a draw to win it. if the bishop and the queen line up on the light squares for Magnus, you're eyeing those checkmating patterns that you're talking about.
And now Magnus has just started steamrolling with the h-pawn. The white king is going to feel nervous, right? h4 on the agenda, opening up the h-line. This is really difficult move to handle, and he plays h4.
And it's a mistake. And this is what happens under pressure. You crack.
Bar drops. It goes all in black's favor. Maybe it's the most natural idea of bringing the queen in. The white king has no defenders around it. Literally only a rook on that half of the board. Black has a bishop, knight. Brings the knight forward. Magnus, apparently not the way to profit from Hikaru's mistake, but he's lining up some tricks. If the white pawn steps forward, it's not a double attack. The black bishop can save itself by taking the white knight. Magnus has taken away the e3 square from the horse there. Still looking good for black.
I mean, all of Hikaru's forces are on the third rank or below, right? Nothing aggressive in the position. On the other hand, look at all of Magnus's forces, the bishop, the knight, the rook on the open line.
Ooh, another mistake from Hikaru, moving in the wrong direction. He needs to activate his pieces. He wants to move his knight out the way. He wants to bring it to the c4 square, but yeah, Magnus now needs to go on the attack.
You can come back with your bishop, line it up with the queen, start threatening checkmating ideas, but Magnus going all out with g5.
Wow.
Big move.
It is initiating chaos and also enticing Hikaru to hit that panic button. But knight to c4, okay, that was what Hikaru wanted to do. The rook is now under fire, needs to move. I'm expecting rook c5, just asking questions to the knight. Oh, this position is just wild, though.
It's all about the clock.
Yeah, that g5 decision by Magnus, it's either going to be very strong, it's going to blow open the white king, or it's going to be very bad, it's going to rebound because the black king might be open. So Magnus taking big risks. Suddenly it's a 3-result position. Clock's totally level. Yeah, place your bets now, ladies and gentlemen. Anything could happen.
Oh, he doesn't move the rook. Instead, he goes all in. And, you know, a draw is sufficient. And wow, if that is Hikaru's only move.
It apparently is.
Only move not to be losing immediately, Hikaru Nakamura. It's the blue arrow for those of you watching at home. Queen across to d2. He doesn't play it, Hikaru. He's opened himself up for a check. That looks terrifying. Again, Magnus's best move now is to give a check with his queen on the open diagonal against the white king. Still crazy, though, the position.
It's crazy because 3 pieces are hanging. The knight, bishop, and the rook. Yes, you give a check. The white king steps up. You still need a follow-up. You know, you don't know the bar is screaming that you're winning here.
Yeah, it feels tempting. It feels strong, the attack, but Magnus still needs to be accurate to crown this game off. And yeah, still anyone's position. The clock, level, position, crazy. What are we expecting?
Yeah, I do feel like Magnus, he has to now get into the zone because 3 of his pieces are on fire. We have the rook under attack on a5, the bishop and the knight, which is forked. We give the check. Now the white king, where to put it safely? Tuck it in the corner. Makes sense. But the knight now can jump to f2. That's now a possibility. There's also pawn takes pawn in the air.
Everything's hanging. The house is burning here. Every single piece. The knight, the bishop, the rook, the white pawn.
But it doesn't matter if you checkmate the king.
That's true. That's the most important one.
If your house is burning, you're losing everything anyway. Don't save anything. Just pawn takes pawn. Ignore it. Let your pieces hang. Go for the attack. Go for the white king.
He's got 1 minute. I get your idea. Pawn takes pawn. Retreat with the queen to e7. Come in through that h4 square.
There's a way in, but he needs composure to find that one, Magnus.
And now Magnus under the minute.
Has he found it? Will he go for this idea? Or has he spotted something else? Hikaru, he takes a sip. That's a sign of a player feeling confident.
Yeah, that's a psychological move there. But Magnus, he doesn't get increment for a while. He needs to move. 40 seconds. It's only moved 29.
And the increment is just 1 second. Barely enough time to make a move when it comes to over the board.
Magnus is frozen now. 30 seconds. He needs to move. Any move.
He does.
He's reaching for the knight.
Oh.
Any move. He moves his
bishop back.
Gosh. He takes all that time and makes a bad move.
24 seconds. That was the 29th move for black. He's still yet to get that increment. I don't think he makes it. It's physically going to be tough to make that number of moves, let alone the surprises that lie in store.
Exactly, especially in this kind of a position where there's no obvious move. Hikaru, he picks up that extra exchange, and now Hikaru is in a better position. He needs to find that queen transfer, threaten that check on g5.
He doesn't. Wow, he pushes his pawn forward. Magnus sacrifices his knight. That knight is poisoned. Double exclamation mark move. The bishop will swoop in and capture on e4. If the knight is taken, that would end in checkmate. The knight is jumping into e3 to f2. Hikaru has just blundered on his last move. I think he missed this one.
But 21 seconds for Magnus. Is that enough time?
Well, Hikaru is doing all the right things. He's trading off the attackers. Knight jumps in. White's king is so unsafe. And do you see how Magnus just speeds up?
Magnus lost on time to Hikaru in one of the Armageddons last year. Will lightning strike twice? Queen trade or no queen trade?
He does it. The best move found. And look at that. Hikaru putting the pressure on the clock, pushes his own pawns. Magnus, he's got no time.
And he's setting up a checkmating idea. The rook was threatening to come into b2. And now it's Hikaru's pawns that are motoring down.
Magnus has blundered. White can keep pushing those pawns. Pawn to c6 is winning.
Hikaru about to win.
Hikaru finds it.
Oh my goodness, Magnus doesn't have time and he's lost on the board. Rook c1 seals the deal.
Rook c1 seals the deal. I think he's going to play rook b6 a second ago. Is he going to bring his rook up, deflect the black rook?
Will he find the move? He does. Magnus about to lose.
Now, wow.
Wow, stunning.
White gives away the rook to throw away black's coordination. White promotes. Magnus resigns.
Whoa! And Hikaru wins the Armageddon to net 1.5 points. But what a thriller of a game that was. It looked like Magnus was playing the brilliancy, an attack of his life. And then he just did not have enough time to execute it.
Just a brilliant Armageddon, and Hikaru Nakamura finally cracks the code.
He does. He takes down Magnus Carlsen. This could be vital for the standings come the end of the tournament. Hikaru now is in the lead in the tournament, having won this game. And yeah, Magnus, that opportunity he had, the winning position, he might come to regret it later. But he just froze. Both players froze at different moments. Hikaru froze earlier than Magnus later, but it was that last tank, that long think that cost Magnus in the end.
Yeah.
I think that was really the moment when it all turned around, right? Because it was a beautifully played Armageddon by Magnus, and Hikaru putting the pressure, keeping the game going, and then finally on the clock, just impossible to hold, and then finding that winning combination. Intense, and what an Armageddon.
Yeah, well, it had us on the edge of our seats, as did the whole round, day 2, because take a look at these results. You know, you predicted it, Tanya. 3 Armageddons, 3 classical victories.
Can we hear it in the studio?
And
I can't hear it.
You can enjoy the feeling, the sensation of winning this competition between us. And there you can see Arjun Erigaisi. It was a roller coaster, but in the end, he just won in the Classico against Gukesh, and it was a draw in the Classico between Hikaru and Magnus, but as we just witnessed, what an Armageddon they played out. And Fabiana Caruana bouncing back against Wei Yi. And it was somewhat calmer in the women's section, but it was a victory for Anna Muzichuk against Humpy Kanaru.
Yeah, what a day, right? The world champion loses, the world #1 goes down. Hikaru, getting that win, a very important one, not just for the scoreline of Norway Chess, but for his own confidence playing against Magnus, that he can do it. He held a difficult classical game and then took the match in the Armageddon in those final seconds when it mattered the most. He delivered.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a round, it was an Armageddon that really had us on the edge of our seats, if we were there with bated breaths. Now we're going to go on a quick break, and when we return, of course, we're going to unpack all of the drama that just unfolded. And we are back with day 2 of Norway Chess. What an adventure it has been. I've been your host, International Master Ivan Kauska, and I've been so lucky to have here in the studio, just lighting fire in the studio. We have International Master Tanya Sajdev and Grandmaster David Howell. Now, we saw everything. We saw 3 Armageddons, 3 classical victories, but that last Armageddon, it was a big one between Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura. You guys, you just gotta break it down for us. What happened exactly?
Yeah, it was breathless action. It was a race against the clock at the end. Magnus left himself with just a few seconds, no increment at some point. But in the end, he collapsed. And let's break down those final few moves for all of you at home who are just joining us or who were watching earlier and still want to get your head around the tactics, because there were some cool moves. Hikaru finishing it off in style. And I'm just going to throw us in here. There were already twists and turns before this. Magnus was winning for a long time, sacrificed some material. Currently, in this position, he's the exchange down, white with a rook, black with a knight. But black here has 2 very strong pawns around the white king. And Magnus went all in with the knight and pawns. He traded off the queens first of all. He offered this queen trade. We saw hesitation from Hikaru, who kind of went for the move, pulled his hand back, but eventually did accept the trade of queens. Now he pushed his pawn forward, a mistake apparently. And if Magnus had just brought his king across to deal with these white pawns, we might have seen a totally different result. But no time on the clock for the world number 1. Instead, Magnus brought his rook across. This is a trick. He wants to bring his rook down and in, and this would be checkmate to the white king. But this was easily repelled by Hikaru offering a trade of rooks. Magnus here looked panicked, looked shocked. He was still fine if he'd moved his rook to this square, the only move to stop this pawn advancing. He moved his rook to the wrong square, however. Now Hikaru spotted his opportunity. It's a race, but he found it. The only winning move. He had to keep pushing forward, and it was all based on this tactic. In this position, I was actually screaming out for the move rook to b6, deflecting the black rook away. But Magnus, maybe he'd seen this. Maybe it would have been a miracle, but he could have saved the game by taking the rook, allowing a queen to appear, then bringing his rook down, threatening checkmate, and there's no way for white to win this. Incredible. Even if you move the rook away, this would just end in a draw, a perpetual check. And the game would be in Magnus's favor. Since it is Armageddon, instead Hikaru found a better route to victory. He first shuffled his rook across, forcing the black knight away to block the c-file tension, and only now rook b6. Beautiful deflection. The black rook or the black knight need to move off the c-file now, and white made a new queen. Magnus resigned in this position.
What a game. I mean, it was just absolutely epic, right? You know, I think books could be written on that one. You know, like earlier on, there was mating opportunity, mating attacks, and had it all.
It was amazing, and you're absolutely right. Like you could write not only about the moves and the variations, but just the storyline of these 2 players, right? And today in Stavanger, Hikaru Nakamura, he flips the script. After holding a difficult classical game, he takes the win in the Armageddon, and with that makes a big step in sort of getting out of that psychological hole that Magnus has had for him. What a game this was. Arjun's huge win against Gukesh in the classical, and what a roller coaster that was. My big win in the studio, you know, with our prediction game, the cherry on the cake. I mean, loved all of it.
I mean, there was so much action that we actually neglected a few games. Maybe we can give them the attention that they deserved.
Yeah, I just wanted to show the finale of 2 of the classical games, because there was some drama. There was a brilliancy by Fabiano Caruana. First of all, we'll jump to that game, his victory against Wei Yi. We just joined it here. We were talking about it a bit before this, but he came up with some incredible moves, Fabiano. Imagine this position. It looks tense. He won, 5 moves later? He won this game within 5 moves as black. Wei Yi here should have moved his rook up 1 square, and white's only slightly worse. Instead, he took a pawn. It looks like a free pawn, defended by the queen. This is a mistake, apparently. Fabi just castled very coolly and got his rook out of dodge there. And after the white rook kicked away the black queen, it looked like Fabi blundered with rook takes pawn here. But this was a trick, a devilish trap, because first of all, this pawn is attacked. Fabi's a pawn up. Wei Yi thought Fabi had taken his eye off the ball. He played rook takes bishop, removing the defender of this rook. And now Fabi pounced with a brilliant move. Not moving the rook. Most of us would play rook takes pawn check, for example, or just capture this rook and lose the rook on d3. But Fabi had seen deeper. He played the move queen to c4. Not just hitting the white rook, which is actually doomed on the next move, but no matter where you move this rook, if you do try and save it, rook takes pawn check is a discovered attack against the queen. Not just that, but wherever you move your king now, if you try to defend your queen, there's a deflection. Rook to g1 check would kick the white king away from protecting its queen, and likewise, you continue the attack, and next move, you win the queen, you win the game. Fabi won in style.
Fabulous, Fabi, classy Caruana. I mean, that's such a beautiful move. Queen to c4, and definitely one for the tactics books. But yeah, David, you mentioned there was another game that we needed to look at, and that was, of course, Anna Muzychuk's victory over Humpy Hikaru.
Yeah, the only decisive game in the Classical in the Norway Chess Women this year. Sorry, in this round even. Hopefully not this year. Hopefully there are more decisive games in the Classical. But I'll just take us to this position because this was a long battle. Anna Muzychuk actually had some winning moves earlier in the game. She missed the opportunities, and we find ourselves in a queen and pawn endgame. White has one extra pawn, but no pass pawns. That's the key currency in queen endgames. And Humpy here had a decision to trade or not to trade. Keeping the queens on, moving the queen back to c3, for example, would leave this game likely to be a draw long-term. Still difficult for black to defend. It's going to be a bit of suffering, but pressure on this pawn. White can't really make much progress, and this would have surely saved her the game. Instead, maybe because of the clock, she only had 30 seconds left here. She panicked. She traded queens, but White is simply a pawn up in this endgame. White also has a clear path in for the king, and we'll see the rest of the game unfold. She retreated, but she hadn't calculated this Humpy. She was playing on pure instinct alone. She actually gave up a pawn to stop the white king coming forward, and this was just not enough. In this position, pawn to g3, a very classy move by Anna Muzychuk, and after a capture, she moved her king across, drove the black king back, and here started the race. Just to finish this race, look at this, all calculated by Anna Muzychuk. She promoted just in time with a check and went on to win this game. Just in time, but enough for a win.
Yeah. This is the thing, time scrambles make fools of us all, right? You know, it's so easy just to put that foot wrong. You think that you've calculated everything, but then you've missed a hidden detail. So 3 Classical victories, 3 Armageddons. Let's have a look at today's results. And there you can see, okay, it was a victory for Arjun Erigaisi against his compatriot and world champion Gukesh in what was one of the epic games of the round. I mean, we followed it with bated breath, and it had us on the edge of the seats every step of the way. And also a victory for Fabiana Caruana in that delightful way, as David highlighted. And also a victory for Anna Muzychuk. Was there anything that particularly surprised you?
I'm just loving the amount of decisive games that we're getting in Classical, you know, even compared to last year's Norway Chess. I mean, yesterday as well, we had 50% of the games ending decisively, the same storyline as today. And the narratives that are building up here, I mean, Magnus, he suffers his first defeat in the tournament to none other than world number 2 Hikaru. Arjun, he's a debutant here. He beats Wei Yi first and then Gukesh in the Classical. Incredible stuff. And what a start for Hikaru. If we had to say, I think the one player in Norway Chess who's probably in max form, taking down Fabi, taking down Magnus. That's an easy pick. And in women as well, you know, we've got Venjin who bounces back with her win today. All the turnarounds we've been seeing. Hikaru, is he the MVP so far in the tournament?
Maybe Arjun as well. When he was sitting here with us yesterday, Hikaru, he said his only rival, he thinks, in his mind, for the rating spot for the candidates tournament is Arjun. Arjun won today, so not fully great news for Hikaru. Yes, he did great himself. He beat Magnus in the Armageddon, but one of his rivals in terms of rating, Arjun winning, and those two atop the table.
Yes, and talking about the table, talking about the standings, let's have a look at see how after 2 days of play, who's at the top. And yeah, David, you called it. Arjun Erigaisi and Hikaru Nakamura, they are joint MVPs. Can you be that? No, there's only one. 4.5 points. They've had 1 Classical win and 1 Armageddon win. And then we have Magnus, Carlsen, and Paul Gukesh. He's had a nightmare start. I mean, they've been so close to the games, but things haven't gone his way right in the final moments.
But that's the thing, right? In this field, there'll always be close games, and it just comes about those small margins and who's better than with their nerves, being precise with calculation, the clock and everything. And Gukesh finds himself with 2 losses, still no points on the leaderboard there. And that's got to be tough. I mean, he's coming from a Grand Chess tour where he only got 1 win. And this is really a tournament which, once again, is test by fire for Gukesh because there are all eyes on him. So much pressure, so much expectation to sort of prove himself as a worthy world champion. And to handle that as an 18-year-old is not easy at all in this stacked field. And it's just been a nightmare start.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you can't expect opponents to play perfect games every time, but Magnus yesterday played a perfect game against him. Arjun almost perfect today, so it's tough. It's only going to get better for Gukesh, but yeah, it's just incredible. This field, what we're witnessing, it's just the quality of games. I have a theory that classical chess is more decisive now than it's ever been, and it seems that way in the tournament so far.
Yeah, it's like somehow like this new generation is bringing new dynamism to the game. So we saw the open section. Let's have a look at the standings for Norway Chess women. And there we see it is Anna Muzichuk, 1 classical victory and 1 Armageddon win. She's at the top, 1.5 points above her closest rivals, Leighton Jie and Humpy Kanaru. So 4.5 points, I mean, she's doing fantastically well.
And not just the scoreline, once again, I think Anna's quality has been so high. Yesterday, she could have gotten the win against Sarah in the Classical as well, pushing that lead even further. I think she's been just so impressive with her quality of play. Lei Ting-Jie as well, you know, the win that she had both in the Armageddon. She's slowly taking over the title of Armageddon Queen in Norway Chess.
Yeah, early days, but doing very well so far. And of course, yeah, great start to the tournament for Anna, but the race is going to be on in both sections.
Yeah, absolutely. It's still very much early days. So let's have a look at tomorrow's pairings. And as always, we are in for a treat because, guys, look at this. Now, I'm just going to... No, this is today's pairings.
Let's hit the refresh
Trust
button.
me, we are in for some great chess. And as the pairings magically change, there we can see, you know, Fabiana Caruana, Arjun Eric Gaisi, Magnus Wei. Which one of those takes your fancy?
Just all of them. I mean, look at the field. It's hard to pick, but I have to say, you know, Fabi getting that win against Arjun, who got a win again. So this is going to be quite a fire on the board. I think these two players, Arjun in form, Fabi finding his rhythm. I think Magnus, you know, the only thing scarier than Magnus is an angry Magnus, and that's what we're going to see tomorrow against Wei Yi. And the big one as well, Hikaru, you know, he's taken down Fabiano, he's taken down Magnus. Can he take down the world champion next?
Yeah, and we'll find out whether Gukesh has that bounce back ability is what I want to say, if that's even a word, because he's had a terrible start, but everything to play for tomorrow. And, well, chess, it is such a social game. And, you know, it's so much fun analysing with my friends. And guess what? Chess.com are introducing the Friends and Family Plan. With your bundled purchase, unlock 6 diamond memberships for up to 70% off the standard price. Share all the perks like unlimited game review and puzzles with your family, your housemates, your basketball team, or whoever else is catching the chess bug. In my case, it's my fellow commentators, my besties. Prices vary depending on your country, so visit go.chess.com/families or use !family in chat for more information. Whoa! So, yeah. Chess is such an amazing sport for everyone to share. Yeah, you are my besties for now.
For now? What does that even mean, David?
Friends off the board.
No,
on the board?
No, I was just joking with you. No, I mean, it was an incredible day.
Just so much fun. But before we wrap off, can I just have some appreciation for my Armageddon prediction? I just feel like I haven't, you know, been given my due here in the studio.
I know.
He's so gutted.
It was fixed. It's rigged. It's all rigged. Oh, I'll have my revenge tomorrow.
The only thing rigged were those polls, David Howard.
No one had faith in us, Tanya. But you are right. It was a dead-on 3-3. But yeah, thank you so much for just being absolutely wonderful and just sharing the chess magic and your knowledge all move the way. And from us here in the studio, we'd like to thank you at home, of course, for riding every twist, turn and time scramble with us. And this is only day 2. And it's just Norway Chess and Norway Chess women. So join us tomorrow, where the fireworks are sure to be exploding on the board.